Before we dive into this incredible journey through the forgotten nights of the Middle Ages, take a moment to subscribe. Leave your like and tell us in the comments how you imagine people slept in those times. Your participation helps bring these hidden stories back to life. Imagine going to bed not lying down but forcing yourself to sit upright, your back pressed against a rough wooden wall, your head nodding forward like a puppet whose strings had been cut. This was not the choice of someone working late or trying to sneak in a nap on a carriage ride. It was a deliberate habit in the Middle Ages, born from a genuine terror, the belief that sleeping horizontally could invite death itself. People feared that by lying flat, their souls might slip away more easily, leaving the body empty by dawn. And so, many medieval men and women sat through the night, half awake, half asleep, convinced that their awkward posture was the only shield between them and the grave. If you think your stiff neck in the morning is bad, imagine living centuries where neck pain was considered the price of survival. A medieval peasant might be perched on a bench, bundled in itchy wool, fighting drowsiness with every breath, because the alternative, stretching out to rest, felt like inviting the reaper to pull up a chair. In noble households, things weren't much better. Even wealthy lords and ladies who had access to canopied beds stuffed with feathers often propped themselves up with piles of pillows. Not for luxury, but because the fear of death sleep was universal. Think about it. The richest man in the castle and the poorest farmer in the village could share the same paranoia, that gravity itself was conspiring with the devil to drag them into the afterlife. But it wasn't just about death. Medieval medicine, which mixed equal parts superstition and wild guesswork, insisted that lying flat allowed dangerous vapors from the stomach to rise into the head, poisoning dreams and clouding the mind. Physicians warned that evil humor circulated more freely if the body was fully horizontal. Their solution was simple and absurd at the same time. Sleep sitting up, preferably leaning forward, as if bowing to some invisible priest. Imagine going to bed each night as if you were preparing to apologize, and maybe that's the secret. When life was filled with plagues, wars, and taxes so high they felt like robbery, sleep itself became another confession. Picture a medieval tavern after midnight. The fire is crackling low, the smell of stale beer thick in the air, and in the corner sits a traveler who has rented a bed but refuses to lie down in it. Instead, he slumps in a chair, arms folded, trying to look dignified while his chin keeps crashing into his chest. Other guests, sprawled on shared mattresses, probably laughed at him, at least until they remembered the stories. The baker's cousin, who laid himself flat and never woke up. The priest's brother, who dared stretch out under the moonlight and was found cold by morning. Rumors spread quickly in a world without science, and fear was the most contagious disease of all. And yet, there's a strange poetry to it. The same people who marched into battle with little more than a rusty sword and blind faith trembled at the thought of lying down to rest. Courage in daylight, terror in darkness. It reminds us how fragile human confidence is. We can face armies, but not our own imagination. If you've ever felt your heart race in the middle of the night for no reason, you understand them. Their superstition was just a medieval version of our modern anxiety. They didn't have Google to explain sleep paralysis or indigestion. They had folklore, and folklore always makes the story darker, scarier, and harder to ignore. Now, let's not pretend they were entirely ridiculous. After all, sitting upright did make some practical sense. With houses filled with smoke, lice, and the occasional rat scurrying across the floorboards, keeping your head elevated at night reduced the chances of choking, coughing, or waking up with a mouse tickling your face. In fact, monks in monasteries often slept in wooden stalls designed to keep them sitting upright. The idea wasn't just piety, but practicality. Upright sleep meant fewer accidents, quicker awakenings for midnight prayers, and less snoring echoing through the stone halls. Picture a choir of exhausted men snorting in unison, and you'll understand why the abbots encouraged posture over comfort. Even more fascinating is how this fear of lying flat shaped the architecture of the time. Medieval beds, especially for the wealthy, were not the sprawling frames we imagine from fairy tales. They were often shorter, deliberately designed so people couldn't fully stretch out. That's right, if you think medieval folks were just shorter than us, you've been fooled. The beds were small, because no one wanted to recline completely. The design of furniture itself became a reflection of fear, a constant reminder that comfort was a dangerous luxury. What does it say about a society when even the bed whispers warnings? And here comes the humorous part. Imagine two medieval parents trying to convince their child to sit upright in bed all night. Don't lie down, little one, or death might grab your ankles. No wonder bedtime stories were terrifying back then. It makes our modern arguments about too much screen time before bed sound like paradise. We lecture kids about blue light. They warn theirs about eternal darkness. Perspective, as always, is everything. This ritual of sleeping upright also created an odd form of intimacy. Families often slept in the same room, sometimes in the same bed, sitting shoulder to shoulder like a row of statues waiting for dawn. Privacy was a luxury almost no one had, so the rhythm of life included watching each other sleep, or watching each other try not to. Imagine the awkward eye contact when you open your eyes at 2 in the morning and see your uncle staring back at you, both of you too afraid to recline. Sleep, instead of being a solitary refuge, was a shared performance of vigilance. And maybe that's the detail that hits hardest. In a world already uncertain, with plagues sweeping villages and wars consuming kingdoms, even rest could not be trusted. The very act of lying down, which for us is the definition of relief, was for them a risk. Their nights were filled with half-sleep, broken rhythms, and heavy fears disguised as wisdom. The upright sleeper was both a prisoner and a survivor, someone who traded comfort for the illusion of safety. And isn't that something we still do today in our own ways? We may not fear death grabbing us by the ankles, but how many of us sit up late scrolling through our phones, convinced we're protecting ourselves from the chaos of the world? In that sense, medieval sleep doesn't feel so far away. Their posture was stiff, their reasons bizarre, but the impulse was human. To bargain with the night, to trick danger into passing by, to wake up and find another morning waiting. And just when you think they couldn't make their nights any stranger, their habits reveal even more rituals that shaped the way they rested, or failed to rest, once darkness fell. Midnight in the medieval world was not a time of silence and dreams, but often a deliberate pause in the act of sleeping itself. People did not slip into bed and remain there until sunrise. Instead, they believed that the night was meant to be divided, that the hours after dark carried a rhythm ordained by something greater than mere exhaustion. After a few hours of sleep, men and women would stir, rise, and occupy themselves with prayer, conversation, or even household chores, before returning to bed for what they called the second sleep. This practice was so common it had its own vocabulary, and yet to us, it sounds like a strange mixture of insomnia and devotion. The reasoning was deeply tied to faith. To awaken in the middle of the night was not seen as inconvenient, but as an opportunity. Darkness was thought to bring souls closer to God, the veil between heaven and earth thinner when the world outside was hushed. Monks institutionalized this belief. They rang bells in monasteries to summon their brothers to chant and pray long before dawn. Imagine a cold stone chamber, the flicker of candles guiding rows of drowsy men wrapped in coarse robes, their voices rising in harmony while the rest of the village slumbered. What to us might feel like cruel interruption was, for them, a sacred duty, a way of proving that even in the dead of night, vigilance for the divine must not falter. But monasteries were not the only places where this midnight stirring occurred. Ordinary households followed the same rhythm. A farmer's wife might wake to stoke the hearth, ensuring the embers didn't die before morning. A husband might check on animals in the barn, confirming that wolves or thieves hadn't prowled too close. In wealthier homes, it was a chance to whisper, to talk, even to make love. Historical diaries and letters hint that these hours between sleeps were often the most intimate time for couples, free from the interruptions of daylight labor or crowded family life. It's an irony worth savoring. Modern couples complain they're too tired for closeness after work, while medieval couples scheduled romance for the hours between midnight and dawn. Of course, not all midnight activity was holy or tender. Darkness had a reputation for mischief. Rising after the first sleep meant braving the eerie silence of a medieval street, where shadows stretched unnaturally under the moon and every sound hinted at danger. For some, this waking period was the hour to pray against demons, witches, and restless spirits. For others, it was simply practical. If your bladder woke you, there were no bathrooms, just a chamber pot or a trip outside to the cold, rat-filled corners of the yard. One can imagine how prayer came naturally after that ordeal. And yet, the second sleep reveals something profound about how medieval people understood rest. Sleep was not a single block of unconsciousness, but a series of stages, punctuated by awareness, reflection, and duty. In a way, it aligns more closely with what modern scientists now suggest about natural human sleep cycles, that perhaps our bodies were once wired for segmented rest. The medieval person, without access to alarm clocks or sleep studies, instinctively treated waking in the middle of the night not as a problem, but as a gift. Contrast that with today, when we panic at 3 a.m., convinced insomnia will ruin us. They welcome the wakefulness, we curse it. Think about how this rhythm shaped social life. A village might stir collectively in the middle of the night, dogs barking, fires rekindled, neighbors whispering across yards. A blacksmith could rise to finish work while the forge was quiet. A mother could nurse a child without rushing. Even storytelling thrived in these moments. Folklore was shared in hushed voices, tales of saints and sinners, of spectral hunts and haunted woods. For children, the break between first and second sleep was a window to both wonder and terror, a reminder that night was never simple rest, but a landscape of mystery. There is even a comical side to this medieval routine. Imagine a weary traveler sharing a crowded bed in an inn, finally drifting into slumber, only to be nudged awake 3 hours later because his bedmate insists it's time to rise and pray. The poor man, half frozen and itching from lice, probably wondered why piety had to keep such strange hours. Or picture the family goat snorting in the corner as everyone lights candles and mumbles prayers at midnight. Heaven may have been listening, but the goat surely wasn't impressed. Still, the idea of waking intentionally in the dead of night was more than habit. It was insurance. If death might strike in sleep, then splitting the night meant proving you were still alive, that you had outwitted mortality for a few more hours. Rising in darkness became a declaration, I am not yet gone. There's psychological brilliance here, turning fear into ritual, dread into rhythm. It's almost as if medieval life understood that the enemy could be kept at bay, not with swords, but with candles and whispered prayers. And there's a thread that connects their world to ours. Modern people struggle with sleep disorders, night terrors, and restlessness. Yet rarely do we treat wakefulness as purposeful. Perhaps the medieval instinct wasn't so misguided. They transformed sleepless hours into something meaningful, whether prayer, labor, or intimacy. Maybe the question is not why they interrupted their sleep, but why we abandoned the idea that night itself could be divided into acts. Their nights carried suspense, their rituals suspense of another kind. And if you thought sitting upright to avoid death was strange, the idea of halting sleep to embrace the darkness reveals an even deeper truth about how fragile and inventive human beings become when the sun goes down. Imagine walking into a medieval inn after a long day on the road. You've trudged through mud, dodged bandits, and prayed the rain wouldn't soak through your only wool cloak. Finally, the innkeeper offers you a bed. Relief washes over you until he gestures toward a wooden frame packed with straw where 3 complete strangers are already sprawled. Welcome to medieval hospitality, where sharing a bed was not just common but expected. Privacy was a concept for castles and dreams, not for the weary traveler with only a few coins to spare. To us, the idea of climbing under a blanket with strangers sounds bizarre, even dangerous. But in the Middle Ages, it was normal. Travelers, peasants, servants, and even nobles on the road often slept shoulder to shoulder with whomever fate placed beside them. Men beside men, women beside women, and sometimes a messy mixture of both. The logic was simple. Space was limited, wood and fabric were expensive, and body heat was cheaper than firewood. If you wanted warmth, you made peace with someone else's snoring, sweating, and questionable hygiene. And yes, questionable hygiene is putting it mildly. Picture the smells, unwashed bodies, damp wool clothes, the lingering odor of garlic stew and ale on everyone's breath. Add to that the farm animals often kept indoors for safety, and you can almost taste the air. Chickens clucked in corners, goats stomped against the walls, dogs curled at their master's feet. Sharing your bed with another human was only part of the deal. You might also wake up with a pig snorting under your blanket. It was a strange, chaotic symphony of sounds and smells, where sleep was less about comfort and more about surviving until morning. And yet, there was an odd kind of security in this closeness. For the poor traveler, falling asleep next to strangers meant less chance of being robbed. After all, if someone tried to steal your boots while you slept, at least 2 other witnesses would be right there in bed with you. In a world where inns were often nothing more than glorified barns, the collective discomfort doubled as collective protection. Ironically, what we see as a nightmare arrangement might have been their version of a safety net. Of course, safety didn't erase awkwardness. Imagine lying on your side, trying to keep your hands politely to yourself, while a burly blacksmith tosses and turns beside you. Or worse, imagine being stuck next to someone who talked in their sleep, moaned from indigestion, or had fleas hopping across their skin. You couldn't simply complain or ask for another room. There were no single suites with clean sheets waiting. You endured, maybe even laughed about it, because the only alternative was shivering alone outside with wolves howling in the distance. Even nobles and royalty were not immune. When traveling, they too had to deal with shared accommodations, though usually with attendants or fellow nobles rather than random strangers. Chroniclers record moments when kings and lords slept side by side, their conversations in the dark, shaping alliances or sowing mistrust. In those cramped, shared beds, history itself may have been nudged by whispers traded between half-asleep rulers. It's strange to think that diplomacy, betrayal, or new laws might have begun between 2 men fighting for blanket space in a freezing room. There's also the comedic side of all this. Picture a drunk traveler stumbling into bed late at night, squeezing himself between 2 people already asleep, and promptly snoring so loudly that everyone else lies awake cursing their bad luck. Or the farmer who, after drinking too much ale, mistakes the chamber pot for a pillow. These were the realities of medieval lodging, equal parts tragedy and comedy, wrapped in straw mattresses and woolen blankets. But the practice of shared sleep went beyond inns. In peasant cottages, entire families often slept in a single bed or on the same pile of straw. Parents, children, grandparents, sometimes even servants. Everyone packed together like sardines, seeking warmth and companionship in the long winter nights. While today we prize independence and personal space, they prized survival and familiarity. What we might call suffocating, they may have seen as comfort. After all, in a world where mortality was constant, being surrounded by your loved ones as you drifted into sleep carried its own reassurance. At the same time, the closeness bred its own problems. Diseases spread quickly in these conditions. A cough, from one sleeper could become a plague for all. Fleas from a dog curled at the foot of the bed could carry death itself in the form of the Black Death. The very intimacy that kept people alive through the cold could also be the reason they didn't live to see spring. It was a gamble every night, warmth versus health, safety versus sickness. And they played that game because there were no alternatives. The most fascinating part is how natural it seemed to them. Medieval people didn't write shocked commentaries about bed sharing because it wasn't shocking. It was life. To them, our modern insistence on private bedrooms and king-size mattresses would seem decadent, even lonely. Why sleep alone when you could share warmth, share space, share life itself? And yet, when you imagine waking up with rats running along the rafters, fleas biting your ankles, and your neighbor drooling on your shoulder, you realize just how much of that shared life was an endurance test. And that's the paradox of medieval sleep. Every effort to rest carried with it discomfort, fear, or risk. Whether they sat upright to cheat death, rose at midnight to pray, or shared a bed with strangers and animals, rest was never simple. Each habit reveals how fragile life felt, how creative people became at bargaining with the night. And as uncomfortable as those choices seem to us, the strangeness of their nights only deepens when we look at the very conditions of the beds and rooms themselves, where filth and superstition mingled to create a new layer of unease. Imagine pulling a heavy wool blanket over yourself at the end of a medieval day, expecting warmth and comfort, only to discover that the fabric was damp, smelled like wet dog, and weighed as much as a sack of grain. This was the reality of medieval bedding. Blankets were rarely washed, often shared, and easily became breeding grounds for mold and lice. Instead of a cozy embrace, they wrapped sleepers in a damp cocoon that clung to the skin and made every breath feel heavy. What was meant to protect from the cold often added a new layer of misery, and yet it was the best most people had. The dampness came from several sources. Medieval homes were poorly ventilated, smoke from hearths clung to fabrics, and roofs often leaked. In inns and cottages alike, blankets were left near the fire to dry, which only meant they absorbed the smoke and grease of cooking. Imagine curling up in bed only to feel as though you were wrapped in a smoked ham. Worse, in winter, moisture from human breath and sweat seeped into wool and straw. Without sunlight or proper cleaning, that dampness lingered, turning every night into a slow soak in discomfort. And then there was the smell. If you've ever walked into a thrift store and caught that musty odor of fabric left too long, multiply it by 10 and add the scent of animal hair, unwashed bodies, and stale ale. That was medieval bedding. Blankets were rarely individualized. They circulated from one guest to another in inns, and within households they passed from parent to child to servant without pause. A noble family might have their linens beaten or shaken outdoors, but peasants rarely had the luxury. For them, the bed was simply another tool of survival, like a hoe or a bucket, and comfort was secondary. Yet, despite the filth, blankets were essential. Cold medieval nights could be brutal, especially in northern Europe, where temperatures inside stone houses plummeted after sunset. To sleep without cover meant risking illness, frostbite, or worse. So people endured the weight, the stink, and the dampness. Some even piled on multiple layers of blankets and cloaks, creating a heavy mound that pressed them down like a medieval weighted blanket. Strangely enough, this heaviness may have given them the same false sense of security we feel today under modern comforters. They weren't cozy, but at least the pressure felt like protection. The truly unlucky were those forced to share these blankets with strangers. Imagine pulling a corner of the same damp cloth over yourself while the man beside you coughed all night into it. Diseases spread quickly, from colds to fevers to parasites, and the very act of huddling together for warmth created a breeding ground for contagion. Inns became notorious for this. A traveler might arrive healthy and leave a week later with fleas, rashes, or worse. The irony was sharp. You sought rest to regain strength, but sleep itself often made you weaker. Even nobles weren't immune. Though they had finer fabrics, velvets, linens, even imported silks, the problem of dampness and odor remained. A grand bedchamber might look magnificent, with embroidered canopies and carved wooden frames, but behind the beauty, the same issues lingered. Heavy curtains trapped smoke and stale air. Featherbeds absorbed sweat. Perfume sachets were tucked beneath pillows to mask the stink, but no fragrance could erase centuries of poor ventilation. The richer you were, the more layers you had, and the heavier the oppression of your own bed became. Sometimes people resorted to creative tricks. Hot stones were wrapped in cloth and placed under blankets to keep them warm, though this often made the dampness worse. Herbs like lavender, rosemary, or sage were stuffed into bedding in hopes of repelling lice and improving the smell. In monasteries, monks often slept under the same coarse wool year after year. Their piety measured not just in prayers, but in their ability to endure discomfort. To them, suffering in bed was simply another way of imitating Christ. If modern wellness influencers boast about ice baths, imagine a monk quietly congratulating himself for surviving another night in a soggy, smoky wool blanket. The psychological effect of these covers can't be underestimated either. To us, a blanket is a symbol of warmth, safety, even childhood comfort. For medieval people, it was often a gamble. Would tonight's blanket keep you warm or make you sick? Would it protect you from the cold or suffocate you under its stench? Every night, slipping beneath that cloth meant choosing between shivering without it or enduring its foul embrace. It was a choice between two discomforts, and that constant tension reveals just how fragile rest was in their world. And yet there is a strange familiarity in their habits. How many of us still cling to old blankets we refuse to wash too often because they feel just right? How many joke about the weight of our winter comforters? Strip away the centuries, and the logic feels oddly human. They weren't foolish. They were practical, using whatever they had to survive the cold. But in their struggle, comfort was an afterthought, and sleep became one more test of endurance. The image of medieval people wrapped in damp, fuming blankets lingers because it captures the contradiction of their lives. They lived in a world that demanded resilience, where even rest came at a cost. And just when you think you've imagined the worst, dampness, odors, lice, another problem creeps in, sometimes literally, in the form of uninvited guests scurrying through the darkness of their bedchamber. Imagine closing your eyes after a long medieval day, hoping for a few hours of escape, only to feel the tiny scratch of claws racing across the floorboards and hear the high-pitched squeak of a rat darting through the dark. You jolt awake, heart pounding, praying it doesn't climb onto your blanket. But in most medieval households, rats were not occasional visitors. They were roommates. Wooden walls, damp floors, piles of grain stored in corners, all of it invited vermin to slip into bedrooms as easily as shadows. And the cruel truth was that there was almost no way to keep them out. Rats were not merely a nuisance, they were a constant threat. They gnawed at food supplies, shredded clothing, and carried diseases that could wipe out entire villages. Imagine waking in the middle of the night to find your precious loaf of bread half-eaten by sharp teeth, or worse, hearing those teeth nibbling near your bed. For peasants who already lived with hunger, the loss of a single meal to rats was devastating. Sleep became a fragile thing, interrupted by the knowledge that every squeak meant more food gone and more sickness creeping into the household. And if food was scarce, warmth was scarcer. Rats sought body heat just as much as humans did. Historical accounts tell of people waking to find rats curled against their legs, drawn to the faint warmth of a body under the covers. It sounds like something out of a nightmare, sharing your blanket not just with a spouse or stranger, but with a creature that might bite you in your sleep. Children, in particular, were vulnerable. Parents feared that rats, hungry and bold, might nip at infants lying unattended, and this fear was not unfounded. Stories circulated of babies waking with small wounds, the animals having mistaken tender skin for food. The filth of medieval living conditions only made matters worse. Waste disposal was primitive at best, with chamber pots emptied into streets and refuse piling up in alleys. Rats thrived in this chaos, multiplying in numbers so large that villagers could see them swarm across fields and through barns. To close your eyes at night was to accept that the creatures were never far away. Sleep was not rest, it was resignation, and yet people adapted in curious ways. Some hung food from rafters, others kept cats as guardians of the night. Cats were both cherished and feared, sometimes seen as protectors, other times accused of witchcraft. But no matter how many cats prowled, the rats always returned. The sound of rats at night was so common that it became part of the landscape of medieval sleep. Imagine lying in bed listening to the wind whistling through cracks, the distant toll of a church bell, the snoring of your relatives, and underneath it all, the constant scurry of small feet. It was a soundtrack of unease, a reminder that even in the heart of your home you were never fully safe. In many ways, the night itself became an enemy. People feared death in their sleep not only because of superstition, but because danger was literally alive and moving in the dark corners of their rooms. And then came the greatest horror of all, rats as carriers of plague. In hindsight, we know that fleas riding on rats spread the Black Death, the disease that decimated Europe in the 14th century. But imagine being a medieval villager, unaware of microscopic germs, yet noticing that entire families fell ill soon after rats were seen in their homes. To them, the animals themselves became omens of death, messengers of divine punishment or diabolical curses. Every rustle in the dark carried the weight of dread. Would tonight's visitor bring tomorrow's funeral? Yet, even in the middle of this misery, people found dark humor. Jesters and storytellers joked about rats stealing more food than kings, or about drunken men waking with a rat curled on their chest like a pet dog. These moments of laughter, however grim, helped people cope with the constant tension. Perhaps that's the most human instinct of all, to laugh at what terrifies us most, because laughter is a rebellion against despair. And in villages where half the population could vanish within months, rebellion through humor was all they had. The irony is that rats were not the only creatures crawling into bedchambers. Mice, lice, fleas, and bedbugs joined the nightly invasion. But rats, large and bold, left the most lasting impression on the medieval imagination. They gnawed at wood, scratched at doors, and sometimes startled sleepers by darting across their chests. The fear of them was visceral, as much about survival as superstition. For medieval people, rats embodied the chaos of the world itself, uncontrollable, persistent, and always lurking just out of sight. Think of how this shaped their psychology. To live with rats was to accept vulnerability, to be reminded every night that no barrier, no prayer, no blanket could fully shield you. The act of sleeping, something we now associate with peace, became a gamble. Would you wake to the same world, or to one changed forever by sickness carried in by vermin? It was a question no one could escape, from the poorest peasant to the wealthiest lord. And it made nightfall not a time of rest, but a time of fear. That is why the presence of rats in medieval sleep tells us more than just a story of discomfort. It reveals the fragile balance of their entire existence. Every evening, as candles flickered low and eyes grew heavy, there was always the reminder that life was precarious, that survival was never guaranteed. And as unsettling as rats were, they were only part of a much larger pattern of dread that turned every medieval night into a test of endurance. Because beyond the scratching claws and gnawing teeth, other dangers awaited in the darkness. Dangers tied not to animals or pests, but to the very superstitions people clung to when nothing else made sense. Imagine a world where resting your body was not considered a matter of health, but a gamble with unseen forces. In the medieval mindset, sleep was rarely about restoring strength. It was about surviving the night. People believed that darkness was a playground for demons, witches, and restless spirits, and closing your eyes made you an open target. Rest was seen less as medicine and more as superstition. To drift into slumber was to cross into a dangerous territory where prayers and charms became as important as blankets and pillows. Superstition shaped the very way people prepared for bed. Some families placed iron tools, like scissors or knives, under their pillows to ward off evil spirits, convinced that demons feared cold steel. Others drew protective symbols in ashes on the hearth before blowing out the last flame, believing the dying embers could trap wandering souls from entering the house. Children were often lulled to sleep with whispered blessings, not for comfort, but to shield them from night terrors thought to be caused by malevolent beings. Bedtime became a ritual of defense, a nightly battle fought not with swords, but with words and gestures meant to keep evil at bay. The fear was not unfounded, at least in their eyes. People often woke from nightmares gasping for breath, their chests heavy, unable to move. Today we recognize this as sleep paralysis, but in the Middle Ages, it was explained as a demon pressing down on the chest, stealing air, and threatening life itself. Stories of the night hag spread across villages, with men and women swearing they felt an invisible weight crushing them in bed. These tales circulated so widely that they reinforced the idea that sleep itself was treacherous. Closing your eyes too deeply might invite a spirit to sit upon you. And then there were dreams. In a time when science had no foothold in the mind, dreams were believed to be messages, sometimes divine, sometimes dangerous. A dream of fire could mean punishment. A dream of water could foretell death. A dream of animals might predict betrayal. Entire manuscripts were devoted to decoding dreams, and people clung to these interpretations as though their lives depended on them. To wake in the middle of the night, heart racing from a vivid dream, was not just unsettling. It was taken as a sign, a warning to be carried into the next day. For them, rest was never neutral. It was a dialogue with the supernatural. What makes this even more unsettling is how restlessness itself was viewed. Insomnia was not chalked up to stress or overwork, but to curses, evil eyes, or punishment from God. If a person tossed and turned all night, neighbors might whisper that they had offended heaven, or worse, that they were haunted. Some wore amulets filled with herbs or holy relics around their necks to keep sleep steady, while others drank concoctions of honey and poppy seeds, mixing medicine with superstition in desperate attempts for relief. The line between faith and fear blurred, and every sleepless night was a reminder of the fragile balance between the living and the unseen. Communal fears only amplified these beliefs. Imagine a village struck by illness where several people died in their sleep within days of one another. For us, it would be traced to infection. For them, it was evidence that sleep itself was a battlefield. Parents kept children awake longer, convinced that falling asleep too soon might invite the same fate. Stories of entire households cursed for dozing before a midnight prayer spread like wildfire. Sleep became a social responsibility, a way of proving you were vigilant, faithful, and not careless with your soul. But superstition was not always about terror. In some households, night was softened with rituals of comfort disguised as protection. Women embroidered charms into pillowcases, fathers sprinkled holy water at the door, and candles were left burning even when firewood was scarce. These actions soothed as much as they protected, offering people the illusion of control in a world where little could be controlled. After all, when war, plague, and hunger threatened every waking hour, perhaps it was easier to believe that sleepless nights or bad dreams were the work of spirits rather than the weight of survival itself. The irony is that their fears of the supernatural often led to habits that made their nights even worse. Heavy blankets damp with moisture trapped sickness. Candles left burning set houses ablaze. Herbal remedies sometimes poisoned more than they healed. Yet people clung to these practices because doing nothing felt like surrender. To close your eyes without a ritual, without a whispered prayer or a charm at your side, was to risk waking to something far worse than the morning. And beneath all of this lies a universal truth. Rest has always been about more than the body. For medieval people, it was entangled with faith, fear, and survival. The night stripped away the distractions of daylight and left them alone with their thoughts, their doubts, and their superstitions. It made sleep feel fragile, precarious, and yet impossibly necessary. They could not live without it, but they never fully trusted it either. What lingers most from these superstitions is the sense that medieval nights were never truly restful. Each creak of the wood, each whisper of wind, each fleeting dream carried meaning or menace. Sleep was not escape, it was negotiation. To close your eyes was to strike a bargain with forces you could not see, hoping that prayers, charms, and sheer endurance might be enough to carry you through until dawn. And as fragile as that bargain was, it reveals the heart of the medieval condition. Life itself was a constant struggle to balance fear and faith, even in the simple act of laying one's head to rest. Picture the inside of a medieval cottage on a freezing winter night. The walls are little more than timber and mud, the roof leaks when snow begins to melt, and the wind whistles through every crack like a cruel reminder that nature cannot be kept at bay. In such conditions, rest was never about softness or comfort, but about finding enough warmth to survive until morning. For many, this meant piling into bed fully dressed, boots and all, wrapping themselves in layer after layer of rough wool, and hoping their body heat would last through the long hours of darkness. Yet even this desperate solution brought its own discomforts. Clothes stiff with sweat and dirt clung to the skin, and leather boots pressed painfully against swollen feet, but taking them off risked frostbite or losing them to thieves while you slept. The hearth was the center of every night, but even its flames offered only partial salvation. Wealthier homes had chimneys, but in poorer households smoke lingered inside, stinging eyes and choking lungs. Imagine lying in bed, your chest tight from the haze, trying to breathe shallowly just to fall asleep. The warmth of the fire was both blessing and curse, its glow a fragile shield against the cold, its smoke another invisible enemy in the battle for rest. Some families even chose to sleep in the same room as their livestock, not just for warmth, but because animals, with their steady breathing and body heat, became part of the fragile insulation against winter's cruelty. It was practical, but hardly restful. How well could you sleep with a goat snorting at your side or chickens flapping in the dark? The cold was not simply uncomfortable, it was dangerous. In a world without modern medicine, a night spent shivering could lead to illness that might never heal. Coughs turned into fevers, fevers into death. Parents wrapped their children in whatever scraps of cloth they had, fearing that one bitter night could claim a life. To us, a draft in the bedroom is an annoyance. To them, it was a mortal threat. And yet, despite the risks, their only options were endurance or ritual. Some rubbed animal fat into their skin before sleep, believing it insulated them against the chill. Others tucked hot stones into the bed, wrapped in cloth to prevent burns, though many nights ended with scorched sheets and new hazards. For travelers, the cold was even more merciless. Inns were overcrowded, fires weak, and blankets scarce. Guests often carried their own cloaks and bedding, laying them on top of communal straw mattresses in the hope of creating a cocoon of warmth. Those who couldn't afford such luxuries simply huddled together, pressed tightly against strangers, their breath condensing in the icy air. A lone traveler, unlucky enough to find no room at all, might bed down in a stable or barn, relying on the body heat of horses to survive the night. It was humbling, perhaps humiliating, but it was reality. Even castles with their grand stone walls were not immune. In fact, their size made them harder to heat. Lords and ladies retreated to bedchambers with thick curtains drawn around the bed, creating a small pocket of trapped warmth in a room otherwise cold enough to see your own breath. Servants slept on the floor nearby, curled under cloaks, rising in the night to tend the fire. The image of a royal bedchamber sounds romantic until you imagine the drafts creeping through the stones, the frost forming on windows, and the heavy silence punctuated by the crackling of logs. Grandeur offered no immunity from the bite of winter. The fight against the cold also shaped behavior. Nighttime tasks were kept to a minimum because venturing outside, even briefly, could be fatal. Villagers avoided opening doors after dark, not only out of superstition, but because every rush of icy air drained away the fragile warmth they had managed to build. Couples sometimes shared one long nightgown, squeezing themselves into it together to keep warm. Families piled into one bed not only for safety, but because their collective body heat was the only heating system they could rely on. It was a crude but effective solution, though it blurred all sense of privacy. Yet, strangely, this nightly battle with the cold created its own rhythms of life. People learned to adapt by adjusting their sleep patterns to the seasons. Longer nights in winter meant longer hours huddled under covers, while shorter summer nights allowed more outdoor activity and less dependence on fire. Rest was dictated not by personal comfort, but by nature's clock, and people simply bent to its demands. It is humbling to imagine how deeply tied their sleep was to the environment, when today we close a window and set a thermostat without a second thought. The psychological toll of the cold was as profound as the physical. Sleep became associated with dread. Would you wake up, or would the frost claim you in the night? Parents whispered prayers over their children, asking God to keep them warm and alive until morning. Some believed that evil spirits roam more freely during the coldest hours, preying on those whose shivering bodies showed weakness. In this way, the physical chill merged seamlessly with spiritual fear, turning every night into a test of both body and soul. Looking back, it is astonishing how much of medieval sleep was less about rest and more about sheer survival. They went to bed not in pursuit of dreams, but in the hope of seeing the sun rise again. The cold turned beds into battlegrounds, blankets into weapons, and families into reluctant armies pressed together under the same cover. And while it may seem distant from our heated homes and electric lights, there is something universal in their struggle. The night strips away illusions, leaving only the raw human desire to endure until dawn. And just when you think their nights could not become more unbearable, the medieval world had yet another layer of hardship waiting. Nights where fear did not come from cold or rats or dampness, but from the dangers of other humans, and the knowledge that the darkness outside held threats far greater than the wind whistling through the walls. Imagine lying in a narrow bed after a day of backbreaking labor, your body aching, your eyes heavy, only to realize that the true danger of the night was not the cold or the rats, but the possibility that another human might break through your door. Medieval nights were not safe havens. They were arenas of suspicion, violence, and fear. Thieves prowled the streets, mercenaries roamed after tavern brawls, and desperate men with nothing to lose found cover in darkness. Sleep became less about closing your eyes and more about listening for footsteps, for whispers, for the sound of a latch giving way. Villages were especially vulnerable. Few had walls or guards, and houses were simple structures of wood and thatch, easy to break into. Imagine being a farmer lying in bed with your family, clutching a rusty knife under the blanket, ears straining for any sound beyond the breathing of your children. Every creak of timber, every howl of wind against the shutters might be the sign of intruders. And in many cases, it was. Bandits knew that families were most defenseless while asleep. Stories spread of travelers murdered in their beds, entire households waking to find armed strangers demanding food, coins, or worse. The night was a gamble, and every gambler knew the odds were not in their favor. Even in larger towns and cities, safety was an illusion. Curfews were common, with bells tolling to signal the time when all respectable folk should retreat indoors. Guards patrolled the streets, but their loyalty was often questionable. A watchman might turn a blind eye to theft if bribed or drunk, and many were both. The curfew bell was less a promise of safety and more a reminder that if you ventured out after dark, you were on your own. And so, people barred their doors, pushed furniture against entrances, and prayed that thieves would pass them by in search of easier prey. Inns, too, were breeding grounds for danger. A weary traveler might rent a bed, only to wake in the night with his purse stolen, or worse, not wake at all. Some innkeepers were honest, but others worked in tandem with criminals, luring strangers into rooms where their goods could be taken with little effort. This is why so many travelers carried weapons to bed. Daggers were tucked under pillows, swords leaned against bed frames. Even peasants kept clubs within reach. Falling asleep without a weapon nearby was not bravery, it was foolishness. The darkness itself fueled suspicion. Without street lamps, nights were pitch black, and shadows swallowed faces. A neighbor seen outside after curfew might be assumed a thief, a spy, or a heretic. Rumors took root easily. If livestock went missing, someone surely saw a cloaked figure sneaking in the night. If valuables disappeared, it was always the stranger who stayed at the inn last week. This constant mistrust eroded community ties, making even familiar faces suspect when the sun went down. Sleep was never simply rest. It was a fragile truce between fear of others and fear for oneself. Yet not all threats came from the lawless. Sometimes the most dangerous intrusions were sanctioned. Lords had the right to demand shelter in peasant homes, arriving with armed men who could take beds, blankets, and food without asking. Soldiers marching through villages often commandeered houses, forcing families to huddle in corners while armed strangers took their places by the fire. Imagine lying awake on your own floor while men in chainmail, smelling of sweat and iron, laughed loudly in your bed. This was not just humiliation, it was a reminder that even your home was never truly yours after dark. Religious fears added yet another layer of unease. Many believed the devil worked hardest at night, sending witches to slip through windows and demons to torment sleepers. Locks and latches were seen as weak defenses compared to holy protection. Crosses were hung above doors, saints' relics placed under pillows, and prayers whispered as shields against invisible invaders. The line between human thieves and spiritual ones blurred, both equally feared in the vulnerable hours of slumber. And then there were the taverns. If you lived near one, you might forget about sleep altogether. Brawls often spilled into the streets, with drunk men shouting, throwing punches, and sometimes drawing blades. The chaos could last until dawn, leaving nearby families clutching their children in terror as the sounds of violence echoed outside. For many, sleep was shallow, punctuated by sudden jolts awake whenever voices grew too close to their door. The very walls of their homes seemed too thin to protect them from the unpredictable cruelty of other humans. This constant vigilance took a toll. People learned to sleep lightly, ears tuned to the smallest disturbance. Rest was fractured, restless, more survival than restoration. Even children were taught to recognize danger in the night. Parents warned them of thieves, of kidnappers, of the dangers of venturing outside after dark. Bedtime stories were rarely sweet. They were cautionary tales meant to keep little ones too frightened to stray from their blankets. Fear became part of the very fabric of sleep, woven into every sigh and every flicker of candlelight. What strikes us most today is how little of medieval sleep was about peace. It was not just the rats, or the damp blankets, or the bitter cold that robbed people of rest. It was other humans. The night belonged to those who dared to exploit it, and everyone else endured, hoping to last until the sun returned. In many ways, the darkness was a stage for humanity's worst instincts, where greed, violence, and suspicion ruled unchecked. And as terrifying as these nights were, they reveal a truth about medieval life. Survival required not only endurance against nature, but constant defense against one another. And yet, just when you think the medieval night has shown you all its cruelties, cold, vermin, superstition, human violence, there remains another, quieter reality, the role of sound itself. For the medieval sleeper, silence was a luxury, and the noises of the night carried both dread and strange comfort. Close your eyes and imagine the medieval night not as a blanket of silence, but as a restless orchestra. Sleep was rarely wrapped in peace. The air was thick with sounds, some comforting, many terrifying, all unavoidable. In towns and villages alike, silence was a luxury that only the dead enjoyed. For everyone else, the night was alive with noises that made deep rest nearly impossible. To lie down in a medieval bed was not to retreat from the world, but to tune into a soundscape that constantly reminded you that danger, discomfort, and life itself pulsed through the dark. The most common interruptions came from animals. Roosters didn't wait for dawn. They crowed whenever they pleased, often in the middle of the night. Dogs barked at shadows, wolves howled in the distance, and pigs rooted noisily in the straw just outside homes. Families who kept livestock indoors were greeted by bleating goats and clucking hens in their bedrooms. Imagine trying to fall asleep with the constant shuffle of hooves, the occasional sharp cry of a lamb, and the flutter of feathers brushing against the rafters. For peasants, this was normal. Animals meant survival, but they also meant a soundtrack of chaos that never ceased, even in the deepest hours of night. Then there were the sounds of people. In cramped cottages, snoring was inevitable, and when entire families shared a bed, the chorus of breath, coughs, and muttered dreams was inescapable. Some chroniclers described the loud nasal drones of farmers as so powerful they could be heard through wooden walls. A child's cry in the night set everyone stirring, and without lullabies or pacifiers, the wails often lasted for hours. Add in the occasional shout from neighbors across the yard, and rest became fractured, a constant negotiation with noise. The medieval world was crowded, and so was its nighttime. But not all noises came from within. The streets outside were just as disruptive. Drunks stumbled home from taverns, singing off-key songs, their voices breaking the stillness of villages and echoing through city alleys. Fights often broke out, steel clashing or fists thudding, followed by cries of pain or anger. In towns, the curfew bells rang, reminding people of the laws that governed the night. For some, the toll was a comfort, signaling order. For others, it was a reminder of vulnerability, the sound marking the moment when the outside world turned hostile to anyone without shelter. The night was never truly still. It was punctuated by reminders of both authority and lawlessness. In monasteries and religious communities, the sounds were different but equally intrusive. Monks were woken by bells calling them to prayer in the middle of the night. The toll echoed through stone walls, pulling them from half-sleep into cold chapels where chanting voices filled the silence. For nearby villagers, those same bells might serve as unwanted alarms, reminding them that the sacred demanded attention even when the body longed for rest. It's easy to imagine the weary sigh of a farmer stirred by distant chants, rolling over on a straw mattress while muttering a half-hearted prayer. Even holiness had a noise, and it rarely let people sleep undisturbed. And then there was the weather. Medieval houses were thinly insulated, which meant that storms sounded like invasions. Rain hammered on thatched roofs, wind howled through cracks, and thunder rolled with a force that shook timbers. To children, these storms were terrifying, evidence that God or demons were at work. Adults knew no better explanation. Without modern understanding of nature, every clap of thunder felt like divine punishment, every gust of wind a warning. Sleep during storms was a rare blessing, as most lay awake listening to the wrath outside, hoping their homes would withstand the night. But perhaps the most unnerving sounds were the ones you couldn't explain. A creak on the floorboards, a knock against the window, a whisper of movement in the dark. In a world steeped in superstition, these noises carried weight far beyond their source. A branch scratching against the roof wasn't just a branch, it might be a witch circling your home. A distant cry wasn't just an animal, it might be a soul in torment. The unknown amplified every sound into a message, and people listened with fearful hearts. In that silence, imagination was the loudest intruder of all. Noise also exposed the thin line between community and chaos. In villages, families could hear each other through the thin walls of homes, and this closeness meant that every cough, every quarrel, every moan of sickness was shared. To live in the medieval world was to be constantly aware of others, even in bed. Privacy did not exist, and noise was the price of communal living. It bonded people, but it also frayed nerves. Imagine trying to sleep while listening to your neighbor's argument, knowing you'd face them in the fields at sunrise. Rest and resentment grew together in the dark. Ironically, some noises brought comfort. The steady crackle of a hearth fire, the murmur of a spouse's breath, the familiar bleat of animals, all reminded people that life continued, that they were not alone in the dark. Silence, in fact, was often more frightening than noise. In plague-stricken towns, nights were eerily still. The absence of dogs, bells, and laughter signaling death had swept through. For medieval sleepers, sound was both a curse and a reassurance. It kept them awake, but it also proved the world still lived around them. This paradox of noise defined the medieval night. Sleep was always fragile, easily broken by animals, storms, neighbors, or fears. Yet people adapted. They developed habits of broken rest, dozing lightly, waking often, and returning to slumber as best they could. It was not the deep, sustained sleep we prize today, but a survival pattern molded by a world that never truly quieted. And if the noise of animals, storms, and neighbors wasn't enough, another disruption loomed constantly in the background, one that came not from outside, but from the body itself. A reminder that medieval sleep was as much about enduring discomfort as it was about facing the terrors of the night. Imagine settling into bed after a day spent in the fields, your muscles sore, your stomach half full from a meal of coarse bread and weak ale. You want nothing more than to rest, but your own body refuses to grant peace. In the Middle Ages, discomfort came from within as much as from the world outside. Without the science of nutrition or medicine, people endured nights plagued by indigestion, parasites, aching joints, and illnesses that turned every attempt at sleep into a struggle. Sleep was not the escape it is today. It was another battlefield, fought against the limits of the body itself. And one of the most common torments was indigestion. Medieval diets were heavy with bread, beans, onions, cabbage, and whatever meat could be salted or smoked to last through the seasons. Meals were often eaten late, washed down with ale or wine, leaving stomachs bloated and uneasy. Imagine lying on a straw mattress trying to ignore the sour burn of poorly digested food climbing into your throat. Today, we call it acid reflux, but back then, it was believed that evil vapors from the stomach were rising into the brain, disturbing dreams and clouding judgment. Sleep became a cycle of groaning, tossing, and praying that morning would bring relief. Parasites added another layer of misery. Lice and fleas were constant companions, their bites itching until the skin broke, keeping sleepers scratching under filthy blankets. Worms were even worse. Contaminated food and water introduced parasites into the gut, and sufferers endured stomach cramps and restlessness that robbed them of deep sleep. It is unsettling to think of how many medieval people lay awake in the dark, tormented not by spirits, but by the tiny creatures crawling inside and around them. To close your eyes was not to find rest, but to surrender to an invisible army already living in your body. Pain was another enemy. The average medieval laborer worked from sunrise to sunset, bending, lifting, hauling, and enduring physical strain that left joints swollen and backs twisted. Arthritis, untreated injuries, and constant toil meant that by nightfall, rest should have been a blessing. Instead, bodies ached so fiercely that lying down offered no comfort. Straw mattresses hardened quickly, and every movement pressed against bruises and sores. A nobleman might rest on feathers instead of straw, but even wealth couldn't prevent gout, a painful swelling of the joints common among those who feasted often on meat and wine. Whether peasant or lord, sleep was rarely free from the body's protests. Illness magnified the difficulty. Fevers caused by infections burned through nights, soaking sheets in sweat and leaving sufferers trembling in the cold. Without antibiotics, even minor wounds could fester into sleepless agony. Tuberculosis, called consumption, rattled lungs with coughing fits that shook households awake. And then there was the ever-present fear of the plague. Those infected with bubonic sores groaned through the night, their families lying awake beside them, half praying for recovery, half fearing that every cough meant death would spread to them before morning. Resting beside the sick was not only heartbreaking, but dangerous, and yet there was no alternative. Even childbirth and its aftermath shaped the way sleep was experienced. Women, weakened after delivering children, often shared beds with infants, but the risks were enormous. Without medical guidance, exhaustion and poor bedding sometimes led to tragic accidents. Mothers lay awake, listening for their babies breathing, terrified that silence might mean loss. Fathers, too, endured sleepless nights, listening to the cries of newborns and the labored breaths of wives recovering from childbirth. Family life was lived so close to the edge that even joyful events came shadowed by worry, and rest was fragmented by vigilance. Superstition only deepened these struggles. When the body refused sleep, it was often blamed on curses, demons, or the evil eye. Someone who suffered chronic insomnia might be accused of sin or of being bewitched. Remedies ranged from the harmless, like drinking warm milk infused with herbs, to the dangerous, like consuming opiates mixed with wine. Some households resorted to rituals, tying charms to wrists or sprinkling holy water on beds, believing that restless bodies were under spiritual attack. The more the body protested, the more imagination filled the gap with unseen forces at work. And yet, despite all this misery, people adapted in strange ways. They learned to accept fragmented sleep, waking frequently, shifting positions, scratching, coughing, praying, and then slipping back into shallow dreams. They lived in such constant discomfort that their threshold for rest was lower than ours. What we would call a ruined night of tossing and turning might have been a typical night for them. Survival demanded resilience, and even a few scattered hours of half sleep were enough to rise with the dawn and face another day. The fascinating part is how the discomforts of the body intertwined with every other hardship of medieval nights. The dampness of blankets worsened fevers. Rats spread more parasites into homes already full of lice. Cold air stiffened joints and made pain unbearable. Noise magnified headaches and coughing fits. It was all connected, creating a chain of misery where one problem fed another until sleep was as fragile as a candle flame in the wind. And perhaps that is why the act of sleeping in the Middle Ages feels so alien to us today. We imagine rest as a retreat into softness and safety, but for them it was an exercise in endurance. They battled not only the outside world, but the betrayals of their own bodies, and they did so every single night. To sleep was to hope for relief, but to expect discomfort, a nightly ritual of resilience against forces both real and imagined. And just when you think their hardships in the bedchamber could not deepen further, the story of medieval sleep reminds us that even the environment itself conspired against them, from the smallest draft to the grandest architecture of the houses they built. Imagine stepping into a medieval home at night and realizing that the very structure meant to protect you was also one of the greatest enemies of your rest. Sleep was not only disrupted by vermin, cold, or superstition. It was shaped, limited, and often ruined by the environment itself. Houses were crude by modern standards, walls that didn't keep out the wind, roofs that leaked, floors that crawled with pests. The architecture of the medieval night created conditions that made slumber less a comfort and more a test of endurance. To lie down inside your home was to expose yourself to its flaws. Most peasants slept in simple cottages built of wattle and daub, sticks plastered with mud and straw. These walls cracked easily, letting in drafts that cut across sleeping bodies. Imagine a family huddled together on a straw mattress, only to feel icy air seeping in through the gaps, like invisible fingers tugging at their blankets. In summer, the same cracks allowed in swarms of insects, buzzing relentlessly as people swatted in frustration. The structure itself was porous, a sieve against nature rather than a shield. Sleep was never isolated from the world outside. It was invaded by it every night. The floors were just as treacherous. Packed earth, sometimes covered with straw, absorbed dampness from the ground. In rainy weather, water seeped upward, creating cold, moist conditions that clung to everything in the room. The straw rotted quickly, and as it did, it attracted fleas, lice, and rats. Imagine lying down, your face inches from the ground, the scent of mold in your nostrils, the sound of creatures moving below. It was a world where the floor you walked on by day became an enemy to your sleep by night. Roofs were equally unreliable. Thatched roofs, made of layered straw or reeds, offered some protection but often leaked during storms. A family could be jolted awake by drops of icy rain landing on their faces, soaking their bedding until it reeked of mildew. Worse, these roofs became havens for birds and insects. Owls nested in them, beetles burrowed through them, and sometimes snakes found their way down. The roof was supposed to guard against the heavens, yet often it felt like a passageway for more nightmares. Even in wealthier homes, comfort was far from guaranteed. Stone castles may seem majestic, but their thick walls turned bedrooms into echo chambers of cold. Imagine a grand hall where the fire struggles to heat the massive space, leaving corners filled with frost. Lords and ladies slept in curtained beds, not for privacy alone, but to trap a small pocket of warmth in the otherwise frigid air. Servants curled up nearby on the floor, relying on cloaks for cover. The architecture was impressive, but the experience was brutal. To live surrounded by stone was to feel its chill in your bones. Urban environments posed different problems. Townhouses pressed close together, separated only by thin wooden walls. Neighbors heard each other's snores, arguments, and prayers. Sleep was communal not only within a family, but across households. Fires were a constant danger, spreading rapidly from one home to another in the night. Families went to bed knowing that at any moment they might be woken not by dawn but by smoke choking their lungs. The very proximity that made towns lively by day made nights perilous. Lighting also influenced sleep in subtle but relentless ways. With no electricity, homes relied on candles or oil lamps. These were expensive, so most families blew them out early. But in doing so, they left themselves in near total darkness, broken only by the moon or a weak fire in the hearth. Darkness amplified every fear. Shapes seemed to move in the corners of rooms, and creaks in the wood felt sinister. Even the noble who could afford more candles risked fire hazards, as flames licked too close to fabric. To light the night was to court danger, to leave it dark was to invite dread. Either way, the environment trapped people in unease. Noise was another hidden culprit woven into the fabric of these homes. Thin walls meant every sound of the outside bled in: barking dogs, drunkards brawling, church bells ringing at odd hours. Inside, rafters creaked, animals shifted, and wind rattled shutters loose. For a child lying awake, each noise carried menace. For adults, each interruption was another reason why sleep remained shallow, broken into fragments. The architecture amplified noise rather than dampening it, turning every cottage or chamber into a sounding board for unrest. Even smells shaped the night. Without chimneys in many peasant homes, smoke from cooking fires lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. Combined with the stench of damp straw, animal waste, and unwashed bodies, the air grew heavy and oppressive. Imagine trying to sleep while your lungs filled with soot, your nose overwhelmed by odors that clung to fabric and hair. Breathing itself became work, and dreams were clouded by the suffocating reminder that comfort was rare. The environment of medieval sleep was a paradox. Homes were built to protect from the elements, yet often let them in. They shielded families from danger, yet introduced new hazards. And the result was a kind of rest that was never fully secure, never fully healing. People learned to adapt, accepting that waking in the middle of the night, drenched in rain, choked by smoke, or startled by noises, was simply part of life. They endured because there was no alternative. What makes this picture even more compelling is how the environment of the home tied into the broader fears of the night. The cracks in the walls let in more than wind. They let in superstition. The rattling shutters were not just wood shifting. They were signs of spirits in the dark. The creaking rafters were not just wood settling. They were omens whispered by the house itself. The environment fed the imagination, amplifying every terror that already haunted medieval minds. And just when you think the hardships of their nights were fully explained by cold walls, leaking roofs, and suffocating smoke, another truth emerges. Even when they managed to find rest, their very dreams became battlegrounds, where comfort dissolved into visions that carried as much weight and fear as waking life itself. Close your eyes and picture a medieval sleeper drifting off, only to wake with the haunting sense that the night had delivered a message. In the Middle Ages, dreams were not idle fantasies of the mind. They were revelations, warnings, or even judgments from beyond. People believed that what unfolded in their sleep carried weight, that their dreams were woven into the very fabric of fate. To dream was to engage in dialogue with forces larger than themselves, whether divine or diabolical. And so, rest itself became inseparable from the meaning extracted from these nocturnal visions. Dream books circulated widely, even among those who could not read. Oral traditions ensured that people knew which images carried which consequences. Dreaming of water might foretell death or disaster, while dreaming of fire could mean purification, passion, or divine wrath. To see animals in a dream was often taken as a sign of betrayal, especially snakes, which were thought to embody treachery. Imagine a peasant waking in the morning after a restless night, replaying images of a black dog in his dreams, and worrying all day that a neighbor or friend might secretly plot against him. Sleep didn't offer escape. It delivered new burdens to carry into the daylight. The clergy had their own interpretations. For monks and priests, dreams could be divine communication, but they could also be snares of the devil. Augustine himself warned that dreams of lust or pleasure were often temptations sent to weaken the soul. A monk who dreamed of sin might wake in terror, convinced that even in unconsciousness he had offended God. Night became a test, not only of endurance, but of virtue. Sleep was not safe ground. It was a battlefield where the soul's loyalty was measured by what it imagined in the dark. Yet, dreams also offered hope. For the sick, visions of healing saints or holy places were cherished as signs of recovery. For the poor, dreams of abundance or bright light could be interpreted as reassurance that God had not abandoned them. Parents comforted children by telling them that dreams of angels meant protection, a fragile shield against the terrors of the night. Even when dreams were disturbing, they were rarely dismissed. Every image, every whisper of memory carried a lesson or omen, and ignoring it was seen as dangerous. Nightmares, however, carried special weight. Waking from a terrifying dream in the pitch black of a medieval room meant more than just a racing heart. It meant suspicion of curses or demonic attack. A woman who dreamed repeatedly of fire might be whispered about in the village, her neighbors fearing she was under the influence of witches. A man who dreamed of coffins or graveyards might be warned that death stalked his household. Fear spread quickly in communities where life was already precarious, and dreams only deepened the sense that danger lurked in every shadow. The fascinating part is how dreams often blurred into waking life. In villages, if someone dreamed of theft and another's food went missing the next day, suspicion fell immediately on the dreamer's vision. Accusations could erupt, families divided, and justice shaped not by evidence, but by dreams. Courts might not have accepted dreams as proof, but communities often did. Sleep was no private matter. It had consequences that reached beyond the bed into fields, markets, and even marriages. There was also something deeply human in how people sought remedies for troubling dreams. Some carried charms or amulets, meant to guard their sleep from false visions. Others recited prayers before bed, asking that only divine messages enter their minds. Herbs like valerian or poppy were burned to encourage peaceful dreams, their scents meant to ward off nightmares. Even bed placement mattered. Some believed lying with one's head to the east invited holy dreams, while facing west risked contact with darker forces. In this way, even the act of lying down became a ritual of alignment, a preparation for the messages to come. Perhaps most striking is how people used dreams to make sense of tragedies they could not otherwise explain. A sudden death in a family might be framed as foreshadowed by a dream, giving meaning to what otherwise felt random and cruel. Dreams allowed them to connect the incomprehensible chaos of plague, famine, or war to a cosmic order, however frightening. The night became not just a time of rest, but a theater for the mind's desperate attempt to weave order into a world that felt endlessly uncertain. And still, dreams were not always solemn. The folklore is filled with humorous tales of dreams gone wrong, like the villager who dreamed of finding treasure, only to dig up nothing but rocks, or the man who claimed to see angels in his sleep, but snored so loudly that his wife insisted no heavenly being would come near him. These comic stories lightened the burden of dream interpretation, reminding people that not every vision was to be feared. Even in their seriousness, medieval sleepers found ways to laugh at the absurdity of their own imagination. What lingers most, though, is the weight people gave to their nightly visions. For us, a dream fades by morning, shrugged off as meaningless. For them, it was a thread in the larger tapestry of life, binding sleep to destiny, turning beds into places of prophecy. Every night carried not just the risk of cold, rats, or thieves, but the possibility of encountering messages from another realm. And just when you think their sleep could not be more burdened, another truth emerges. The night was not only filled with visions, but also with constant interruptions, as medieval bodies were trained to wake, rise, and respond to bells and duties that shattered what little rest they managed to find. Imagine finally sinking into restless medieval sleep, only to be jolted awake by the toll of a church bell echoing through the village. It wasn't a dream, and it wasn't a mistake. For many in the Middle Ages, being woken in the middle of the night was not an accident, but an expectation. Religious life imposed rhythms on sleep, carving the night into sacred intervals. Monks, nuns, and even ordinary villagers were pulled from their beds to pray, chant, or keep watch. Rest was never private. It belonged to the church, to duty, to something greater than the weary body. In monasteries, the disruption was ritualized. The canonical hours dictated when prayers must be recited, and some of these hours fell deep into the night. Monks were summoned by bells to the chapel for matins, often at 2 or 3 in the morning. Picture it, a row of drowsy figures shuffling through dark stone corridors, candles flickering, breath visible in the cold air, their voices rising in chants that echoed off walls and out into the countryside. The sound carried far, sometimes waking nearby villagers who lay in their cottages listening, reminded that the spiritual battle against sin never paused for sleep. But these nocturnal prayers weren't just about piety. They reinforced the belief that vigilance mattered more than comfort, that sleep was secondary to salvation. To stay awake while the rest of the world slumbered was to imitate Christ in the Garden of Gethsemane, keeping watch against the powers of darkness. It was exhausting, yes, but also deeply symbolic. To sleep uninterrupted might have felt like neglecting the soul. The night itself became part of a sacred timetable, a stage where the faithful proved their devotion by denying themselves rest. Ordinary villagers were not required to rise for every canonical hour, but they too felt the interruptions. Bells rang out from parish churches, sometimes rousing entire communities at odd hours. When plague struck or war threatened, special vigils were held, forcing families to wake and gather for collective prayer. Imagine a small village where everyone trudges to the church at midnight, carrying lanterns through misty fields, children rubbing sleep from their eyes, all united by fear and faith. For those people, sleep was always conditional, always ready to be sacrificed at the call of a bell. The interruptions also extended beyond prayer. Night watchmen patrolled towns, calling out the hour or announcing the weather, an odd comfort to some, a nuisance to others. Their shouts reassured citizens that someone was awake to guard against fire or thieves, but they also pierced the fragile veil of slumber. In cities like London or Paris, cries of "all's well" echoed through alleys, ironically ensuring that no one could rest deeply enough to forget danger. The very presence of safety required sleeplessness, and the paradox defined medieval urban nights. Even households developed their own nightly routines of interruption. Parents often rose to check on fires, ensuring embers still glowed to keep the cold at bay. Women woke to nurse babies, while men stirred to tend livestock. These tasks broke the night into fragments, reinforcing a culture of segmented sleep. Rest was not a continuous journey, but a series of pauses between duties. It is no wonder medieval people did not expect long stretches of uninterrupted dreaming. They trained their minds and bodies to accept wakefulness as part of the night's natural order. Sometimes the interruptions bordered on absurd. Imagine a weary peasant finally dozing after hours of work, only to be shaken awake by his wife because the neighbor swore he heard witches circling the village, or a farmer rising at midnight not for prayer, but because his animals were restless, convinced that a wolf prowled too close. Sleep was fragile, easily broken not just by bells or chores, but by superstition, rumor, or sheer paranoia. The medieval night was never fully owned by the sleeper. It was shared with fears, obligations, and forces beyond control. What fascinates modern historians is how natural this seemed to medieval people. Today we see interrupted sleep as a problem, a disorder to be fixed. But for them, it was a rhythm of life. The expectation of being woken made rest lighter, less indulgent. They dozed, knowing the night belonged to many masters. To the church, to the community, to their animals, to their fears. Deep, uninterrupted sleep might have felt not just rare, but suspicious, as if one had neglected duties while the world spun restlessly outside. And yet, within these interruptions, moments of intimacy and reflection emerged. Couples whispered in the hours between bells. Families told stories around rekindled fires. Neighbors exchanged words across yards while the rest of the world lay quiet. The very break in slumber created a space for human connection that daylight rarely allowed. In this sense, the interruptions weren't only burdens, they were opportunities. Night was fragmented, yes, but in those fragments, medieval life revealed its deepest truths. Still, for every tender moment, there was dread. Because interruptions in sleep reminded medieval people that night was never fully theirs. It belonged to rituals, to dangers, to duties that pulled them again and again from rest. And as taxing as this was, the most terrifying reality lay in how these rhythms, fragmented sleep, wakefulness at odd hours, dreams loaded with meaning, blurred the line between body and soul until even the act of lying down carried moral and spiritual weight. For in the medieval world, sleep was not just rest, it was a rehearsal for death, and every interruption reminded them how close the two truly were. Imagine lying in bed in the Middle Ages, staring into the darkness and realizing that every night was a rehearsal for the grave. For medieval people, the connection between sleep and death was more than metaphor. It was a daily reminder that the line between the two was razor thin. To close your eyes was to surrender control, to mimic the stillness of a corpse, and to place your trust in God that you would wake again. Rest was never just physical. It carried moral and spiritual weight. People spoke of sleep as the little death, a dangerous passage in which the soul wandered, vulnerable to both divine messages and demonic snares. This fear transformed the act of going to bed into a ritual. Before lying down, many recited prayers as though preparing for judgment, asking forgiveness for sins in case they never woke again. Imagine a mother whispering the Lord's Prayer over her children as they drifted off, her voice shaky because she knew that disease or accident could steal them away before dawn. Some even confessed aloud to loved ones before sleep, clearing their consciences nightly as if each rest might be their last. Sleep, then, was not indulgence. It was preparation for eternity. The design of beds themselves reflected this view. Coffin-like wooden frames were common, with heavy curtains drawn around them to shut out drafts, but also to mimic the enclosure of burial. To modern eyes, these enclosed beds seem cozy, almost luxurious. But for medieval sleepers, slipping inside was like stepping into a chamber of trial, where one might rise again in the morning, or not at all. In fact, many funeral sermons explicitly compared death to climbing into bed, urging listeners to see their nightly rest as practice for the final sleep. What we see as comfort, they saw as symbolism. Dreams reinforced this connection. To dream of the dead was thought to mean that spirits were reaching out, calling or warning the living. Families often woke trembling after such visions, convinced that a death was imminent. A dream of one's own burial, meanwhile, might be seen as a prophecy, forcing the dreamer to fast or pray fervently the next day in hopes of delaying fate. Sleep did not only mimic death, it delivered glimpses of it, fueling the fear that the veil between worlds was thinnest when the body lay still. The frailty of life in the Middle Ages only heightened this anxiety. Plague, famine, childbirth, and war meant that death was always close at hand. A healthy man could go to bed after a feast and fail to wake, struck down by sudden fever. An infant might die quietly in the night, discovered cold in the morning. These tragedies reinforced the belief that slumber and death were kin, two stages of the same journey. The body lay inert, the breath slowed, and the soul seemed to hover. To sleep was to practice surrender, and to die was to continue it. Clergy emphasized this connection in their preaching. Monks were told to sleep with humility, as though already lying in a grave. Manuals advised Christians to prepare for bed as you would prepare for death, reminding them that the act of lying down should be done with piety, not indulgence. It is no wonder that some saints were celebrated for sleeping on bare floors or wooden boards, training themselves to embrace discomfort as practice for the tomb. Sleep became penitential, a chance to imitate mortality while still alive. Even language carried the link. Phrases like rest in peace had roots in this medieval worldview, blurring the line between nightly rest and eternal rest. Songs and lullabies for children often reminded them not only to sleep well, but to stay pure, for death might come in the night. Parents tucked their children in with blessings that doubled as final farewells. Imagine the weight of that. Every goodnight kiss was shadowed by the possibility that it might be the last. The fragility of their world infused bedtime with gravity we can barely imagine today. And yet, for all the fear, there was also a strange comfort. If sleep was a rehearsal for death, then each morning was a kind of resurrection. To wake again was proof of God's mercy, a small triumph over the grave. Families gave thanks not only for the day, but for the simple fact of waking at all. Morning prayers brimmed with gratitude, the act of rising from bed itself becoming a symbol of hope. Death might lurk at night, but life greeted them with the dawn, and this rhythm of fear and relief defined their relationship with rest. The connection between sleep and death also shaped art and literature. Tomb effigies often depicted the deceased lying as though asleep, their hands folded as if in prayer before bed. Poems compared the stillness of the sleeper to that of the corpse, weaving theology and daily experience together. Even lullabies carried an edge of morbidity, soothing children with promises of safety while quietly acknowledging that death was always near. Sleep was woven into culture as a mirror of mortality, a daily rehearsal for the inevitable. What lingers most about this worldview is its paradox. Sleep was dreaded as a shadow of death, yet cherished as preparation for salvation. It was both terror and comfort, both trial and gift. Medieval people lived in a world where the boundary between life and death was paper thin, and nowhere was that more palpable than in the bedchamber. To us, sleep is a retreat into softness. To them, it was a nightly confrontation with their deepest fears. And just when you think their nights could not be more burdened with meaning, another truth emerges. The very communities they lived in also shaped how they slept, turning the act of rest into something shared, public, and deeply social. Imagine walking through a medieval village at dusk, the sun sinking behind the fields, the sound of animals fading as doors are bolted shut. Night did not belong to individuals, it belonged to communities. Sleep was not a private act, hidden behind thick walls or locked doors, but a collective experience shaped by neighbors, families, and shared rituals. In a world where survival depended on cooperation, rest itself became social, influenced as much by custom and community as by comfort. To fall asleep in the Middle Ages was to surrender not just to darkness, but to the invisible web of expectations binding every household together. Families often shared not only rooms, but beds. Parents, children, grandparents, and sometimes even servants all slept in the same space, their bodies pressed together on straw mattresses or wooden platforms. Privacy was unheard of. Imagine the sounds of 5 or 6 people breathing, shifting, whispering prayers, or groaning with aches in the dark. Children listened to their parents' conversations as they drifted off, absorbing not lullabies, but the murmurs of adult fears and village gossip. The intimacy of such arrangements created a sense of belonging, but also of exposure. No dream, no sigh, no midnight stirrings went unnoticed. Rest was communal, and so was its disruption. Inns and lodgings amplified this phenomenon. Travelers shared beds with strangers, their nights filled with the scent of unfamiliar bodies, the jangle of coin purses hidden beneath pillows, and the awkward shuffle of limbs pressed too closely together. One man's snore became another's alarm. One drunkard's late arrival meant the entire bed stirred awake. Trust was fragile in these conditions. To close your eyes beside someone you did not know required faith, or exhaustion so deep that fear was drowned out. Stories abound of thieves slipping into shared beds, earning the trust of fellow travelers, only to vanish by morning with their belongings. Sleep in public spaces was always a gamble, but it wasn't just beds that were shared. It was the responsibility of guarding the night. Communities often organized night watches, with men taking turns patrolling the village or town. For those off duty, the sound of a neighbor's footsteps outside or the distant call of a watchman was both reassurance and intrusion. Imagine lying awake, hearing a voice cry, "All's well," in the darkness. For some, it was comforting, proof that danger was being kept at bay. For others, it was a disruption that reminded them danger was close enough to require vigilance. Sleep was never fully detached from the duties of others, and the community's safety shaped the individual's rest. Even spiritual life made sleep social. Midnight vigils or bells summoned not just monks, but entire communities on special occasions. A plague sweeping through town might prompt a collective night of prayer, everyone crowding into the church with lanterns, children asleep on benches while priests chanted into the early hours. In such moments, sleep was postponed for the sake of unity. Rest became a sacrifice made together, a communal act of piety that reinforced bonds even as it deepened exhaustion. Nights were as much about collective endurance as individual recovery. There were also social expectations about when and how to sleep. To stay awake too long after curfew was suspicious. What honest business could one have in the dark? A light seen burning in a window might spark rumors of witchcraft, forbidden meetings, or sinful behavior. Neighbors watched each other, and restlessness became a moral issue. At the same time, to sleep too deeply, ignoring bells or alarms, could be seen as laziness or negligence. Even slumber was judged by community standards, with the sleeper's reputation tied to how they balanced vigilance and rest. Noise tied these social threads together. Thin walls and packed streets meant that a fight in one home became everyone's business, that a baby's cries kept entire households awake, that drunken singing from a tavern reached the ears of every villager nearby. Sleep was shared not just physically, but orally. The whole community lay in the same soundscape, each person's rest woven into the rhythm of others' lives. To live in the Middle Ages was to sleep in chorus, whether harmonious or chaotic. The social nature of sleep also revealed divisions. Wealthier families separated themselves with thicker walls, larger houses, and more private chambers, while the poor remained bound to communal arrangements. Castles offered great halls where servants and soldiers sprawled in rows, while nobles retreated behind curtains into smaller, warmer spaces. Even in rest, class distinctions were visible. Yet even lords and ladies relied on their communities. Servants to tend fires, guards to patrol walls, priests to pray for their souls. No one truly slept alone. What makes this all so striking is how different it feels from our modern obsession with privacy. Today, we build walls, buy noise machines, and demand personal space to sleep well. For medieval people, the opposite was true. Sleep was a shared resource, a vulnerable state managed collectively. Security, warmth, and even morality were bound to the group. To rest meant to trust others, to depend on their vigilance, their prayers, their labor, and in turn to fail at one's duty, to snore too loudly, to fall asleep on watch, to ignore the bell, was to fail the community. This web of social expectations gave medieval knights a unique tension. To fall asleep was to surrender not only to nature, but to others, to trust in their honesty, their strength, their faith. Every night was a reminder of interconnectedness, of how fragile safety was, and of how deeply survival depended on sharing burdens. And yet, even with this fragile trust, medieval people could never forget the constant background presence of danger, for the night was still filled with shadows, some human, some spiritual, all ready to break the thin thread of rest at any moment. Imagine the medieval night stretched long and heavy, with hours of darkness that seemed endless in the depths of winter. Artificial light was scarce, fragile, and costly. To modern eyes, the absence of electricity is hard to fathom. We flood our rooms with brightness at the flick of a switch. But for medieval people, light itself was a precious commodity, rationed carefully and surrounded by risk. Sleep, in many ways, was dictated not only by fatigue, but by the presence or absence of flame. To rest in darkness was to surrender to fear, while to keep the light burning was to gamble with fire. Candles were the most common source of light, but they were far from abundant. Made of tallow, rendered animal fat, they smoked, sputtered, and gave off an acrid odor that clung to walls and bedding. Only the wealthy could afford beeswax candles, which burned cleanly and brightly. For peasants, a single candle might have to last an entire week, saved only for essential tasks. Imagine a family sitting together in a cottage, the single flame flickering weakly, shadows stretching monstrously across the walls, children squinting as their parents whispered prayers. The candle was not simply light, it was a symbol of hope against the encroaching dark. Oil lamps offered another option, but they required fuel, usually olive oil or fish oil, which was expensive in many regions. These lamps smoked heavily, filling rooms with the sharp scent of burning fat. The dim pools of light they cast were often just enough to move around, not enough to read or work by. For the majority of people, nighttime tasks were impossible without daylight. Once the fire dwindled, the house belonged to shadows. In this way, the rhythm of sleep was dictated by firewood, wax, and oil. Without them, darkness was absolute, and absolute darkness was terrifying. The greatest risk of light, however, was fire itself. Candles tipped easily, lamps spilled, and flames caught on straw mats, wooden beams, and wool blankets. Entire villages could be destroyed by a single spark in the night. Families went to bed with caution, blowing out their candles and praying the embers in the hearth would not flare into catastrophe. Fire was both protector and predator, its glow a comfort while it burned, its danger a nightmare when left unchecked. It is no wonder that people often preferred to sleep in darkness despite their fear of it. Safety demanded sacrifice, and sacrifice meant surrendering to the shadows. But darkness was never silent. In the absence of light, sounds grew sharper, more menacing. The scurry of rats seemed louder, the creak of timber more sinister. Shapes blurred into shifting forms, imagination filling gaps left by failing sight. A tree branch tapping against the window could become the hand of a witch, while the hoot of an owl might signal death. Light, even a weak flame, gave shape to the night. Without it, the night became an enemy. For children especially, the extinguishing of candles was a moment of dread, when the room they knew became haunted by everything they feared. For wealthier households, light shaped social rituals. In castles, servants carried torches to guide lords and ladies to their chambers. Bedchambers were lit briefly while the nobility undressed and prayed, before flames were snuffed to preserve fuel. The final moments of light carried symbolism. The extinguishing of the candle was a signal of surrender, a reminder that even the most powerful were helpless in the dark. Some noble families even staged rituals where candles were passed from hand to hand before being blown out, a symbolic gesture of humility before sleep. Light was not just practical, it was ceremonial. Monasteries treated light differently still. The rule of St. Benedict encouraged simplicity, which meant monks often lived with minimal candles or lamps. When they woke at night for prayer, they carried lanterns through cloisters, the glow casting long, eerie shadows on stone walls. The flicker of these lights in vast, cold chapels created an atmosphere both holy and haunting, where darkness was not merely absence, but a canvas for divine mystery. For them, the lack of light was not to be feared, but to be embraced as part of spiritual discipline. In their silence and shadows, the divine was thought to speak more clearly. Even festivals and traditions were shaped by the balance of light and darkness. Candlemas, celebrated in February, marked not just a religious feast, but the blessing of candles for the year ahead. Families brought their precious lights to church, seeking protection from storms, sickness, and the terrors of night. The symbolism was powerful. Candles represented Christ's light in a world otherwise drowned in darkness. Villagers left with a sense that their fragile flames were not merely tools, but weapons against both physical and spiritual dangers of the night. Yet for all these rituals, the darkness always won. Once the candles were out, night fell heavy and unbroken. The stars provided some relief, but clouded skies left villages in pitch black. Moonlight could transform fields into silver landscapes, but it could also fuel superstitions. Werewolves, witches, and restless spirits were said to thrive under its glow. Sleep was caught between two fears: the fear of fire if you left a candle burning, and the fear of darkness if you didn't. Medieval life forced people to choose which terror they preferred to endure. And this is perhaps the most striking truth. Light, for medieval people, was not ordinary but extraordinary. Every flicker of a flame carried weight, every candle was a treasure, every spark a danger. Sleep, therefore, was never just the absence of waking, but the delicate dance between fire and shadow, security and peril. And if the scarcity of light was not enough to burden their rest, there was yet another challenge: the unpredictability of time itself. For medieval sleepers had no clocks to govern their rhythms, relying instead on bells, instincts, and the natural cycle of day and night to dictate when slumber began and ended. Imagine closing your eyes in a medieval bed, with no clock on the wall, no alarm set on a nightstand, and no glowing digits to tell you how much time is left until dawn. In the Middle Ages, the concept of time was both rigid and fluid, dictated not by personal preference but by bells, the cycle of the sun, and the demands of community life. Sleep did not follow the steady, mechanical rhythm that governs our nights today. Instead, it was fractured, instinctive, and often shaped by forces outside the sleeper's control. To drift into slumber was to surrender not only to fatigue, but to a world where time itself was elusive. The most consistent timekeepers were church bells. From monasteries to small parish towers, bells rang out through the night, announcing canonical hours, matins, lauds prime, and marking moments when prayer was required. Imagine lying half asleep and hearing a bell shatter the silence, its echo rolling through the village like a summons from heaven. For monks, it meant rising immediately, no matter how exhausted, to file into a cold chapel. For villagers, the bells were reminders of spiritual duty and divine order, even if they did not stir from bed. The night was punctuated by sound, carving time into sacred intervals that shaped rest whether one wanted it or not. But bells were not the only markers. The natural world was equally important. The crowing of roosters, the phases of the moon, and even the movement of stars guided people's sense of time. Farmers often woke long before dawn, using the faint glow of moonlight to begin chores. Sailors at sea measured time by constellations, their eyes trained to track hours by shifting patterns in the sky. For ordinary sleepers, this meant that rest was flexible, tied to nature's cues rather than rigid schedules. A cloudy night that hid the stars or muffled the rooster's call might stretch or shorten the sense of night in ways that blurred the very idea of time itself. And then there was the strange practice of segmented sleep. Medieval people often spoke of a first sleep and second sleep, divided by a period of wakefulness in the middle of the night. During this time, people might pray, meditate, stoke fires, even visit neighbors. The waking interval was so common that it barely needed explanation in manuscripts. Imagine rising from bed at midnight, not troubled by insomnia, but treating it as an ordinary pause, a chance to check the animals or share quiet conversation. Sleep was not a single block, but a rhythm, a dance, with time that made the night feel longer, deeper, and more fragmented. This fluidity also meant that sleep was often dictated by work and necessity. Bakers, for instance, rose in the middle of the night to knead dough so bread would be ready by dawn. Blacksmiths sometimes worked at odd hours when furnaces needed to be maintained. Guards on city walls rotated shifts, their sleep fractured into scraps whenever they were off duty. For these people, time was not a luxury. It was a burden that dictated rest in awkward, incomplete pieces. The body adapted to what life demanded, not the other way around. Wealth created its own distortions of time. Nobles and castles had more freedom to sleep late into the morning, their obligations cushioned by servants who managed early chores. Yet even they were bound to the rhythm of bells and daylight, their nights often filled with feasts or vigils that stretched into dawn. Contrast this with peasants who had no such luxury. For them, the rising sun was the ultimate alarm, forcing them into fields regardless of how much rest they had managed. Time in the Middle Ages was not evenly distributed. It was stratified, experienced differently depending on one's station. What fascinates modern historians is how this perception of time made sleep less anxious than ours in some ways and more in others. Today, we fret about not getting 8 hours, watching the clock with rising panic when we can't fall asleep. A medieval sleeper, by contrast, expected to wake multiple times, expected to nap when possible, and accepted that the night was not uniform. Yet the anxiety of their era was different. Every toll of a bell or cock's crow reminded them that life was structured by forces they could not control, that time itself was borrowed, fleeting, and deeply fragile. Time also played into superstition. Certain hours were believed to be more dangerous than others. The so-called witching hour, when demons roamed most freely, was often thought to fall between midnight and 3 in the morning. Waking during these hours was terrifying, as dreams bled into waking fears. Villagers whispered of spirits who visited at specific times of night, their appearances as predictable as the moon. Sleep was not just tied to time, it was haunted by it, as if the hours themselves carried different weights and dangers. Even leisure was bound by time. Festivals and celebrations often extended deep into the night, breaking the usual order and filling the darkness with music, drinking, and laughter. On these occasions, sleep was sacrificed in favor of community joy, though the aftermath was often brutal, with labor waiting the next morning regardless of how little rest had been had. These disruptions show how elastic medieval sleep could be, easily abandoned when social life demanded it, but always caught up later in stolen naps or shorter cycles. Perhaps the most telling detail is that medieval people lived without the relentless ticking of clocks that governs us today. Mechanical clocks existed in some monasteries and cities, but they were rare, unreliable, and inaccessible to most. For ordinary villagers, time was something felt rather than measured, experienced through sound, sight, and ritual. Sleep flowed within that framework, unpolished and imperfect, but deeply human. And this is what makes the medieval relationship to time so compelling. It reveals how sleep was not about efficiency or health, but about survival and meaning. Every bell, every rooster's crow, every waking interval reminded people that rest was never separate from duty, nature, or God. Their nights were elastic, fragmented, and full of interruptions, but they accepted this as the order of things. And just when you think their struggle with time was the greatest burden, another truth surfaces. Their very dreams and nights of unrest were not only shaped by hours and duties, but also by the fear that the supernatural itself prowled the darkness, waiting to twist their sleep into terror. Imagine lying in a medieval bed, wrapped in heavy blankets, with the fire fading low and shadows stretching long across the walls. The house is quiet, the village still, but your heart beats faster because you know the night is not only home to sleep. For medieval people, darkness was alive with the supernatural. Witches, demons, ghosts, and restless spirits were believed to roam when the sun dipped below the horizon. To close your eyes was to risk being visited, tormented, or marked by forces that no lock or latch could keep out. Sleep was not just fragile, it was vulnerable, a threshold between the living and the unseen. The fear of witchcraft shaped how people approached their nights. Villagers whispered that witches flew at night, meeting under the moon to curse livestock, sour milk, or bring illness into homes. A sudden nightmare was not dismissed as bad digestion, but explained as the result of a witch's spell. People swore they had woken to find an invisible weight pressing on their chest, leaving them unable to move. Today we call it sleep paralysis. But in the medieval imagination, it was the night hag, a demonic figure sent by witches to suffocate sleepers. Imagine waking in a smoky room, heart pounding, certain that something unseen sat upon you. The terror was more real to them than the bed beneath their bodies. Demons were thought to be even more insidious. The church warned constantly of their power, teaching that the devil prowled most fiercely after nightfall. To sleep without saying prayers was to invite his minions into your dreams. Incubi and succubi, demons who assaulted men and women in their sleep, were feared not only for their violation but for the shame they left behind. A monk who dreamed of temptation might believe he had sinned, his soul corrupted by forces that slipped in when his guard was down. To sleep was not only to rest, it was to risk moral failure, a battlefield where even unconsciousness could condemn you. Ghosts added another layer of dread. The medieval night was full of tales of the dead returning to the living, especially those who had died violently or without proper rites. Villagers swore they heard footsteps on empty roads, saw flickering forms in the fields, or felt icy hands brush their faces while they slept. A dream of a deceased relative was not seen as memory but as visitation, a message that demanded interpretation. Beds became places where the living might be confronted by the unsettled dead, and every creak of the rafters could be the sound of someone long buried trying to return. Superstitions arose to defend against these unseen terrors. Iron was believed to repel evil, so people placed knives or scissors beneath their pillows. Crosses were carved into bed frames or scratched onto doorways, invisible shields against the darkness. Herbs like St. John's wort, sage, and lavender were stuffed into mattresses or hung above beds to drive away demons and witches alike. Even the position of the sleeper mattered. Lying on your back was said to invite spirits to press down on your chest, while sleeping on your side was thought to offer more protection. Every detail of the night was charged with meaning, a fragile attempt to outwit forces that could not be seen. The community's imagination reinforced these fears. If a child died suddenly in the night, it was said a witch had visited the home. If cattle sickened after a restless evening, villagers believed demons had stalked the barn. Rumors spread quickly, and those accused of witchcraft or devilry often had no way to defend themselves. Nightmares and sleepless nights could condemn a neighbor, turning private terror into public accusation. Sleep was never purely personal. It was woven into the social fabric, carrying consequences that rippled far beyond the bed. Even the natural world was interpreted through this lens. The hoot of an owl was thought to signal death, its cry echoing like a curse. Bats flitting through the rafters were seen as witches' familiars spying for their masters. A sudden gust of wind rattling the shutters was not dismissed as weather, but feared as the breath of a passing spirit. The night carried sounds and signs that fed into the medieval imagination, transforming ordinary disturbances into evidence of supernatural activity. To sleep was to lie still in a world where every noise hinted at unseen visitors. Yet, for all this fear, people found ways to reclaim the night. Night prayers were whispered as armor for the soul, invoking saints and angels to keep watch while the body surrendered to rest. Holy relics were kept close, small objects believed to radiate divine power strong enough to repel demons. Families blessed their beds before sleeping, crossing themselves and murmuring words of protection. These rituals did not erase the fear, but they offered a measure of comfort, a fragile light against the immensity of the dark. What is most striking is how deeply these beliefs shaped medieval sleep. Rest was never neutral. It was charged with cosmic significance, a nightly gamble between salvation and damnation, between safety and haunting. To drift into dreams was to step into contested territory, where witches, demons, and spirits might all claim a place beside you. And even if one survived the night untouched, the very architecture of fear ensured that sleep was rarely peaceful. It was restless, watchful, and heavy with meaning. And just when you think the medieval night could not be more burdened, with cold, rats, disease, superstition, and supernatural dread, another truth emerges. Not all fear came from what lay beyond the body. Sometimes, the most haunting enemy of medieval sleep was the body itself, betraying its owner with pain, illness, or cravings that turned rest into another endless struggle. Imagine a medieval peasant dragging himself to bed after a day spent in the fields, body aching from sunrise to sunset labor, only to discover that his greatest obstacle to sleep was not rats, witches, or demons, but his own body. Pain, hunger, and illness were constant companions, turning rest into an uneasy bargain. Sleep was meant to restore strength, but in the Middle Ages, it was often disrupted by the body's betrayals, leaving people trapped between exhaustion and discomfort. To close your eyes was no guarantee of peace. It was often an invitation for suffering to speak louder in the silence of night. Hunger was one of the most persistent interruptions. For many peasants, food was scarce and meals were meager. A thin soup of grains or vegetables might be all a family had before bed, leaving stomachs growling through the night. Children woke, crying not from nightmares but from hunger pangs, their rest shattered by the emptiness in their bellies. Adults lay awake with the same gnawing discomfort, sometimes chewing on crusts of stale bread kept under pillows in a futile attempt to quiet the ache. Hunger made sleep shallow, fragmented, and restless. And for those who lived through famines, the bed itself became a cruel stage where the body's needs shouted louder than the will to rest. Illness added another layer of torment. Fevers caused by infections left people sweating under heavy blankets, their bodies alternating between chills and unbearable heat. Coughs rattled through cottages at night, disturbing not only the sick, but entire families who shared the same space. Without medicine to ease symptoms, people endured their suffering in bed, praying for relief that often never came. Even minor injuries festered, turning sleep into agony. A cut from farm tools could swell with infection, throbbing through the night, each movement pressing pain deeper. For medieval sleepers, The bed was often not a refuge, but a reminder of the body's fragility. Chronic conditions, such as arthritis or gout, also robbed many of rest. Laborers developed twisted joints and aching backs from endless physical strain, while nobles, feasting on rich foods and wine, often suffered from gout that left them unable to find comfort even on feather mattresses. Imagine a man lying awake with swollen feet throbbing, shifting endlessly to find a position that dulled the pain, knowing dawn would demand another day of toil regardless. The body did not forgive easily in the Middle Ages, and the nights carried the toll of every day's work. Parasites compounded these struggles. Worms, lice, and fleas not only disgusted, but actively disturbed sleep. Intestinal parasites caused stomach cramps and restlessness, while lice and fleas made blankets itch unbearably. People scratched until their skin broke, blood spotting already filthy bedding. Parents checked their children for bites and sores, but there was little they could do beyond brushing straw and hoping for fewer infestations. To fall asleep scratching was normal. To wake with bleeding welts was expected. It was misery made mundane, a cycle so ingrained in daily life that people accepted it as natural. Women faced additional burdens. Pregnancy and childbirth brought their own sleepless nights. Expectant mothers lay awake with discomfort from swollen bellies or cramps, and after childbirth, they endured sleepless nights nursing infants while recovering from the trauma of labor. Complications were common, and many women lived with lingering pain or illness that made every attempt at rest another confrontation with their body's fragility. Husbands, too, were drawn into these restless nights, their slumber broken by the cries of infants or the groans of wives suffering in silence. Family life revolved around survival, and sleep was always secondary. Superstition colored these physical struggles, transforming natural bodily discomfort into signs of moral or spiritual danger. A restless night from indigestion might be interpreted as punishment for gluttony. Pain that flared at midnight could be explained as a curse or demonic attack. The boundary between physical suffering and supernatural fear was porous, and the two often reinforced one another. To lie awake with a stomachache was not just misery, it was a reason to fear that one's soul, as well as body, was under siege. The communal nature of medieval life made these struggles even more pronounced. A single person's cough or feverish tossing infected the sleep of everyone else in the room. Families shared not only space, but symptoms, as illnesses spread quickly in close quarters. To live with others meant to share not just warmth, but discomfort, the body's failings echoing from one sleeper to another. What should have been restorative rest often became collective suffering. What is most striking is how medieval people adapted to these hardships. They accepted fragmented sleep, waking often to tend to their bodies or their loved ones, then drifting back into shallow rest. Remedies were crude but creative. Herbal infusions of valerian or chamomile, poultices to draw out infection, or charms to ward off what they could not explain. None of it cured the root problems, but it gave people enough comfort to survive another night. Survival, not serenity, was the true goal of medieval rest. And yet, even with all these struggles, people still found ways to rise at dawn and face the relentless demands of their world. Pain, hunger, and illness never fully claimed their strength, though they shadowed every night. It is here we see the resilience of medieval sleepers. They endured the betrayals of their own bodies, carried by faith, by ritual, and by the sheer necessity of survival. But their struggle with rest was not only personal, it was shaped by culture itself, by the expectations, rituals, and beliefs of a society that defined what sleep should mean. And so, beyond the body's pain, another force waited in the dark, the weight of religious and moral duties that transformed even the act of lying down into a spiritual trial. Imagine lowering yourself into a medieval bed, not simply to rest your weary body, but to step into a space charged with religious and moral weight. For medieval people, sleep was never just a natural act. It was a spiritual duty, a practice framed by prayers, rituals, and constant reminders of sin and salvation. To fall asleep without preparing the soul was seen as reckless, even dangerous, because the night was not guaranteed to end in waking. Each slumber was a rehearsal for judgment, and every bedchamber doubled as a kind of chapel where faith and fear collided. The first act before sleep was prayer. Families gathered, sometimes kneeling beside straw pallets, sometimes standing together in noble chambers, reciting familiar verses. The "now I lay me down to sleep" rhyme we know today has echoes of these older practices. Medieval prayers asked God to protect the sleeper from demons, to forgive sins committed during the day, and to grant safe passage until morning. Children were taught to cross themselves before closing their eyes, a gesture not of comfort, but of defense. Imagine the quiet intensity of a family whispering psalms in the flickering glow of a dying fire, each word spoken as if it might be their last. But beyond personal prayer, the Church dictated the framework of sleep itself. Monks rose at prescribed hours, their rest carved into fragments by the ringing of bells that marked canonical prayers. Lay people, too, were told to remain vigilant even in bed. Manuals of confession reminded believers that lustful dreams could stain the soul, that unguarded thoughts in sleep revealed weakness. To wake with a guilty heart was to carry proof that one's faith was fragile. Sleep, then, was not neutral. It was a mirror of the soul's state, a nightly test of discipline even when consciousness had slipped away. This moral charge extended to the simplest bodily functions. To oversleep was considered sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, and it carried not only social shame but spiritual danger. Monks wrote scathingly about men who lingered too long under blankets, calling them servants of the devil. Villagers who failed to rise for morning mass were gossiped about as lazy, their reputation tarnished by what looked like indulgence. Even the poor, who worked from dawn to dusk, were expected to frame their rest with humility, never letting sleep appear as luxury. In a society obsessed with salvation, too much comfort in bed could itself be condemned. And yet, there were moments when rest became an act of devotion rather than sin. Saints were often praised for their harsh sleeping habits, resting on bare floors, using stones for pillows, or deliberately waking through the night to pray. Their deprivation became proof of holiness, a rejection of bodily weakness in favor of spiritual vigilance. Ordinary people imitated these practices in small ways. Some fasted from comfort by removing blankets in winter. Others kept vigil on holy nights, sacrificing sleep to align themselves with the divine. The bed became a battleground where salvation was either nurtured or risked. Rituals of protection reflected this anxiety. Holy relics were placed under pillows, psalms were sung aloud before lying down, and charms were hung from bed frames to repel demons. Households sprinkled holy water near entrances to keep evil spirits from slipping inside at night. Even the act of extinguishing a candle carried symbolic meaning. To snuff out flame without prayer was said to leave the soul vulnerable, as though darkness itself might swallow it whole. Each gesture before bed was both practical and spiritual, a ritualized defense against dangers seen and unseen. But it wasn't only about defending the soul, it was also about shaping behavior. Parents used religion as a tool to regulate children's sleep. Stories of angels watching the good and demons waiting for the disobedient made bedtime more than a household rule. It was a moral lesson. A child who resisted sleep risked not only a parent's scolding, but the wrath of supernatural forces. In this way, sleep became part of moral education, woven into the fabric of discipline and faith. The church also linked dreams directly to morality. Visions of heaven were celebrated as blessings, while dreams of lust or violence were treated as warnings. Confessors might even ask about troubling dreams, interpreting them as signs of hidden sins. Imagine waking in the morning unsettled by a strange dream, only to find that it was not merely private, but subject to spiritual scrutiny. Sleep extended beyond the body into the soul, every vision judged as either divine or diabolical. What makes this worldview most striking is its weight on ordinary people. For a medieval farmer exhausted after a day in the fields, rest might have been the only relief available. Yet even in that small refuge, he was reminded that his soul was on trial. A woman lying down after childbirth might whisper prayers not only for her recovery but for forgiveness in case she never woke. The fragility of life made every bedtime a moment of spiritual reckoning. In this sense, medieval sleep was less about restoration and more about readiness, for dawn, for judgment, for eternity. And so, when we think of their nights, we must imagine not just the rats, the cold, and the fear of thieves, but also the immense moral weight pressing down on every sleeper. They lay in their beds with hearts heavy from confession, minds filled with prayers, and souls caught between dread and hope. Sleep was never simply sleep. It was a ritual, a duty, a reminder that even in rest, one could not escape the eyes of God. And just when it seems their burden could not be heavier, another truth comes to light. The way medieval culture entwined sleep with death itself, making every night a rehearsal for the eternal rest that awaited beyond the final dawn. Imagine a medieval villager settling into bed after a day of toil, whispering a prayer not only for a good night's rest, but for the strength to face the greater truth that sleep was considered a rehearsal for death. To close one's eyes was to mimic the stillness of a corpse, to surrender control of the body and the soul alike. In the medieval imagination, each night carried the shadow of mortality, a reminder that one might not wake with the morning sun. The bed was not simply a place of comfort. It was a symbolic coffin, a place where the living practiced the art of dying. This association was deeply woven into the culture. Preachers constantly reminded the faithful that death came like a thief in the night, unexpected and merciless. To go to sleep unprepared, without confession or prayer, was to risk eternal damnation. Imagine lying down on damp straw, the echoes of a sermon still fresh in your ears, repeating words of contrition, not just to soothe your conscience, but because you feared your breath might stop before dawn. The ritual of prayer before bed was not optional. It was survival, a spiritual shield against the possibility of never opening your eyes again. Even the language of the time reflected this connection. Sleep was often called the little death, a phrase that blurred the line between nightly rest and eternal rest. Tomb effigies frequently depicted the dead lying peacefully as though asleep, their hands folded just like those of a person settling for the night. Funerary art and bedtime rituals mirrored each other so closely that the acts became indistinguishable. To die was to sleep forever. To sleep was to borrow for a few hours the stillness of death. The imagery reinforced itself daily, embedding mortality into the very rhythm of rest. Dreams, too, carried this heavy symbolism. People believed that dreams of coffins, graveyards, or departed relatives were warnings of imminent death. To dream of one's own burial was terrifying, a prophecy that demanded urgent prayer and fasting the next day. Even benign dreams could be reinterpreted as signals of the soul's wanderings in dangerous territory. A restless night filled with nightmares might be viewed as evidence that death was drawing closer. Imagine waking at midnight, heart pounding from a dream of shadowy figures, and wondering if you had just glimpsed the afterlife. The fragility of medieval life gave these beliefs sharp edges. Plague, famine, and war made sudden death an everyday reality. A child could fall ill in the evening and be gone by morning. A farmer might collapse in the fields, never to return home. The unpredictability of death made every night a gamble, every sleep an uncertain crossing. People prepared themselves with nightly rituals, reciting confessions, placing holy relics under pillows, or drawing the sign of the cross over their beds. These acts were not quaint traditions. They were urgent defenses against the ultimate enemy. Monastic communities embraced this perspective even more intensely. Monks slept on hard boards or thin mats, deliberately imitating the discomfort of a grave. Some even wore their habits to bed, believing it was best to always be dressed for death. The nightly summons to prayer reinforced the idea that sleep was temporary, fragile, and always overshadowed by eternity. To them, waking was a kind of resurrection, proof that God had granted them another chance to serve. Their routines made explicit what ordinary villagers felt instinctively. Each night was a rehearsal for the final silence. What is striking is how this mindset permeated even the smallest details of daily life. Parents tucked their children in with blessings that doubled as farewells, whispering hopes for protection through the night. Husbands and wives exchanged prayers before lying down, knowing that one of them might not rise again. To us, bedtime rituals are comforting. To them, they were both comforting and solemn, carrying the weight of potential finality. Each kiss goodnight carried the shadow of death's possibility. Yet there was also comfort in this perspective. If sleep mirrored death, then waking each morning mirrored resurrection. The dawn was more than light. It was renewal, proof of divine mercy. Families gave thanks not just for the day ahead, but for the simple miracle of opening their eyes again. This daily rhythm of dying and rising created a cycle of gratitude and humility. For medieval people, life was fragile, but every morning was a victory over the night, a temporary triumph over death's hold. Even art and literature carried this theme. Poems compared the silence of sleepers to the stillness of graves. Religious texts urged believers to sleep as if you were to die and wake as if reborn. Carvings of reclining saints reminded the faithful that holy death was simply a continuation of holy sleep. The bed and the coffin, the candle and the vigil, the sigh of rest and the sigh of the dying, these were all intertwined, shaping how people understood not only their nights, but their entire existence. And so, when we imagine a medieval sleeper, we must imagine more than a weary body collapsing into bed. We must picture someone lying still with the awareness that rest was practice for eternity, that every breath might be the last. Sleep was both comfort and confrontation, a nightly reminder that life was fragile and death inevitable. And just when it seems their nights could not be more burdened by symbolism, another reality emerges. The way communities gathered around death and mourning itself often mirrored the rituals of nightly rest, binding together sleep, society, and the finality of the grave in ways that defined the very fabric of medieval life. Imagine a medieval village plunged into mourning, the church bells tolling slowly as the community gathered to mark the passing of one of their own. Death was never private in the Middle Ages. It was a collective experience, and just as sleep was shared within households, death was shared by entire communities. Funerals, vigils, and mourning rituals reflected not only grief, but also deep cultural ties between rest, death, and the afterlife. To watch someone die was to confront the nightly rehearsal of sleep transformed into permanence. To bury them was to enact rituals that echoed the prayers spoken every evening before bed. The first moments after death were saturated with ritual. Families closed the eyes of the deceased, mimicking the act of sleep, while candles were lit at the bedside to guard the soul on its journey. The body was washed and dressed in clean garments, often simple white linen, to symbolize purity and readiness for eternal rest. For nobles or clergy, the process was more elaborate. Ornate robes, precious relics tucked into hands, or symbols of office placed alongside them. The act was more than preparation for burial. It was a cultural affirmation that the bed of sleep and the bed of death were one and the same, both requiring care, reverence, and spiritual readiness. The wake or vigil often lasted through the night. Neighbors and relatives gathered to pray, sing hymns, and share stories of the deceased. Imagine the dim glow of candles flickering over faces, the sound of whispered prayers blending with the crackle of a hearth, the body lying still as though only asleep. Children peered nervously, watching adults keep vigil, learning through ritual that death was not only an end but a passage. These vigils blurred the line between sleep and eternity. their very structure echoing the broken nights people endured routinely, half spent resting, half spent in wakefulness and prayer. For communities, funerals were binding. Everyone, from peasants to lords, was expected to attend. Death was not only personal loss, but social reality. Villagers who slept shoulder to shoulder in life also stood shoulder to shoulder in mourning. Carrying the coffin through narrow lanes became a shared duty, the body borne on the shoulders of neighbors who had once shared fields, meals, and nights of watch. The grave was dug by hands that might also have prepared beds, the soil a final blanket for those who would never wake. These acts reinforced the idea that just as sleep was communal, so too was death. The church loomed large in these moments. Priests led processions, chanting prayers that framed death as eternal rest. Requiem aeternam dona eis, grant them eternal rest, echoed through the air, words that mirrored nightly prayers whispered by peasants before bed. For the living, the liturgy was both comfort and warning. Sleep was temporary, death was its eternal twin. To hear those prayers was to be reminded that every night could be one's last, that the rituals of mourning were rehearsals each sleeper would one day receive. Graveyards themselves reflected this worldview. Bodies were laid to rest close to churches, their placement believed to offer protection in death as in life. Families visited graves as they might check on loved ones asleep, tending them with flowers or prayers. The imagery carved on tombs reinforced the theme. Effigies of the dead were often sculpted reclining as though resting, hands folded in prayer, their faces serene. These were not statues of corpses, but of sleepers, frozen in the eternal posture of the bed. The graveyard was a dormitory of sorts, each stone marking a sleeper who would one day rise again. Superstitions, however, complicated these rituals. Some feared that restless souls might wander if burial rites were not done properly. A body not blessed could become a revenant, disturbing the living in their beds. Stories spread of the dead rising to knock on doors, or of the graveyards where faint cries were heard at night. Families took great care with prayers and blessings, not just for the comfort of the dead, but for the safety of the living. To neglect a ritual was to risk nightmares turning into waking horrors. The line between sleep, death, and haunting was perilously thin. Even mourning practices emphasized the overlap between nightly rest and eternal rest. Widows often wore mourning clothes to bed for months, surrounding themselves with symbols of grief. Pilgrimages were undertaken in honor of the dead, with travelers sleeping along the way in crowded inns, their rest shaped by prayers for the departed. Families gave alms on anniversaries of death, tying charity to the hope of easing their loved ones' eternal sleep. Mourning did not end with the burial. It extended into the rhythm of life, much like the nightly rituals that extended into each day. What is most telling is how death was accepted as part of the cycle of rest itself. Children were raised with lullabies that included reminders of mortality, teaching them not to fear but to prepare. Adults framed each night's sleep as practice for the final rest, and funerals confirmed that belief by mirroring the language and imagery of slumber. To medieval people, there was no stark divide between the two. The pillow and the grave were stages on the same path. Death was not a rupture, but a continuation of the nightly surrender to stillness. And so, when we imagine their nights, we must also imagine their morning. Every bedtime prayer, every whispered blessing over a child, every candle lit before sleep was shadowed by the rituals of death. They lived with the awareness that their rest was fragile, their bodies temporary, their souls always at risk. Sleep was not just a break from labor, but a rehearsal for the grave, and funerals were confirmations of what they already practiced nightly. Yet, even in this wait, there was resilience. Communities found meaning in the shared rituals of mourning, just as they found meaning in the shared rituals of rest. And beyond the grave, they looked toward one more promise, that death's sleep was not final, but only a waiting room for resurrection, a belief that gave their restless nights an undercurrent of hope, even in the darkest hours. Imagine the flicker of a candle in a medieval chamber, shadows stretching long across wooden beams as a scholar bends over a manuscript while the rest of the village sleeps. For most people, night was a time of fear and vulnerability, but for some, it was also a rare opportunity for reflection, reading, and quiet work. Monks, scribes, and even merchants often stole hours from sleep to study texts, calculate accounts, or meditate. In an age when daylight was consumed by labor and survival, night became a space for thought, for discipline, and sometimes for creativity. Yet this came at a cost. For every page copied by candlelight was a gamble with fire, exhaustion, and even spiritual peril. Monastic life embodied this tension most vividly. Monks followed strict schedules that interrupted sleep with periods of prayer and reading. At matins, often held in the middle of the night, monks shuffled into cold, stone chapels, their chants echoing in the darkness. Afterward, some returned to their pallets, while others lingered over sacred texts, squinting in the dim glow of oil lamps. The very act of staying awake to read scripture was framed as holy vigilance, a way of resisting sloth and keeping one's soul alert against temptation. Imagine the silence of a cloister broken only by the scratch of a quill and the rustle of parchment. Rest traded for devotion, knowledge, and the hope of salvation. But outside monasteries, too, the night offered moments of intellectual and spiritual work. Merchants often used the quiet hours to tally accounts or plan trades. Students in early universities studied by candlelight, their eyes straining over cramped handwriting, their minds sharpened by the stillness of night. To us, this might sound romantic, the idea of scholars poring over books while the world slumbers, but for them, it was exhausting and dangerous. Candles consumed precious resources, their wax more valuable than the bread eaten at supper. A single dropped candle could set an entire wooden house ablaze, destroying everything in moments. Thus, every act of nighttime reading was a balance between thirst for knowledge and fear of catastrophe. And yet, the allure of night was undeniable. Without the distractions of daily labor, minds wandered freely. Mystics and visionaries often described receiving divine inspiration during nocturnal vigils, claiming that the silence allowed them to hear God's voice more clearly. Hildegard of Bingen, for example, wrote of visions that came during sleepless nights, her spiritual insights shaped as much by restlessness as by prayer. For her and others, the night was a liminal space where heaven felt closer, where the boundary between waking and dreaming dissolved into revelation. Sleep, in this sense, was not lost, but transformed into a deeper form of contemplation. The night also belonged to stories. Families gathered around hearths after supper, telling tales and passing down folklore before extinguishing their lights. These narratives often blurred the line between entertainment and education, filling the dark hours with both fear and wonder. A father might recount a saint's miracle, while a grandmother whispered warnings about ghosts and witches that prowled after midnight. For children, these tales left impressions that shaped how they viewed the night forever. Bedtime stories not of gentle fantasy, but of survival and morality. Sleep, delayed by stories, became not only rest, but instruction in the values and fears of the community. At the same time, night work reinforced the rhythms of survival. Bakers rose long before dawn, kneading dough by lantern light so bread would be ready for morning markets. Millers tended to grinding stones late into the evening, their work echoing across villages as others tried to rest. Shepherds kept vigil over flocks, listening for wolves in the darkness. These nocturnal labors meant that not everyone was asleep at night. Pockets of wakefulness dotted the landscape, shaping the way entire communities related to rest. Sleep was not uniform. It was fractured, adjusted to necessity, and shared unequally depending on one's role. Still, society judged those who stayed awake too long. Excessive wakefulness was sometimes seen as dangerous, a gateway to sin. A man who lingered at night with ale and dice was suspected of corruption, while a woman accused of brewing potions after dark might be branded a witch. The boundary between holy wakefulness and sinful sleeplessness was fragile, and crossing it meant risking one's reputation or even life. Night was a realm where discipline could elevate a soul, but also where idleness or vice could damn it. What is striking is how medieval people accepted this fluidity. Night could be fearful, holy, or productive, depending on how one used it. A scholar with a candle might see knowledge, a mystic might find God, a child might hear terror in a tale, a drunkard might slip into sin. Sleep was never the only option, nor always the safest one. The night was a canvas on which people painted their needs, their fears, and their hopes. And though sleep remained essential, it was always in competition with the demands and opportunities of the dark. The paradox is that while night could inspire and enlighten, it also drained. Sleep lost to work or prayer often led to exhaustion the following day, leaving bodies weaker and more vulnerable. Eyes burned from smoke, hands blistered from labor, minds dulled by fatigue. The body always demanded repayment for the hours stolen from rest. And yet, medieval people returned to their nocturnal routines again and again, convinced that the sacrifices of sleep were justified for faith, survival, or knowledge. And just when it seems that medieval nights could not hold any more weight, already burdened by fear, hunger, prayer, and work, we discover another truth. Their struggle with rest was not only individual, but collective, woven into the cycles of festivals, seasons, and community rituals that determined when and how entire villages lay down together or stayed awake in unity. This final dimension reveals how, for medieval sleepers, the night was never truly their own. It was always shared with the demands of faith, society, and the mysteries of the world around them. Imagine standing in the center of a medieval village on the eve of a festival, the sun just setting and the first torches flickering to life. The entire community buzzes with anticipation because the night ahead will not be one of ordinary rest. In the Middle Ages, sleep was constantly interrupted not only by fear, hunger, or illness, but also by the cycles of seasons, festivals, and collective rituals. The calendar itself shaped how people slept, with long nights of prayer, feasting, or dancing, breaking the normal rhythm of slumber. In this way, sleep was not only personal, it was social, dictated by the patterns of the year and the demands of faith and tradition. The liturgical calendar loomed over every village. Holy days and saints' feasts often required vigils, where the community stayed awake through the night in prayer or celebration. Candlelight-filled churches, and entire congregations knelt together, their whispered chants rising into the rafters. Imagine the strain of staying awake until dawn, bodies aching with fatigue, eyes heavy, yet souls convinced they were pleasing God by sacrificing rest. For monks, this was a constant practice, but for villagers, these all-night vigils were extraordinary events, both exhausting and exhilarating. Sleep was delayed, fractured, or abandoned entirely for the sake of devotion, but not every communal interruption was solemn. Carnival, celebrated before the austerity of Lent, turned nights into uproarious spectacles, streets filled with masks, music, and drunken revelry. Families who normally huddled quietly in their cottages spilled into the open air, dancing, shouting, and indulging in foods forbidden during Lent. Sleep was impossible in such chaos, but no one expected it anyway. These were nights where rest was traded for laughter and excess, where the darkness became a stage for joy rather than fear. Imagine lying in bed, trying to sleep, while the entire village erupted outside your window, the sound of flutes and drums beating against the night. For some, it was irresistible. They joined in. For others, it was one more disruption in a world where uninterrupted slumber was a rare luxury. Seasonal cycles shaped rest just as powerfully. During harvest, villagers often worked long into the evening, only to rise again before dawn. Sleep was shortened, broken into snatches between labor. At midsummer, when daylight lingered, nights grew shorter and people stayed awake late into the evening for bonfires, storytelling, and rituals that blurred the line between work and celebration. In winter, long nights encouraged more sleep, yet cold and hunger made it difficult to rest deeply. The year itself dictated when and how people could sleep, turning rest into a communal rhythm tied to survival as much as to culture. Pilgrimages disrupted sleep in yet another way. Groups traveled long distances on foot, often resting in barns, monasteries, or under the open sky. At night, hundreds of pilgrims might lie side by side, sharing straw mats, their snores and whispers mingling in the dark. Sleep became communal not only within a village, but across entire regions, binding strangers together in shared discomfort and devotion. Imagine the vulnerability of lying down among unknown faces, your few possessions tucked close while prayers and murmured hymns floated through the air. Pilgrimage transformed rest into a collective act of endurance, uniting bodies and souls on a journey both physical and spiritual. Even weddings and funerals shaped the night's rest. Wedding celebrations often spilled into late hours, with music and feasting that made sleep impossible for entire communities. Funerals brought vigils, where mourners kept watch with candles, their exhaustion mingling with grief. In both cases, the ordinary rhythm of sleep was suspended because the community required wakefulness. Nights became part of life's milestones, filled with rituals that bound people together. To rest, while others celebrated or mourned, was unthinkable. Curfews enforced by towns added another layer of communal rhythm. When the bell tolled to mark the closing of gates, everyone knew the night had begun. Streets fell silent except for watchmen. The village collectively surrendered to darkness. This synchronized retreat into sleep gave the night a strange sense of order, yet also reinforced the vulnerability of all within the walls. The night was not yours to command. It belonged to the community, its beginning and end dictated by bell and law. Yet within these interruptions, there were moments of beauty. Imagine the hush after a vigil, when dawn's first light broke through church windows and the congregation stumbled out into the morning air, exhausted but united. Or the laughter after a festival night, when neighbors traded stories of mischief while rubbing tired eyes. Even the sleeplessness of communal rituals created bonds, weaving restlessness into the fabric of society. Sleep lost together felt less like a burden and more like participation in something greater than oneself. What is most fascinating is how these communal patterns blurred the line between necessity and ritual. Staying awake could be holy, sinful, joyful, or tragic, depending on the occasion. A monk keeping vigil was praised for his discipline. A drunkard staying up all night at the tavern was condemned. Yet both disrupted the same fragile balance of sleep. This tension reveals how medieval rest was never just about biology, it was about meaning. Nights were shaped not only by hunger or fear, but by the collective heartbeat of community, faith, and tradition. And just when it seems medieval sleep was fully bound by rituals, festivals, and shared obligations, there is still one more dimension waiting in the dark, the way stories, myths, and cultural imagination transformed the night itself into a realm of meaning, where every sigh, every dream, every shadow carried lessons for both body and soul. Imagine the medieval night not simply as a backdrop for rest, but as a canvas painted with stories, myths, and whispered fears that gave shape to the darkness. Sleep was never only physical. It was entangled with the imagination, with cultural narratives that explained the unknown. Where science offered no answers, tales filled the gaps. Every shadow, every dream, every unexplained sound became part of a story passed from mouth to mouth, across hearths and through generations. To fall asleep was to enter a world already heavy with meaning, where folklore wrapped itself around the body like another blanket, sometimes comforting, often suffocating. Villagers told stories of creatures that roamed at night, shaping how people interpreted their restless sleep. The night hag was a common figure across Europe, said to sit on the chest of sleepers, stealing their breath. Today, we know this as sleep paralysis, but to medieval minds it was proof of supernatural assault. People woke gasping for air, convinced they had fought off an unseen attacker. Tales of demons, witches, or ghosts were not only explanations, but warnings, urging listeners to pray before bed or carry charms to ward off such beings. Imagine a child lying awake, eyes wide, repeating a whispered charm because he had heard that failure to do so would invite the hag into his dreams. Folklore was also filled with omens tied to dreams. To dream of water could foretell drowning or sickness. To dream of teeth falling out meant death in the family. These interpretations were repeated until they became common knowledge, shaping how people reacted to their nights. A woman who dreamed of crows circling might wake convinced she was cursed, while a man who dreamed of gold might believe prosperity was coming. The body's natural restlessness was thus overlaid with meaning, transforming personal sleep into a cultural event. Sleep was not private. It belonged to the stories that defined it. Superstition turned natural sounds into narratives, too. The hoot of an owl outside a window was rarely heard as random. It was a messenger of death. The rustle of wind at shutters might be interpreted as spirits knocking. Even animals became characters in the folklore of sleep. Cats were accused of stealing breath from babies, dogs were believed to sense wandering souls, and horses that woke sweating were said to have been ridden by witches during the night. These beliefs gave structure to chaos, but they also ensured that rest was always shadowed by anxiety. To hear a noise was to wonder what message it carried, and to wake unsettled was to suspect forces beyond the natural world. Communities relied on storytelling to pass these beliefs along. After supper, when fires burned low, families told tales to children that blended instruction with fear. A story about a boy who failed to say his prayers and was taken by spirits reinforced religious discipline. A tale of a girl who lingered outside after curfew and met a ghost discouraged disobedience. These stories were not only entertainment, but tools of survival, embedding caution into the nightly routine. Bedtime in the Middle Ages was accompanied not by gentle fantasy, but by stark reminders of danger, making rest a moral as well as physical matter. But folklore also offered comfort. Tales of guardian angels watching over sleepers, reassured parents who feared for their children. Stories of saints who appeared in dreams brought hope to the sick. Villagers spoke of miraculous protections, of holy figures who placed hands upon sleepers, of relics glowing faintly in the night to repel demons. These narratives softened fear, giving sleepers something to cling to in the darkness. Just as night amplified fear, it also magnified hope, turning dreams into messages of grace as much as threats. What makes this folklore so compelling is how it blurred the line between waking and dreaming. Stories told by day influenced the fears people carried into sleep, and the dreams of the night returned as stories retold at dawn. This cycle made imagination inseparable from reality. If a farmer dreamed of his dead father warning him about the harvest, he might change his planting schedule. If a child dreamed of wolves, parents might see it as an omen of danger. Night shaped day, and day reshaped night, in an endless rhythm of story and belief. Even the architecture of folklore reflected this intertwining. Crosses carved above doors, iron placed under pillows, and herbs tucked into bedding were all physical embodiments of stories. Each charm carried a tale. Iron repelled witches because it was the metal of swords. Crosses warded off demons because they invoked Christ. Herbs carried protective spirits from the natural world. To enter a medieval bedroom was to step into a museum of folklore where every object had a meaning tied to cultural imagination. Sleep was defended not just with walls and blankets, but with narratives solidified into ritual. And yet, folklore was never static. It evolved with every telling, shaped by local fears and needs. A storm might inspire new tales of spirits in the wind. A plague might spark rumors of demons spreading disease at night. Communities invented, adapted, and reshaped stories to explain the crises they endured. In this way, folklore was both a mirror of their anxieties and a tool for coping with them. It gave structure to fear, turning the incomprehensible into something at least narratively manageable. The deeper truth is that medieval sleep was as much a cultural act as a biological one. To sleep was to enter a world thick with meaning, to lie beneath layers of stories that explained every sigh and shadow. Folklore gave people both terror and solace, burdening their nights with significance. And just when it seems that superstition and story had claimed every corner of rest, there remains one final thread to pull. The way all these elements, fear, ritual, community, and imagination, came together to define not only how people slept, but how they understood life itself through the fragile act of closing their eyes each night. Picture the medieval world as a tapestry where every thread of daily life was bound to faith, superstition, and survival, and sleep was no exception. To close one's eyes at night was not merely a physical act, but an act shaped by layers of meaning, ritual, and fear. All the hardships we've explored, the rats, the cold, the hunger, the interruptions of bells, the weight of dreams, the suspicion of witches, did not exist in isolation. They blended together into a single experience of night that defined what it meant to live in the Middle Ages. Sleep, in this sense, became a stage where body, soul, and community all collided. One of the most striking aspects of medieval sleep is how it reveals the fragility of human life at the time. Every small discomfort, dampness, smoke, an unsettled stomach, could spiral into illness. Every superstition, an owl's cry, a bad dream, could reshape the way people moved through the next day. Sleep was both necessary and perilous, something to be pursued carefully, defended with charms, and always viewed with caution. Imagine lying down in a bed stuffed with straw crawling with insects, wrapped in blankets, still damp from last night's rain, and whispering prayers because the world outside your door felt too unstable to trust. Sleep was not release, it was vulnerability laid bare. And yet, within this fragility, medieval sleepers demonstrated a resilience that is easy to overlook. They developed strategies to cope, sleeping in groups for warmth and protection, using herbs to calm nerves or settle stomachs, keeping relics or crosses near their beds as spiritual safeguards. These practices may seem quaint now, but they were adaptations, ways of carving safety from a hostile environment. In their routines, we glimpse not only fear but ingenuity, an ability to live with hardship without surrendering to it. This resilience is perhaps the most human aspect of their nights, the determination to rest, even when the odds were against them. The blending of community and rest also made medieval sleep unique. Unlike our modern pursuit of privacy and solitude, their nights were noisy, crowded, and full of shared experience. Families breathed together, neighbors overheard one another, and entire villages rose or stayed awake depending on bells, festivals, or fears. Sleep was never purely individual. It was part of the collective rhythm of life. This communal aspect meant that rest reinforced social bonds as much as it restored energy. To lie down with your family was to remind yourself of your place in the world, to feel both the comfort and the claustrophobia of togetherness. Religion elevated this further, transforming sleep into a moral and spiritual theater. Every act, whether prayer before bed, a vigil that denied rest, or a dream interpreted as a divine warning, was framed as part of the soul's journey. To sleep was to practice dying. To wake was to experience a small resurrection. To dream was to open a window into the supernatural. This framework gave meaning to even the most mundane interruptions, but it also made rest heavy with responsibility. Imagine trying to close your eyes, knowing that your very dreams might betray your soul, or that oversleeping could mark you as slothful, one of the deadly sins. Rest was never innocent. It was charged with consequence. And then there was the folklore, the stories whispered in darkness that gave faces and names to the terrors of the night. These tales made sense of the unexplained but also magnified fear. To wake with sleep paralysis was not a medical event but proof of a night hag pressing on your chest. To hear a branch scrape a window was not coincidence but a witch circling your home. Storytelling made the night vivid, populated by characters both comforting and terrifying. It gave children rules to live by and adults a framework for their anxieties, turning sleep into a cultural performance as much as a biological need. What emerges from all of this is a paradox. Medieval sleep was fragile, burdened, and constantly interrupted, and yet it endured. People managed to rest enough to work, to fight wars, to raise families, to survive plagues and famines. Their nights were full of fear, but also full of meaning, rituals, and shared humanity. Sleep was not just recovery, it was a negotiation with nature, with God, with community, and with one's own body. It was a nightly drama in which every player, human or supernatural, had a role. For us today, these stories are at once alien and familiar. We no longer fear witches at our windows, but we know the weight of sleepless nights haunted by anxiety. We no longer pray to survive the cold, creeping through cracks in the wall, but we still whisper small rituals to help us rest. A glass of water, a lamp left on, a phone placed by the bed. What has changed is not the fragility of sleep, but the way we frame it. Where they saw demons, we see stress. Where they saw holy visions, we see dreams influenced by memory. But beneath the differences lies the same truth. The night remains a time of vulnerability, imagination, and mystery. And this is perhaps the greatest lesson the medieval night can teach us. By looking at how they slept, we learn not only about their fears and beliefs, but about ourselves. We see how human beings, across centuries, have always struggled to balance body and soul, fear and comfort, solitude and community when the world grows dark. And just when we think the story of medieval sleep has exhausted itself, we realize that it is not only about the past. It is about the continuity of human experience, about the ways we still wrestle with the same shadows, even if we give them different names. Imagine the moment when the last candle is blown out in a medieval cottage or monastery, and true darkness settles in like a heavy curtain. For people of the Middle Ages, this was not simply a pause in the day, it was the beginning of an entirely different world. Sleep, fragile and fragmented as it was, carried meanings that extended far beyond the need for physical rest. It was a nightly drama that revealed as much about the culture's beliefs, fears, and hopes as about the individuals themselves. To understand medieval sleep is to step into a world where the night was never neutral, where every sigh, prayer, or restless stir was bound to questions of life, death, and the human soul. By this stage, it becomes clear that medieval nights were built on paradoxes. Sleep was supposed to restore strength, yet it was constantly undermined by cold, pests, hunger, or the very architecture of the home. People longed for rest, but feared it as a rehearsal for death. They sought refuge in slumber, yet they believed it left them open to demons, witches, and restless spirits. Every solution, whether prayer relics, charms, or community rituals, came with its own anxieties. Imagine a peasant clutching a cross before bed to ward off nightmares, only to wake sweating from a dream that still felt like a warning. Rest was never simple. It was always a negotiation, and in that negotiation, we see the values of the age exposed. The church taught that every night was an opportunity for vigilance, a test of humility and readiness. To oversleep was slothful, to dream lustfully was sinful, to wake for prayer was virtuous. Monks, in particular, lived this tension most intensely, their schedules carved by bells into fragments of rest and devotion. But even ordinary villagers absorbed these lessons. Parents taught children to pray before bed, not just for comfort, but for salvation. A family gathered at night was not only shielding itself from cold, it was practicing a miniature liturgy, binding sleep to the eternal fate of their souls. Folklore filled the gaps left by theology. Where the church warned of demons, villagers added tales of night hags, ghosts, or witches riding horses in their sleep. These stories were not just entertainment, they were survival guides cloaked in narrative. If your cow grew sick after a restless night, it might be the work of a witch. If you woke gasping for air, it was the hag pressing on your chest. Fear gained form through story, and story reshaped how people approached their beds. Sleep became a cultural performance, where every person was both actor and audience, living out beliefs passed down through whispers and fire-lit tales. Yet even in this wait, there was resilience. Communities learned to live with restless nights, to expect interruption, to accept that dreams carried meaning, whether comforting or terrifying. Sleep was not a guarantee of peace, but a fragile truce with the world. And somehow, people endured. Farmers rose before dawn after broken rest. Monks chanted their prayers in the cold. Mothers soothed crying infants despite their own exhaustion. The fragility of their sleep did not break them. It revealed their extraordinary capacity to carry on in the face of hardship. Their resilience was carved not in moments of triumph, but in the quiet persistence of lying down again every night, despite the risks. What makes medieval sleep so compelling to us now is how much it mirrors our own hidden anxieties. We no longer fear witches at our windows, but we fear other unseen forces, stress, uncertainty, the glow of a phone screen that keeps us awake. We no longer pray to ward off demons, but we create rituals, checking locks, setting alarms, listening to calming sounds, to manage our unease. Just like medieval people, we carry our culture into our beds, shaping sleep into something more than biology. Their world may have been darker and more fragile, but their struggles remind us of how universal the vulnerability of the night really is. Even their sense of time within sleep feels strangely familiar. They accepted segmented rest, with waking intervals for prayer, storytelling, or chores. Today, when we find ourselves awake at 3 a.m, we panic, convinced something is wrong. But for them, this was simply part of the rhythm of night. They lived in harmony with a pattern we now try to fight, showing us that what we see as disorder may only be cultural expectation. Their fragmented sleep was not broken, it was natural, at least to them. And perhaps there is something to learn from that acceptance. As the night ended, dawn offered relief. The first light creeping through shutters, the cock's crow, or the tolling of a morning bell meant more than the start of a workday. It meant survival. To wake was to triumph, to have crossed another fragile night unbroken. Gratitude infused morning prayers, not only for the gift of another day, but for the miracle of waking at all. The cycle of nightly rehearsal for death and daily rebirth gave meaning to life itself. Each day was precious precisely because it was never guaranteed. Sleep, in this sense, was not only rest, but a teacher, reminding people of their mortality and their need for grace. And so, when we step back and look at medieval sleep as a whole, what we see is not just hardship, but a mirror of human existence. Rest was fragile, interrupted, loaded with meaning. Yet it sustained communities through centuries of fear and scarcity. To lie in a medieval bed was to feel the weight of the body, the presence of the soul, the judgment of society, and the whispers of superstition all pressing down at once. Their sleep was not simple, but it was profoundly human. And just when it seems the story of medieval nights has revealed all its secrets, one last truth lingers. Even in their most fragile hours, medieval people found ways to weave meaning into darkness. Their nights, restless and fearful as they were, became stages of resilience, belief, and imagination. In that, they remind us that sleep has never been only about closing our eyes. It has always been about who we are when the world goes quiet and the shadows close in. Imagine, for a moment, the final hours of a medieval day. The sun has sunk behind the hills, torches sputter in the streets, and a village drapes itself in shadow. Men, women, and children settle into cramped beds, whispering prayers, listening to the last crackle of the hearth. Yet even in this moment of retreat, they never truly believed the night belonged to them. It was a borrowed time, a fragile interval before the demands of dawn returned. Sleep was not just a matter of biology, it was bound to duty, ritual, and the constant reminder that rest was never free of expectation. In many ways, the medieval night was an extension of the day's burdens, only cloaked in darkness. The idea of rest as obligation is one of the most revealing truths about this period. People were taught that even in sleep, the soul must remain vigilant. The church repeated again and again that Satan worked hardest at night, that demons whispered into dreams, that idleness in bed could erode virtue. Sleep was acceptable, even necessary, but only in measured amounts and framed by prayer. Imagine the mental weight of this belief. To lay down not simply to rest, but to prove one's discipline. Oversleeping was not only laziness, it was sin, a weakness of the soul as much as of the body. Thus, every act of slumber was framed by morality. This weight was felt most heavily in monasteries, where the schedule of rest and prayer was meticulously regulated. Bells rang to break the night into fragments, forcing monks from their pallets to shuffle into freezing chapels. To wake in obedience was to prove devotion. To resist the call of the bell was to risk disgrace. Sleep became a test of discipline, a resource to be sacrificed for higher duty. And yet, even as monks gave up hours of rest, they also described visions and insights received in these long vigils, as if sleep denied opened the mind to divine whispers. For them, exhaustion was not failure. It was a form of holiness. But beyond the cloisters, villagers carried their own burdens into bed. Parents taught children that prayers before sleep were as important as bread at supper, a safeguard against demons and sudden death. Farmers, after endless toil, often prayed not only for rest, but for the strength to wake again, their sleep bound to the rhythm of survival. Imagine the father who whispered blessings over his family before blowing out the candle, knowing that famine, illness, or war could erase them by morning. Sleep was not an indulgence, it was a fragile bargain, a surrender wrapped in faith. Even the body itself became a measure of moral worth in relation to sleep. To wake early was to be diligent, to embrace the responsibilities of the day. To linger too long in bed risked suspicion, for sloth was one of the 7 deadly sins. Stories circulated of men who missed church because they overslept, their reputations permanently marked by whispers of laziness. Villagers judged each other not only by their labor in fields, but by their ability to rise with the sun. Sleep was less a private act than a public performance, measured and remembered by those around you. And yet, paradoxically, medieval culture also acknowledged the sacredness of rest. Festivals, vigils, and collective rituals often demanded sleepless nights, but they were followed by periods of communal slumber, naps in fields, or stolen moments of rest during the day. Sleep was both sacrifice and reward, both duty and gift. It was framed as fragile, fleeting, but also essential, proof that even the most disciplined soul required a pause. This tension made sleep heavy with meaning, caught between suspicion and necessity. Dreams added another dimension. The visions people carried from the night were rarely dismissed as meaningless. A dream of death might prompt confession. A dream of abundance could inspire hope. Priests, confessors, and families alike treated dreams as clues to the state of the soul. To sleep was not to escape judgment, but to enter another realm of accountability, one where even unconscious thoughts could betray you. Imagine waking unsettled by a strange dream, only to fear that it revealed weakness or hidden sin. Rest itself became surveillance, not freedom. What is most fascinating is how these expectations carried into morning. To wake alive was celebrated as a triumph, a small resurrection. Morning prayers thanked God not just for life, but for the mercy of surviving the night. Families greeted each other with relief, children's laughter mingling with the toll of bells, summoning them back into the duties of daylight. The cycle reinforced itself. Night was practice for death, morning was practice for resurrection. Sleep and waking were never simple acts. They were daily rehearsals of the eternal story the church preached. This fusion of biology, culture, and faith reveals why medieval sleep feels so foreign to us today. Where we see rest as personal, they saw it as collective. Where we see it as natural, they saw it as moral. Where we seek comfort, they expected hardship. And yet, in their fragmented nights, their whispered prayers, their shared beds, we find echoes of ourselves. We too wrestle with the tension between rest and responsibility, between exhaustion and expectation. The medieval world simply carried that tension into every corner of their lives. And so, the story of their nights does not end with superstition or discipline, but with the recognition that sleep was never only about closing eyes. It was about survival, morality, and community, a fragile truce with a world that never stopped demanding something from them, even in slumber. And just when it seems we have unraveled every thread of their nightly experience, one final truth lingers. The medieval night was not only about what they endured, but about what they imagined, how their fears and hopes in the dark shaped the very meaning of life itself. Imagine, for a moment, the medieval villager lying awake in bed after hours of restless tossing, listening to the faint hum of the night outside. What filled his mind in those quiet intervals was not just the aches of his body or the creak of the rafters. It was meaning. The medieval world was built on the belief that nothing happened without purpose, and this extended into the smallest details of the night. Every dream, every sound, every interruption of sleep was loaded with significance. To wake in the dark was to be confronted not only with silence, but with questions about destiny, morality, and the unseen forces that shaped existence. In these still hours, people often turned to introspection. Without the distractions of daylight, the night became a theater of conscience. A farmer might recall an argument with a neighbor and wonder if God was punishing him with sleeplessness. A mother might lie awake praying over her sick child, whispering psalms into the darkness as though each word were a candle keeping demons at bay. The absence of rest was not dismissed as mere inconvenience. It was interpreted as a message, a divine nudge to examine one's soul. Insomnia was a form of spiritual reckoning, not just physical discomfort. This search for meaning shaped how communities approached restless nights. Priests reminded congregations that wakefulness could be used for prayer, transforming sleeplessness into holy vigilance. Villagers often spoke of dreams and disturbed nights during morning conversations, seeking interpretations from elders who were thought to understand the language of God and spirits. In this way, the individual's restless body became the community's story, woven into the shared fabric of meaning that bound everyone together. To admit to a troubled night was not simply to complain, it was to confess, to share, and to invite others into the mystery of one's struggle. But meaning was not always spiritual. It could be deeply practical, too. Farmers learned to read signs in their nights, just as they did in their fields. A restless dog was not only noise, it might indicate thieves or wolves prowling nearby. A sudden wind rattling shutters was not just weather, it was a warning to check the roof before dawn. Even the body's restlessness was practical knowledge. Aching joints after a cold night signaled dampness in the cottage that needed fixing. In a world without instruments, clocks, or weather forecasts, the body and the night became tools of knowledge. Sleep disturbances were not dismissed. They were observed, interpreted, and acted upon. Curiously, this layering of meaning made the medieval night both heavier and more resilient. Heavier because no moment was allowed to be meaningless. Every sigh or stir carried weight. Resilient because people did not collapse under that weight. They endured reframing discomfort as guidance. Imagine waking after a nightmare, terrified, and instead of dismissing it, telling yourself that God was warning you, that your soul had been spared by receiving the vision. Fear was transmuted into purpose, giving people strength to carry on despite endless nights of broken rest. Folklore fed this interpretive lens. A child dreaming of animals might be told it was a sign of fortune or betrayal, depending on the creature. A dream of water could foretell harvest outcomes. These interpretations gave coherence to the randomness of sleep, weaving imagination into the larger story of survival. To modern eyes, these beliefs seem like superstition, but to medieval minds, they were practical tools for navigating a world where so little could be controlled. Sleep became a compass, pointing through the uncertainty of life. This hunger for meaning also explains why rituals surrounding sleep were so elaborate. Families did not just blow out candles, they blessed them. They did not just settle into bed, they recited prayers. Each action anchored the night in order, imposing structure on chaos. Without these small ceremonies, sleep might feel too exposed, too vulnerable to both natural and supernatural forces. Ritual was reassurance, and reassurance was survival. In this way, medieval people turned their fragility into rhythm, layering faith and custom onto the most ordinary of acts. The most fascinating part of this worldview is how it blurred the line between body and soul. A restless night was not simply indigestion, but potential proof of sin. A vivid dream was not just neurons firing, it was prophecy. Even death itself was seen as a permanent form of rest, a final sleep that validated all the nightly rehearsals. This intertwining gave medieval life coherence, binding the smallest details of slumber to the largest questions of existence. It meant that people could never escape meaning, not even in the privacy of their beds. And yet, in this constant search for meaning, there was also beauty. Imagine a family rising after a troubled night, gathering at the hearth and retelling dreams that carried echoes of hope as well as fear. Imagine neighbors sharing their sleepless experiences as part of community life, weaving anxiety into collective resilience. Their nights were burdened, yes, but they were also filled with intimacy, storytelling, and connection. In darkness, they found ways to affirm their place in the world. What lingers most is the realization that medieval sleep was never empty time. It was alive, crowded with meaning, shaped by ritual, and interpreted as a dialogue between human frailty and the mysteries of existence. To sleep was to step into a story larger than oneself, to negotiate with body, soul, and community all at once. And as the first light crept into the room at dawn, every restless night became part of the broader narrative of survival, morality, and hope. Yet, even as the day began, Medieval people never forgot that the night would return, carrying with it the same fragile mixture of fear and meaning, and the cycle would begin all over again. Imagine the first rays of dawn breaking over a medieval village, spilling pale light across rooftops still glistening with dew. For the weary sleepers inside, this was no ordinary sunrise. It was salvation. The night, with its shadows, demons, hunger, and restless dreams, had been survived once again. Waking in the Middle Ages was more than a physical act. It was a profound ritual of renewal, filled with gratitude, routine, and the lingering echoes of all that had haunted the dark. Every morning was a reminder that life was fragile, that waking was never guaranteed, and that rest was always entangled with deeper meaning. The act of waking carried spiritual weight. Many families began their mornings with prayers of thanksgiving, offering gratitude not just for a new day, but for the miracle of opening their eyes at all. After all, the night was seen as a rehearsal for death, and not everyone rose from it. Imagine a mother kneeling by her straw bed, crossing herself and whispering thanks that her children still breathed beside her. These moments of dawn devotion framed waking as resurrection, a small echo of the promise that the faithful would one day rise again for eternity. Morning was not only the end of sleep, it was proof of survival. But the transition from night to day was rarely seamless. The body often bore the marks of the night's struggles: stiff joints from cold, bites from fleas or lice, sore throats from damp air. Families shook out bedding to rid it of pests, stretched aching limbs, and rubbed at tired eyes. Children, cranky from restless nights, whined while parents urged them toward morning chores. To wake was to inherit the consequences of the night, to carry its discomforts into the labor of the day. Yet even this fragility was accepted as part of life's rhythm. Complaints were common, but resignation was stronger. Fatigue was simply survival's price. Morning routines reflected these realities. Peasants often rose before full daylight, needing to tend animals, stoke fires, and prepare for work in the fields. Lighting the hearth again was one of the first acts of the day, both practical and symbolic. A glowing fire meant warmth, food, and safety, a contrast to the dying embers that had guarded the house during the night. For nobles, mornings might involve more ceremony, washing with scented water, donning fresh clothes, or hearing prayers from chaplains. Yet whether in a cottage or castle, the return to light carried the same sense of relief. Dawn brought order where the night had left only uncertainty. Dreams lingered in the morning air too. Families often shared what they had seen in their sleep, seeking meaning or warning. A farmer might describe a dream of storms which neighbors interpreted as a sign to prepare for bad weather. A child's nightmare of animals might spark concern about sickness in the flock. Dreams spilled into daily life, shaping choices and fueling conversation. To wake was not only to resume chores, but to sift through the night's messages, to carry them forward as guidance or burden. Morning was as much about interpretation as it was about labor. Yet not all mornings were alike. The rhythm of waking shifted with the seasons. In summer, dawn arrived early, pulling people from their beds long before they felt ready, demanding labor in fields already warming under the sun. In winter, mornings were sluggish, bodies reluctant to leave the warmth of blankets, the darkness lingering well into the day. The length of nights shaped the tone of mornings, dictating whether waking felt like abrupt disruption or gradual release. Medieval people lived closer to the natural rhythm of light than we do, and their mornings were inseparable from the sun's movements. Communal life also defined the act of waking. Church bells often rang at first light, summoning villagers to prayer or marking the beginning of labor. In towns, the noise of markets opening, carts rattling over cobblestones, and animals stirring in stables filled the streets. Waking was not private, it was collective, shaped by the sounds of neighbors and the obligations of community. A single rooster's crow might rouse not only one household, but half a village. In this way, the morning was a shared experience, a moment when everyone together stepped out of the shadows of night. Despite the hardships, mornings carried a sense of hope. With dawn came the chance to start again, to work, to pray, to provide. The fears of night, spirits, sickness, starvation, did not vanish completely, but daylight diluted them, pushing them into the corners of memory. Imagine the relief of a farmer who lay awake fearing thieves, only to rise and see his livestock safe. Or the joy of a mother whose child had coughed all night but opened their eyes smiling with the sun. These moments of renewal gave medieval life its rhythm, weaving despair and gratitude into the fabric of every day. What is most striking is how medieval mornings remind us that waking was never taken for granted. Each sunrise was victory, each breath a gift. Where we stumble from bed to day and routine, they rose with humility, shaped by the knowledge that death lurked at every turn. This mindset infused their mornings with a gravity we can hardly imagine, but also with a resilience that kept them enduring day after day. And so, the story of medieval sleep finds its conclusion not in the act of closing eyes, but in the act of opening them again. Waking was both relief and responsibility, both triumph and burden. It carried the echoes of the night, but also the promise of the day ahead. And perhaps that is the most enduring lesson. For medieval people, every morning was proof that life was fragile, but also proof that life went on. And just when the relief of dawn settled in, another truth waited quietly in the background. Night would always return, bringing with it the same mixture of fear, fragility, and meaning, ensuring that the cycle of medieval sleep was never truly complete. Imagine the medieval house settling into silence at night, the fire in the hearth reduced to glowing embers, and the only sounds left in the room the quiet breathing of sleepers huddled together. Yet this silence was always fragile, always waiting to be broken by intruders that crept, scurried, and scratched their way into the rhythm of medieval rest, animals. For people of the Middle Ages, sleep was never just shared with family or neighbors. It was shared with creatures both domestic and wild, who blurred the line between comfort and menace. The night belonged as much to rats, cats, dogs, and insects as it did to humans, and their presence transformed every attempt at slumber into a negotiation with nature itself. Rats were among the most common and most dreaded companions of the medieval night. They lived in walls, beneath floors, and in thatched roofs, their scratching and squeaking constant reminders of their presence. For villagers, rats were more than a nuisance. They were a threat, chewing through stored food, gnawing at clothing, and sometimes even biting sleepers. Imagine lying in bed, half asleep, only to feel the brush of fur across your blanket or the sudden scurry of claws over your feet. These moments could jolt even the most exhausted peasant awake, heart racing, prayers spilling from their lips for protection. And worse still, rats carried disease, their nocturnal activities becoming harbingers of sickness that could sweep through entire households by morning. If rats symbolized menace, cats represented both solution and suspicion. Cats were essential for keeping vermin in check, their lithe bodies patrolling homes and barns, their glowing eyes piercing the dark. Families valued them for their utility, yet the church often cast them in a different light, associating cats, especially black ones, with witches and the devil. To have a cat in the house at night could feel like both blessing and curse, a defender against rats, yet a potential accomplice of sorcery. Imagine drifting to sleep as your cat prowled at the foot of your bed, only to wonder if its purring was guarding you or plotting against you. Even in their loyalty, animals could not escape the suspicion of medieval superstition. Dogs, too, shaped the medieval night. Large dogs were prized as guardians, often sleeping near doors or at the foot of beds to ward off thieves and wolves. Their barking pierced the darkness, both a comfort and a disruption, reminding families that danger lingered just beyond the walls. Smaller dogs, sometimes kept as companions by noble families, shared beds with their masters, providing warmth in cold stone chambers. Yet even dogs were believed to sense things unseen, their sudden growls or whimpers in the night interpreted as warnings of spirits or death. To sleep with a dog nearby was to share not just physical protection, but also a living alarm system for dangers both natural and supernatural. But it was not just the larger animals that shaped rest. It was the small, invisible ones that tormented most consistently. Fleas, lice, and bedbugs infested straw mattresses, blankets, and clothing. Families went to bed scratching and often woke with skin covered in bites. Children cried from the irritation, parents tried in vain to brush insects from bedding, and the entire household endured the relentless cycle of infestation. Imagine attempting to sleep after a day of backbreaking work, only to be kept awake by the constant itch of unseen pests. Rest was never pure. It was always compromised by the buzzing, biting life that thrived in the cracks of medieval homes. Even domestic animals beyond cats and dogs often shared space with humans at night. In poorer households, livestock such as goats or chickens might be brought indoors for warmth or protection from thieves. Their sounds, clucking, bleating, shifting, mingled with human snores, creating a soundscape where barnyard and bedroom blurred. To us, the idea seems unbearable. To them, it was practical survival. The warmth of animals reduced the bite of winter, and their nearness ensured they would not be stolen while families slept. Yet this arrangement carried its own discomforts. The smells, the noises, and the simple impossibility of quiet rest, when a goat might step too close to your bed of straw. Wildlife outside added another layer of unease. Wolves howled at the edges of villages, foxes prowled near livestock pens, and owls hooted ominously from trees. These sounds pierced the stillness of night, often interpreted as omens or warnings. An owl's cry was thought to foretell death, its haunting notes sending chills through listeners already on edge from a restless night. Imagine lying awake, clutching your blanket tighter, convinced that the sound outside your window carried a message from beyond. Nature itself seemed to conspire against the possibility of undisturbed sleep. What is fascinating is how medieval people adapted to this noisy, intrusive environment. They layered straw to muffle the scurrying of rats, burned herbs to repel insects, and relied on animals like cats and dogs even when they feared their associations. They accepted discomfort as part of life, embedding it into their rituals and expectations. Complaints were common, but resignation was stronger. Sleep was never expected to be pristine. Instead, people adjusted, endured, and carried on, learning to rest in fragments even when the night was alive with interruptions. Yet the presence of animals also reinforced deeper cultural meanings. Rats reminded people of sin and decay, their nightly invasions echoing sermons about corruption eating away at the soul. Cats, with their dual role as protectors and symbols of witchcraft, reflected the constant tension between trust and suspicion. Dogs symbolized loyalty and vigilance, embodying both protection and prophecy. Even fleas and lice carried moral weight, seen by some as punishments for uncleanliness or divine reminders of humility. Animals in the night were not just nuisances, they were metaphors, shaping how people understood themselves and their place in a fragile world. And so the medieval night was never empty. It was alive with creatures, each adding noise, discomfort, or meaning to the fragile act of sleep. To rest was to share space with fur, claw, wing, and bite, to exist in uneasy partnership with the animal world that refused to vanish when the candles were snuffed. And just when you think the human struggle with animals defined the whole of sleep, another truth rises from the dark. The very architecture of medieval homes themselves shaped the possibilities of rest, turning walls, roofs, and floors into both refuge and trap. Imagine stepping inside a medieval home at night, the fire dwindling in the hearth and the thick smell of smoke lingering in the air. To modern eyes, it would feel less like a safe refuge and more like a trap, a place where the very architecture shaped the possibilities and limitations of rest. The structure of medieval houses was far from uniform, but whether it was a peasant's hut or a noble's manor, the design left its mark on sleep. Narrow walls, leaky roofs, damp floors, and crowded lofts all combined to create an environment where rest was influenced as much by construction as by comfort. To lie down at night was not only to battle fear and fatigue, but also to negotiate with the very building that surrounded you. For peasants, the typical home was a single-room dwelling, often built of wattle and daub, woven sticks plastered with clay and mud, or rough timber with a thatched roof. The hearth dominated the center, its smoke curling upward and escaping through a hole in the ceiling or simply through the thatch itself. This meant that the air was thick and stifling, eyes watering as families tried to sleep in smoky haze. Imagine closing your eyes and drifting off while your lungs filled with soot, your throat raw by morning, yet knowing that without the smoke, the fire would die and the cold would claim you. Rest was always a bargain, traded between survival and suffocation. Thatched roofs, though practical and cheap, carried their own hazards. They leaked during heavy rains, dripping water onto sleepers below, and became havens for pests. Rats nested in the thatch, their nocturnal scratching echoing into the room, while insects dropped down onto bedding. Families often pulled blankets tighter, not only for warmth, but as a shield against falling debris. In wealthier homes with tiled roofs, such discomforts were lessened, but even then drafts slipped through cracks, and the cold of stone walls crept into mattresses. The roof above your head was not only a shelter, it was a living participant in the nightly battle for rest. Floors, too, shaped the experience. Many peasant homes had earthen floors that grew damp with the seasons. Seeping moisture into bedding laid directly on straw. Families stuffed mattresses with rushes or hay, but these quickly became soiled, flattened, and infested. The wealthy had raised wooden floors and even feather beds, but for most, the ground itself was part of the sleeping arrangement. Imagine lying on straw that had been used for weeks, the smell of mold and animals heavy in the air, knowing it needed to be replaced but lacking the time or resources to do so. Rest was never clean. It was soaked in the earth itself. The layout of medieval homes also meant that privacy was non-existent. In small cottages, parents, children, and sometimes animals shared a single space. Beds were often built into alcoves or raised platforms against the wall, but everyone's rest overlapped with everyone else's. Snores, coughs, cries, and shifting bodies filled the air. For the wealthy, larger homes offered more chambers, but even then, servants often slept in the same room as their masters, or in corridors outside chambers, ready to be summoned. To sleep in medieval times was to do so with others always near, the architecture refusing solitude. Privacy, as we understand it today, was a luxury most could never imagine. Urban homes presented different challenges. In towns and cities, houses were crowded together, their upper stories leaning over narrow streets. Noise was constant, neighbors arguing, vendors setting up early, drunks stumbling home from taverns. The walls were thin enough to carry every sound, and shutters did little to block out the clamor. Imagine trying to rest while hearing your neighbors' whispered arguments or the footsteps of strangers passing beneath your window. The architecture of towns compressed lives together, making every night an exercise in endurance rather than relaxation. Even castles, symbols of wealth and power, carried their own difficulties. Stone walls trapped cold and echoed sound. Great halls, where servants and guards often slept in rows, reverberated with snoring, coughing, and the shuffle of boots. Noble chambers offered more comfort, with heavy drapes, feather beds, and even warming pans filled with hot coals to heat the sheets. Yet drafty windows and vast, unheated spaces made winters brutal, and the security of thick walls came at the price of constant chill. Imagine being a lord in a grand bed, wrapped in furs, yet shivering as wind slipped through cracks in the stone. No amount of wealth fully erased the discomforts of medieval architecture. And then there was the issue of safety. The construction of homes often left them vulnerable to fire, theft, or attack. Thatched roofs caught fire easily from stray sparks, and wooden beams added to the risk. Families went to bed each night praying not only for protection from spirits, but also from flames that could consume their homes while they slept. Doors were barred with heavy beams, but they provided little defense against determined thieves or raiders. The walls that were meant to protect became fragile barriers, turning every night into a gamble with fate. Yet despite these flaws, medieval people adapted. They layered furs and blankets against cold drafts, used canopies and curtains to create warmth and privacy, and built alcove beds into walls to trap heat. In some regions, box beds with wooden shutters became common, allowing sleepers to close themselves in like coffins, safe from drafts and pests. These designs reveal a deep ingenuity, an attempt to wrest comfort from inhospitable architecture. The home may have been flawed, but the people within it found ways to survive, to carve spaces of warmth and safety in the midst of imperfection. What is most striking is how architecture shaped not just physical comfort, but cultural meaning. The cramped spaces reinforced the value of community, teaching people to share and endure together. The dangers of fire and collapse reinforced the constant awareness of fragility. Even the discomfort of smoke and pests carried moral weight, reminding sleepers of humility and the transient nature of life. To live and sleep in a medieval home was to be constantly reminded of dependence, on family, on neighbors, on God. And so, when we imagine medieval nights, we must see not only the people in their beds, but the walls, roofs, and floors that framed their rest. Architecture was not passive, it was active, shaping every sigh, every cough, every prayer. To sleep was to do so in a structure that both protected and failed, that both sheltered and exposed. And just when you think the story of medieval rest is contained within those walls, another truth emerges. Beyond the home itself, the very landscape, the forests, fields, and roads, brought its own dangers and rhythms to the fragile act of sleep. Imagine leaving the relative shelter of a medieval home and stepping into the landscape at night. The village fades behind you, its last lanterns flickering in the distance, and ahead lies the vast expanse of fields, forests, and winding roads, all cloaked in darkness. For those forced to travel or sleep beyond the safety of walls, the natural world at night was both majestic and menacing. The medieval landscape shaped rest in profound ways, determining not only where people lay down, but whether they dared to sleep at all. To close your eyes under the stars was to surrender yourself to forces far less predictable than creaking rafters or scratching rats. Forests, in particular, were places of both wonder and terror. By day, they offered wood, game, and herbs. By night, they became haunted realms, alive with the sounds of wolves, boars, and owls. Imagine a traveler trying to rest on a bed of leaves, every snap of a twig making his heart leap, convinced it might be a predator, or worse, a bandit hiding in the dark. Folklore only deepened these fears, for forests were said to be home to witches, spirits, and demons that prowled most actively at night. Even the rustle of wind in the trees could be mistaken for whispers of the supernatural. To sleep in a forest was not only uncomfortable, it was to lie in the belly of mystery itself, half waking, half dreaming, caught between survival and superstition. Fields carried their own eerie qualities. In the summer, peasants sometimes slept outdoors during harvests, too exhausted to return home after long days of labor. They lay under the stars, surrounded by the hum of insects and the rustle of grain. For some, it was peaceful, almost sacred, a chance to rest in the embrace of nature. For others, it was unsettling. The openness left them exposed to thieves or wandering animals, and the sight of the endless sky reminded them of their smallness in creation. Fields were liminal spaces, safe enough in daylight, but uncanny at night, where the line between comfort and vulnerability blurred with every passing breeze. Roads at night were perhaps the most dangerous of all. Medieval highways were narrow, muddy, and often little more than tracks worn by carts and hooves. To travel after sunset was to risk attack from bandits who knew the terrain better than weary travelers. Inns were few and far between, and those who could not find shelter often had no choice but to sleep by the roadside. Imagine lying down near a ditch, clutching your belongings, praying that footsteps would not approach in the dark. Every creak of wagon wheels or distant bark of a dog might signal strangers drawing near. Sleep came in fits, shallow and anxious, broken by the constant vigilance needed to survive until dawn. Even natural sounds carried weight. The howl of wolves, common across much of Europe, was enough to keep entire villages awake, especially those living near forest edges. Packs were known to attack livestock, and stories of wolves dragging away children seeped into popular memory. Owls, as mentioned before, were feared as omens of death, their haunting calls echoing over empty landscapes. Frogs croaking, foxes barking, or the sudden splash of fish in rivers. Each of these sounds, ordinary in daylight, took on sinister tones at night. The medieval ear, unaccustomed to silence, was finely tuned to interpret every noise as potential danger or message. Sleep in the open was never peaceful. It was filled with the soundscape of uncertainty. Yet there was also beauty in these landscapes of night. For some, especially shepherds or travelers accustomed to the road, the stars provided comfort and navigation. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, a cosmic path that guided pilgrims and sailors alike. Sleeping under the heavens could feel like resting in the presence of the divine, the vastness above reminding believers of God's creation. Poets and mystics often wrote of the night sky as both terrifying and inspiring, a canvas of eternity against which human life felt fleeting. To sleep beneath it was to lie in the arms of mystery, not entirely safe, but profoundly humbled. The seasons shaped these outdoor experiences dramatically. In summer, warmth made sleeping outside possible, though insects plagued every attempt at rest. In winter, however, the cold was brutal, often deadly. Travelers caught on the road without shelter risked freezing before morning. Many stories tell of people who lay down to rest by the roadside and never woke, their bodies found stiff with frost. The landscape was not neutral. It was actively hostile, demanding constant negotiation with fire, clothing, and luck. To close your eyes in winter was an act of faith as much as exhaustion. Communities tried to mitigate these dangers with collective practices. Pilgrims often traveled in groups, sleeping together in fields or by roadsides, their bodies forming a barrier of safety. Shepherds kept fires burning through the night, their glow deterring predators and comforting their flocks. Villages near forests sometimes posted watches, ensuring that wolves or thieves did not strike while others rested. These practices reinforced the communal nature of medieval survival. No one truly slept alone without risk. Safety, even in rest, was something built together. But what is most fascinating is how the medieval imagination infused these landscapes with meaning. Forests at night were not just dark, they were enchanted. Roads were not just dangerous, they were liminal paths where the boundary between human and supernatural blurred. Fields were not just open, they were thresholds where heaven and earth seemed to meet. Sleep in these places was more than physical, it was symbolic, an act of lying down in spaces charged with myth, fear, and awe. Every restless night under the stars was a reminder that humans did not own the landscape, they merely borrowed it. And so, the medieval night was never confined to walls. It spilled into forests, fields, and roads, shaping sleep in ways that mingled danger, beauty, and mystery. To rest in these spaces was to feel exposed to both nature and the unseen, to endure the cold comfort of earth and sky as your only companion. And just when it seems the physical world was burden enough, the medieval imagination added one more layer. The conviction that beyond animals, weather, and thieves, the darkness itself was alive with spirits, demons, and forces eager to claim the restless sleeper. Imagine lying in bed in the Middle Ages, the fire reduced to embers, your family breathing heavily beside you, and yet you cannot find comfort. For medieval people, darkness was never empty. It was inhabited. The night was alive with spirits, demons, angels, and restless souls, all believed to move most freely when the sun had vanished. To fall asleep was to risk wandering into their domain, to open oneself to encounters that blurred the line between dream and reality. For a medieval sleeper, the night was not just about fighting hunger, cold, or rats. It was about surviving the unseen forces that prowled in silence. Spirits of the dead were among the most feared visitors of the night. People believed that souls who had died violently or without proper rites wandered restlessly, seeking release. Villagers whispered of footsteps outside cottages, of doors creaking open without wind, of beds dipping under unseen weight. Dreams of deceased relatives were not considered harmless. They were interpreted as visitations, messages that demanded action. Imagine a widow waking with tears after dreaming her husband called her name, convinced that he lingered in purgatory and needed prayers to move on. Sleep became a bridge to the dead, comforting at times, but more often heavy with responsibility. Demons, however, carried the greatest weight in popular imagination. Preachers warned constantly that the devil worked hardest at night when vigilance was weakest. Sleep, they said, left the soul vulnerable to intrusion. Nightmares were not caused by indigestion or stress. They were assaults from demons. Tales of the incubus and succubus, the demonic figures said to attack men and women in their sleep, spread widely. Victims woke breathless, sweating, and ashamed, believing they had been physically overpowered by evil. Today we might call it sleep paralysis or vivid dreaming, but for them it was evidence of the devil's grip. Even monks recorded their nightly struggles, confessing that visions of temptation tormented them in bed. Rest was never safe. It was contested ground. The supernatural was not always malevolent. Angels, too, were believed to appear in dreams, offering guidance or comfort. Saints were said to watch over sleepers, sometimes even intervening to drive away demons. Pilgrims returning from shrines carried relics under their pillows, convinced they radiated protective power. Children were told that guardian angels watched at their bedside, their wings shielding them from harm. These beliefs did not erase fear, but they softened it, offering hope that the night was not only ruled by darkness. Imagine a peasant child falling asleep clutching a small wooden cross, reassured by the thought that heavenly protectors kept watch while his eyes closed. Superstition gave form to countless other nocturnal dangers. The mare, a spirit blamed for nightmares, was thought to sit on sleepers' chests, crushing them with fear. This idea was so widespread it gave us the very word nightmare. Witches were said to roam at night, riding animals or even stealing into homes to curse families as they slept. Farmers swore that if their horses woke sweating and trembling, it was because witches had ridden them until dawn. These stories filled the gaps of unexplained experiences, reinforcing the idea that sleep was never private. It was shared with forces beyond human sight. Protection against these forces became ritualized. Families placed iron objects under pillows, believing the metal repelled demons and witches. Prayers were recited before extinguishing candles, and holy water was sprinkled at doorways to guard against intrusion. Herbs, such as St. John's wort and rue, were tucked into bedding, their scent believed to drive away evil spirits. Even the position of the sleeper mattered. Lying on one's back was thought to invite the night hag, while sleeping on the right side was believed to be safer. These habits reveal how deeply the supernatural was woven into nightly routines. Every action before bed was a negotiation with unseen powers. But the supernatural was not confined to homes. Entire landscapes were thought to harbor spirits that grew stronger after dark. Forests were haunted by ghosts of the unburied. Crossroads were believed to be gathering places for demons, and rivers were feared as pathways for spirits. Travelers caught sleeping outdoors risked not only wolves or thieves, but also the wrath of otherworldly beings. Tales spread of men who slept by crossroads and woke cursed, or of women who dreamed near rivers and returned claiming to have seen drowned souls begging for release. These stories blurred geography and imagination, turning the land itself into a haunted stage for the medieval night. What is remarkable is how deeply these beliefs shaped psychology. Fear of supernatural assault meant that many people expected interruption in their rest. They accepted that waking in the night was normal, even inevitable, and often used those hours to pray or seek reassurance. Instead of dismissing sleeplessness as failure, they reinterpreted it as a spiritual warning. If you could not sleep, it meant something was amiss. Your soul, your home, or your community needed attention. In this way, anxiety about the supernatural was absorbed into daily rhythm, making even the absence of sleep meaningful. At the same time, the supernatural imagination offered resilience. Believing that demons prowled the night also meant believing that saints and angels could protect you. Dreams were heavy with risk, but they were also windows into divine mystery. The same night that terrified could also inspire, transforming restless sleep into visions of comfort or revelation. Medieval people endured the weight of their beliefs not by dismissing them, but by weaving them into the fabric of survival. And so, the medieval night was never truly empty or silent. It was crowded with presences, unseen but deeply felt, shaping every sigh, every prayer, every twitch beneath the blanket. To close one's eyes was to step into contested territory where good and evil battled for the soul. Sleep was fragile because it was never only human. It was a space where heaven and hell both claimed their rights. And just when you think this was burden enough, another truth emerges. Beyond spirits and demons, dreams themselves became a theater of meaning, carrying messages that shaped lives long after the candles were relit. Imagine closing your eyes in a medieval bed and finding yourself transported into a vivid dream, a space where the boundaries between body and soul dissolved, where the unconscious became a stage for divine revelation, demonic temptation, or mysterious prophecy. For medieval people, dreams were not idle fancies of the sleeping mind, they were messages. They could come from God, from the devil, from wandering spirits, or even from one's own sins bubbling to the surface. Sleep itself might be fragile, but dreams gave it weight, turning the night into a theater of meaning where every image demanded interpretation. The church was the first and loudest voice in shaping how people understood their dreams. Priests taught that God sometimes spoke to the faithful through visions, as he had to biblical figures like Joseph or Daniel. A farmer who dreamed of an overflowing harvest might believe he had been blessed with divine foresight. A mother who saw her child in danger in a dream might rush to confession, convinced it was a warning about her family's spiritual vulnerability. At the same time, the church warned that not all dreams were holy. Many were considered dangerous temptations, planted by demons to corrupt the sleeper's soul. A dream of lust, for instance, was not dismissed as imagination, but feared as sin itself. To wake with guilt was to carry evidence of inner weakness, even if the body had been entirely at rest. Beyond the church, folklore added layers of interpretation that shaped nightly rest. Dream books circulated, offering elaborate systems of symbols. To dream of fire meant passion or destruction. To dream of teeth falling out foretold death. To dream of water suggested either fertility or drowning, depending on its clarity. These interpretations seeped into everyday conversations. Imagine a peasant telling his neighbor about a dream of wolves, only to be told it was an omen of thieves approaching. Dreams became communal property, stories analyzed and debated over fields and markets. A night's vision could ripple outward, shaping decisions, fears, and expectations for entire households. At the same time, dreams were deeply personal. A restless sleeper might wake from a nightmare drenched in sweat, heart pounding, certain they had glimpsed their own mortality. These experiences carried emotional weight that lingered throughout the day. Parents taught children to pray after bad dreams, not simply to soothe fear, but to cleanse the soul. Adults often confessed troubling dreams to priests, who interpreted them as moral failures or divine warnings. The line between sleep and wakefulness blurred, as visions of the night demanded repentance in the light of day. Interestingly, not all dreams were feared. Some were celebrated, even cultivated. Monks and mystics often sought visions through fasting, prayer, or deliberate sleep deprivation, believing that weakened bodies were more open to divine messages. Saints' lives are filled with accounts of holy figures receiving instructions or comfort through dreams. Hildegard of Bingen, for example, recorded visions that shaped theology and music alike, claiming they came to her during her hours of rest. For mystics, sleep was not a surrender to danger, but a portal to heaven, a fragile bridge between earth and eternity. Yet, the ambiguity of dreams ensured that they always carried tension. Were they divine revelations or demonic traps? Were they reflections of personal guilt or messages for entire communities? This uncertainty made medieval people hyper-attentive to their dreams, imbuing each one with significance. Imagine a man who dreamed of his late father demanding prayers. He would rush to pay for masses, fearing that ignoring the vision would condemn both himself and his father's soul. Sleep thus became inseparable from ritual action, as dreams bled into the obligations of waking life. Dreams also reinforced the ever-present fear of death. To dream of coffins, graveyards, or shadows was often interpreted as an omen of one's end. Villagers might prepare wills or donate to the church after such visions, convinced that their time was near. Conversely, dreams of light or angels were seen as reassurance of salvation, lifting spirits even in the face of plague or famine. The emotional impact of these visions cannot be overstated. They colored how people faced their mortality, turning each night into a rehearsal for eternity. What is striking is how dreams linked the body's fragility with the soul's destiny. Restless sleep from hunger or illness might spark nightmares, but these were not dismissed as physical symptoms. They were treated as signs of spiritual weakness or cosmic warning. In this way, the very limits of the body reinforced the meanings assigned to the soul. The ache of the stomach, the fever's delirium, the mind's vivid images, all became part of a narrative larger than the individual. Dreams were not random. They were stitched into the fabric of survival and faith. And still, despite all this weight, people found wonder in their nightly visions. Dreams offered glimpses of impossible worlds, of lost loved ones, of fears and desires otherwise unspoken. They were terrifying and comforting, sinful and sacred, confusing and clarifying. For medieval people, to dream was to enter a space where heaven, hell, and earth all collided, where the fragility of life and the eternity of the soul were played out in images no one could fully control. And so, the medieval bed was not just a place of rest, it was a stage for visions. The candle snuffed out, the prayers whispered, the blankets pulled tight. These did not mark the end of the day, but the beginning of a new realm of experience, where dreams became sermons, omens, and warnings in disguise. And just when it seems dreams themselves defined the full mystery of medieval nights, another truth surfaces. The way children, with their restless bodies and innocent minds, became the most vulnerable and revealing dreamers of all. Picture a medieval cottage at night, the fire smoldering low, parents lying exhausted after a day of labor, and children shifting restlessly in their shared straw bed. If adults struggled with the weight of hunger, cold, and superstition, children bore those burdens even more intensely. Their nights were filled not only with physical discomforts, but with the anxieties of parents, the whispers of folklore, and the fragile rhythms of a world that rarely allowed peaceful slumber. To understand medieval sleep fully, we must look at how children slept, how their innocence was shaped, tested, and sometimes stolen by the conditions of the age. For many children, sleep was communal from the start. Infants rarely had separate cradles for long. They often shared beds with mothers, siblings, or extended family. This closeness provided warmth and comfort, but it also carried risks. Mothers worried about smothering infants, while priests warned that co-sleeping left children vulnerable to demonic influence. Imagine a mother lying awake, her baby pressed to her chest, torn between exhaustion and fear that one careless move or one supernatural intrusion might bring tragedy. Sleep was both an act of nurture and of danger, wrapped tightly together. As children grew, their sleep reflected the fragile health of medieval childhood. Illness was constant, and nighttime often amplified its terrors. Parents kept vigil over fevers, listening to their children's labored breaths, praying over every cough. Without medicine, families turned to herbs, charms, and whispered blessings to soothe the sick. Many children never woke from such nights, their short lives ending quietly before dawn. For those who survived, sleep carried the memory of fragility, shaping entire households with the awareness that rest was never guaranteed safety. Every morning a child's eyes opened was celebrated as a small miracle. Nightmares haunted medieval children as much as they did adults, but with sharper edges. Stories told at bedtime of witches, demons, and spirits often bled into their dreams. A child who woke screaming in the night was thought to have been visited by the nightmare, a malicious spirit pressing down on their chest. Parents might rush to place a cross over the bed or sprinkle holy water to drive it away. Imagine a child clinging to their mother, heart pounding, convinced that the shadows in the corner had teeth. Their fears were validated, not dismissed, for the culture itself insisted that the night was alive with dangers. Discipline was also tied to sleep. Parents and priests used bedtime to reinforce moral lessons, warning children that demons preyed on the disobedient or that angels watched to reward the pure. Falling asleep without prayer was considered reckless, even sinful. Children learned early that their behavior in the day could shape their safety at night. This moralization of rest meant that sleep was never neutral. It was part of religious education, a nightly rehearsal of virtue and vigilance. Innocence did not shield them. It made them targets for both parental concern and supernatural narratives. Practical discomforts added to these fears. Children often slept on the same infested straw as adults, their skin itching from lice and fleas. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs, making them toss and whimper in the dark. Winter nights left them shivering, huddled together for warmth, while summer brought swarms of insects and stifling heat in thatched cottages. Restless movements and cries disturbed entire households, deepening the cycle of fragmented sleep. For parents, the sound of a child's sleeplessness was both familiar and heartbreaking, a reminder that even the young could not escape the harsh realities of medieval life. Folklore shaped children's nights in other ways, too. Tales of changelings, fairy children swapped for human infants, made parents hyper-aware of their baby's behavior. A restless sleeper who wailed inconsolably or seemed sickly might be suspected of being a changeling, leading families to desperate and sometimes cruel measures to test the child's true nature. Imagine the fear of a mother staring at her infant in the dim light, wondering if the child she cradled was truly hers. Sleep became a site of suspicion, where innocence could turn uncanny under the weight of cultural fear. And yet, children also found joy in their nights. Siblings whispered stories to each other before drifting off, laughter muffled under blankets. Some dreamed of play, of animals, of feasts they never had. Their imaginations, unbound by adult worries, could turn even the coldest cottage into a space of wonder and sleep. Parents cherished these moments, for they revealed resilience in the midst of hardship. Childhood, though brief and perilous, offered glimmers of light even in the darkest hours. These small joys mattered, reminding families that not every night ended in fear. The vulnerability of children in sleep also reinforced communal bonds. Neighbors prayed together for sick infants, women shared remedies to soothe colic, and communities gathered at funerals when children did not survive the night. Sleep, fragile and uncertain, bound people together through shared responsibility and shared grief. In this way, the night was not just personal, it was collective, shaping the rhythms of entire villages. Every child's rest, or loss of it, rippled outward into the lives of many. What lingers most is the realization that medieval childhood was defined by fragility, and nowhere was this more evident than in sleep. Children were caught in a world where every dream, every cough, every restless sigh carried meaning. They were comforted and terrified in equal measure, shielded and exposed by the very beliefs meant to protect them. Their nights reveal not only the vulnerability of the young, but the anxieties of the entire society, projected onto the smallest and most innocent bodies. And just when it seems children carried the heaviest burdens of medieval nights, another perspective emerges. How the elderly, with their frail bodies and long memories, faced sleep with a mixture of resignation, wisdom, and fear, embodying yet another dimension of rest in a world where the night was never simple. Picture an old man in a medieval village, his back bent from decades of labor, lowering himself slowly onto a straw-filled mattress. Around him, the cottage is quiet except for the faint breathing of younger relatives already asleep. For the elderly in the Middle Ages, sleep carried an entirely different weight than for children or adults in their prime. It was not just rest from the day's toil, it was a nightly rehearsal for the inevitable. With age came fragility, and with fragility came the fear, and sometimes the acceptance, that each night might be the last. To close one's eyes after a lifetime of hardship was both a relief and a confrontation with mortality. Elderly sleepers often battled the same discomforts as everyone else: cold air slipping through cracks, fleas crawling in straw, the smell of smoke thick in the lungs. But their bodies, already weakened by age, suffered more intensely. Stiff joints ached after lying too long, fragile bones protested every movement, and shallow breaths made even rest feel precarious. For some, sleep came in short bursts, interrupted by pain or by the need to rise and stretch. Imagine a grandmother waking several times a night, whispering prayers while she rubbed her aching knees, knowing she would never again know the deep, unbroken sleep of youth. The medieval imagination tied these struggles directly to morality and death. Old age was seen as a time of preparation for eternity, and sleep was its most visible reminder. Priests told the elderly that they must sleep as though ready to die. framing every night as a rehearsal for the eternal rest that awaited. To wake in the morning was to be granted one more day of grace, another chance for confession, prayer, or reconciliation. To fail to wake was simply the fulfillment of what had long been expected. Sleep for the elderly was not only fragile, it was sacred, a nightly confrontation with God's judgment. Dreams carried particular weight for older sleepers. A young person might dismiss a strange dream as unsettling. An elder saw it as prophecy. To dream of dead relatives was to believe that one's own death was near. To dream of angels was a reassurance that salvation awaited. Elders often shared these visions with family members, who listened closely, treating them as warnings or blessings. Imagine an old man describing a dream of crossing a bridge of light, his family hushed around him, each word heavy with the sense that they were witnessing a glimpse of his departure. Dreams became communal events, shaping how both the elderly and their families prepared for the inevitable. But not all nights were solemn. Old age brought a certain candor, and many elders spoke openly of their sleeplessness with wry humor. A grandmother might joke about waking every hour because the devil refuses to take her yet. A grandfather might scold children for sleeping too long, claiming that their deep rest was wasted while his shallow naps kept him closer to God. These moments of humor softened the tension, turning the fragility of age into wisdom. Through storytelling, elders taught the young that sleeplessness, like life itself, could be endured with resilience and wit. The community valued these nighttime experiences as part of the wisdom of age. Elders often kept watch when others slept, their light dozing turning into informal night guard duty. A grandfather sitting by the hearth might poke the embers when they grew low, ensuring the house stayed warm. A grandmother awake at midnight might soothe a crying child, her presence a comfort in the dark. In this way, the restless sleep of the elderly became an asset, transforming vulnerability into contribution. Night after night, their wakefulness tied generations together, weaving continuity between young and old. Still, the fear of dying in sleep was ever present. Families often checked on elderly relatives in the morning, holding their breath until they saw movement. The deathbed and the nightly bed were not so far apart. Both were framed with prayers, blessings, and the presence of loved ones. In some traditions, elders deliberately slept in positions of prayer, as though to ensure their final posture was one of devotion. Imagine the sight of an old woman lying on her right side, rosary in hand, muttering until her words blurred into snores, a posture designed as much for death as for sleep. What is most striking is how old age reframed the meaning of night for entire households. The fragility of the elderly made families more aware of their own mortality. Children saw their grandparents' struggles and internalized the lessons that sleep was fragile, that life was fleeting, that each night carried risks. Elders became living reminders of both the resilience and the limits of the human body. Their presence in the bedchamber turned ordinary nights into moral lessons, binding the experience of sleep to the arc of life itself. And yet, even as the elderly confronted sleep as a rehearsal for death, they also embodied continuity. Their presence linked generations. Their stories carried the past into the present, and their fragile nights shaped the rhythms of entire households. Sleep, for them, was not only vulnerability but legacy, a way of teaching younger generations how to live with the inevitability of death. And so, when we imagine medieval nights, we must see not only children's restless dreams or adults' burdens of labor, but also the quiet endurance of the old, lying awake in the dark, balancing resignation with wisdom. And just when it seems that the human body and spirit have carried all the weight they can, another dimension rises to meet them, the role of medicine, remedies, and curious treatments that attempted, often in strange and surprising ways, to make sleep less fragile in a world where comfort was always just out of reach. Imagine walking through a medieval village at dusk, the last shafts of sunlight fading behind the rooftops, and noticing the quiet confidence with which some households prepared for the night. On one side, a mother laid herbs into her children's bedding. On another, a neighbor muttered blessings over his door. But beyond these domestic rituals lay another world of guidance and authority. The healers, the physicians, the herbalists, the wise women, and sometimes the cunning folk, whose role was to interpret, prescribe, and protect. In the medieval imagination, the quest for sleep was never left solely to the sleeper. It was mediated by those whose knowledge, half medical, half mystical, stood between fragility and rest. Physicians, trained in universities or in the long tradition of classical texts, carried the weight of authority. They were steeped in Galen's theories of the four humors and applied these frameworks to problems of sleep. If a villager complained of insomnia, a physician might diagnose an excess of choler, too much heat in the body, and prescribe cooling remedies, lettuce, endive, or violets. For someone plagued by heavy, lethargic sleep, he might suggest bloodletting to release excess phlegm. These treatments sound strange today, but they were part of a coherent worldview in which sleep was inseparable from the balance of the body's fluids. Imagine a patient leaving a physician's chamber with both a pouch of herbs and a stern reminder to avoid fatty meats before bed, convinced that health and salvation were tied to bodily discipline. Yet professional physicians were few and far between, and their services were expensive. Most villagers turned instead to local healers, often women whose knowledge of herbs, charms, and practical remedies had been passed down through generations. These women knew which plants calmed the nerves, which teas soothed a restless child, and which rituals reassured the anxious. They might instruct a mother to burn lavender in the home, to sew rosemary into a pillow, or to warm milk with honey as a nightly tonic. Their advice was practical, but infused with ritual, for healing was never purely physical. It was spiritual, cultural, and symbolic. Cunning folk who blurred the lines between healer and magician added another layer of care. They might be called upon to break a curse believed to cause nightmares, or to craft protective charms against the night hag. A villager tormented by dreams might seek out such a practitioner, returning home with an iron nail to place under the bed, or parchment inscribed with prayers to ward off demons. These figures lived in ambiguous space, respected for their wisdom, feared for their proximity to forbidden knowledge. Their remedies remind us that medieval medicine was never cleanly separated from superstition. It thrived on the overlap. Monks and nuns also played vital roles in the world of sleep remedies. Monastic infirmaries cultivated vast gardens of medicinal plants, carefully cataloged and studied. They brewed teas of valerian, poppy, and chamomile, prescribing them not only to soothe pain, but also to encourage rest. For them, sleeplessness was a spiritual problem as well as a physical one, to be countered with scripture, prayer, and holy relics. Imagine a weary pilgrim welcomed into a monastery, given a warm herbal drink and a bed stuffed with fresh straw, while monks chanted compline in the chapel. In that combination of medicine and liturgy, sleep became both treatment and sacrament. The advice of healers often extended into rituals surrounding sleep itself. Physicians might insist that beds be positioned in certain ways, east to west, aligning with sacred directions, or that windows be opened for fresh air to purify the humors. Folk healers encouraged bathing feet in warm water before bed, both to relax the body and to symbolically cleanse it of daily burdens. Priests added their own prescriptions, urging confession before sleep to ensure the soul was at peace should death come during the night. The convergence of medical, folk, and religious counsel created a web of expectation around bedtime, turning it into a carefully managed act rather than a casual collapse into exhaustion. What is striking is how the authority of these figures depended not only on their remedies, but on the trust they inspired. A physician with university training might be revered in cities, but in villages, the herbalist grandmother or the priest's blessing often held more power. Sleep was too fragile to entrust to one perspective alone, so people layered their defenses. A cup of valerian tea, a whispered prayer, a charm of iron under the pillow. Each figure, doctor, healer, monk, cunning woman, contributed to the shared arsenal against the dangers of the night. Of course, suspicion always hovered nearby. A healer whose remedies failed could quickly be accused of incompetence, or worse, of witchcraft. A cunning man respected one day for curing nightmares could be condemned the next for causing them. This precarious balance of authority reflects how desperate people were for answers, how eagerly they turned to any figure who could offer respite from restless nights. Trust was a fragile currency, easily given, but easily lost when sleep, already so elusive, refused to come. And yet, these healers, whether learned physicians or humble midwives, wove themselves deeply into the rhythm of medieval nights. Their remedies, rituals, and reassurances shaped how people approached sleep, turning the act of rest into a shared project of body, soul, and community. Sleep was not something you achieved alone. It was something managed by networks of knowledge, faith, and tradition. What lingers most is how these figures reveal the essence of medieval life, a world where expertise was fragmented, where science, superstition, and spirituality coexisted without contradiction, and where every fragile night was endured through collective effort. And just when it seems that the story of sleep belongs entirely to the realm of healers and priests, another truth emerges. How art, literature, and cultural imagination turn the experience of the night itself into inspiration, capturing both its terrors and its comforts for generations to come. Imagine a monk hunched over parchment in the flicker of candlelight, sketching the shape of a dream that visited him during the night, or a poet weaving the restless silence of darkness into lines meant to be sung aloud in a tavern. For medieval culture, the night was never just a backdrop for sleep. It was also a source of inspiration. Artists, writers, and musicians drew from the imagery of dreams, nightmares, and restless vigils to shape works that still resonate today. To explore how sleep and night filtered into art and literature is to see how profoundly they influenced the imagination, turning fragility into creativity and fear into beauty. Medieval literature teems with images of night. Poets and storytellers used darkness as a stage where morality and mystery could unfold. Dreams, in particular, became a favorite literary device. Works like The Romance of the Rose or Piers Plowman framed their entire narratives as dream visions, where the protagonist fell asleep and entered another world filled with allegory and meaning. Sleep was not mere rest in these texts. It was a portal to revelation. Readers would recognize this immediately, for they too were taught to believe that dreams carried weight. Imagine a villager hearing a tale recited aloud at market. nodding in recognition as the dream mirrored his own restless visions from the night before. Nightmares, too, found their way into literature, often to terrify or to teach. Sermons recounted visions of hell, painting fiery landscapes filled with tortured souls, many of which were described as dreams or night visitations. These depictions blurred into art as well, with manuscripts and church frescoes filled with grotesque demons pressing down on sleepers, their claws echoing the folkloric night hag. Such images did not merely decorate, they warned. To fall asleep without prayer was to risk waking in the grip of these very creatures. Art and literature reinforced belief, ensuring that every restless night carried echoes of the moral stories carved into walls and whispered in prose. Music, too, was shaped by the rhythms of night. Monastic chants structured around nocturnal prayer services, matins, and vigils echoed through stone chapels in the early hours of morning, turning sleeplessness into harmony. These chants were designed to be both soothing and awe-inspiring, their slow cadences lulling monks into meditative states while keeping them alert enough to ward off sloth. Imagine the sound. Dozens of voices rising in unison at midnight, reverberating through dark halls, filling the emptiness of night with sacred order. For listeners, the music of the night was not entertainment but survival, a way of sanctifying hours that otherwise brimmed with danger and temptation. Even visual art reflected the peculiar relationship between sleep and fear. Illuminated manuscripts often depicted sleepers surrounded by angels or demons, their fragile rest framed as a cosmic battle for the soul. Marginalia in manuscripts sometimes added humor to these images, showing peasants snoring loudly or monks dozing during prayer, poking fun at the human tendency to slip into slumber. These playful touches reveal that medieval culture, for all its seriousness, could also laugh at the frailty of sleep. Art was not just warning or worship, it was reflection, capturing the entire spectrum of human experience in the night. Folklore fed the creative imagination as well. Tales of changelings, night hags, and restless spirits became material for plays, poems, and popular ballads. A wandering minstrel might sing of a knight kept awake by visions of ghosts on the battlefield, or of a maiden cursed with endless sleeplessness until her true love broke the spell. These stories, though fantastical, were rooted in the real anxieties of medieval nights: hunger, disease, and the fear of dying in one's sleep. Art gave voice to fear, transforming private unease into collective performance. The audience, listening to such a ballad in a tavern, would laugh, shiver, and nod in recognition, their own sleepless struggles mirrored on stage. What is fascinating is how the night also inspired beauty, not only dread. Poets often describe the peace of moonlit landscapes, the comfort of shared beds, or the gentle rhythm of dreams that carried lovers together across distance. Courtly poetry, in particular, leaned heavily on imagery of sleeplessness caused by longing. A knight lying awake for love was not just restless, he was ennobled by his suffering, his sleeplessness transformed into proof of devotion. The fragility of rest became poetic capital, an emblem of passion that audiences found both romantic and relatable. These cultural expressions reveal how medieval people did not suffer their nights in silence. They translated their restlessness into stories, images, and songs, making sense of experiences that were otherwise chaotic or terrifying. Sleep was fragile, but creativity was resilient. By embedding the night into their art, they ensured that fear and beauty coexisted, each giving meaning to the other. What lingers most is how art and literature reinforce the communal nature of sleep. A manuscript illuminated for monks, a ballad sung in a tavern, a dream vision recited aloud. All these works transformed private experiences of the night into shared understanding. They taught, warned, comforted, and entertained, binding people together through the universal struggle of closing one's eyes in a dangerous world. And so, the medieval imagination did not merely endure the night, it transformed it. Every restless dream, every haunting nightmare, every whispered prayer found its place in the tapestry of cultural expression. And just when it seems the story of night belongs only to poets, painters, and musicians, another truth emerges: how the rhythms of law, order, and authority also shaped the medieval night, turning sleep itself into something regulated, protected, and sometimes even punished. Imagine the toll of the curfew bell echoing across a medieval town at dusk. As the last clang faded into silence, shutters closed, gates were barred, and torches extinguished. With that sound, the night became not just a natural cycle, but a matter of law. Sleep, already fragile under the weight of hunger, fear, and superstition, was further shaped by rules imposed by rulers, priests, and city guards. For medieval people, bedtime was not always a matter of choice. It was often dictated by authority. To understand sleep in this period is to see how law and order invaded even the most intimate hours of the night. The curfew system itself reveals this intrusion. The word comes from the French couvre-feu, meaning cover fire. Towns enforced laws requiring citizens to extinguish flames and go indoors once the evening bell rang. The intent was practical, to reduce the risk of fires in wooden, tightly packed houses. Yet it also regulated human rhythm, forcing people into bed whether tired or not. Imagine a family sitting around their hearth, still awake when the bell tolls. Suddenly, they must cover the fire, douse the light, and retreat to bed, their conversations cut short by law. What began as safety quickly became habit, weaving authority into the nightly act of sleep. In cities, watchmen patrolled streets to enforce these rules, keeping order while others slept. Their footsteps echoed through empty alleys, carrying both reassurance and menace. For some, the sound of guards passing meant protection from thieves or arsonists. For others, it was a reminder of surveillance, that even in the privacy of night, authority watched. Records show fines imposed on those caught outside after curfew, their sleepless wanderings punished as threats to communal order. To be awake at the wrong time was not just unusual, it was illegal. Rest and regulation became intertwined, shaping the very meaning of night. Church law added another layer. Priests warned against indulgence in sleep, framing oversleeping as the sin of sloth. Confession manuals instructed believers to examine how they used their nights. Did they pray before bed? Did they rise for morning mass? Did they waste hours in laziness instead of vigilance? In this way, even the quantity of rest was policed, not by guards, but by conscience. Imagine a monk confessing that he had fallen asleep during prayers, his lapse treated not as fatigue, but as spiritual failure. Law in the medieval world was not confined to courts or castles. It extended into beds and dreams, shaping moral discipline alongside legal obedience. Punishments for disturbing the sleep of others reveal how seriously rest was valued as a social necessity. Town statutes fined innkeepers whose noisy establishments disrupted neighbors' nights. Villages scolded drunkards who stumbled home singing, their sleepless revelry considered an affront to community order. In some regions, repeated offenders could be locked in stocks by day, a public humiliation for disturbing the fragile peace of night. Sleep was not only personal survival, it was public property, protected and regulated like water, roads, or crops. The relationship between crime and night added urgency to these laws. Darkness was seen as the hour of thieves, adulterers, and heretics. Authorities sought to control this chaos by tightening the link between law and sleep. Citizens were expected to be indoors, quiet, and at rest. Those awake at unusual hours were suspect by default, their sleeplessness equated with guilt. Imagine a man caught wandering after midnight, dragged before town officials, forced to explain why he defied the rhythm of curfew. His insomnia, innocent to him, became suspicious to them. The night, in the eyes of authority, belonged to order, not to individuals, and yet enforcement was never absolute. Markets, festivals, and holy vigils often extended into the night, bending or suspending the rules. Pilgrims arrived at odd hours, inns bustled with travelers, and sometimes entire towns stayed awake in collective celebration. These exceptions reveal the tension between law and life, between regulation and the human need for disruption. In practice, the medieval night was shaped by a constant negotiation. Citizens obeyed, resisted, or adapted, weaving rules into their fragile patterns of rest. What is most fascinating is how these laws reveal the medieval understanding of vulnerability. Sleep was seen as a time when people were most defenseless, and therefore most in need of order. Curfews, watchmen, and church teachings all emerged from the same impulse, to protect the community while its members surrendered to unconsciousness. Law became a blanket stretched over the night, imperfect but essential. Without it, fear of fire, theft, or sin would have made rest impossible. And yet, these laws also reveal the limits of control. No bell could silence hunger, no fine could stop nightmares, and no priest could prevent a restless child from crying through the night. Authority could shape when people went to bed, but not what they felt once the darkness closed in. Sleep remained elusive, fragile, and full of meanings that no law could tame. And so the medieval night was both ordered and unruly, both disciplined and defiant. Citizens lived within the ring of curfew bells and under the watchful eyes of guards, yet their nights still overflowed with dreams, fears, and interruptions that escaped regulation. And just when it seems law had claimed the final word on rest, another force steps into the story. The economy of the night, where inns, markets, and labor reshaped how people slept, turning the darkness into a realm of trade, work, and survival. Picture the medieval night not as a time of silence and rest, but as a stage where economic necessity reshaped sleep itself. Darkness did not stop the flow of life. It redirected it, forcing people to adapt, to trade, to labor, and to survive under conditions that blurred the boundaries between night and day. For peasants, merchants, and travelers alike, the fragile rhythm of rest was constantly interrupted by the demands of money, hunger, and opportunity. To understand sleep in this context, we must explore how the economy of the night transformed slumber into something negotiated rather than guaranteed. Travelers and merchants were the first to feel this pull. Long-distance trade routes across Europe did not stop at sunset. Carts, horses, and caravans pressed onward, often arriving at towns after dark. Inns and taverns thrived on this nocturnal economy, providing food, ale, and bedding to weary travelers. Yet bedding often meant little more than a space on the floor or a shared mattress with strangers. A merchant might pay a few coins to sleep in a room crowded with other men, the air thick with snores and smoke. Privacy was a luxury, and rest was compromised by the economic model itself. The more bodies packed into a room, the greater the innkeeper's profit. Imagine lying awake, clutching your purse to your chest while the stranger beside you muttered in his sleep and rats scurried along the floorboards. For those too poor to afford inns, sleep became a public affair. Roadsides, barns, or even church porches served as makeshift shelters. Some towns permitted travelers to sleep in market stalls, their bodies curled among sacks of grain or bales of cloth. These arrangements blurred work and rest, turning spaces of commerce into fragile dormitories. The economy dictated where one could lie down, transforming night into an extension of trade. Survival required flexibility, and comfort was sacrificed to affordability. Markets themselves often extended into the night, while most village markets occurred in daylight. Larger towns hosted fairs that spilled over into evening hours, illuminated by torches or lanterns. These bustling scenes disrupted entire communities' rest, as shouts of vendors, laughter of revelers, and music of entertainers filled the streets well past curfew. For locals, sleep became a casualty of profit, traded away for the noise and chaos of economic opportunity. Imagine trying to rest in a narrow street house while drunken voices sang outside, your walls shaking with the rhythm of the fair. Night was no longer private, it was commercialized. Labor, too, crept into nighttime hours. Bakers rose in the dark to prepare bread for dawn markets, their sleep truncated by the demands of hungry towns. Shepherds stayed awake through the night to guard flocks from wolves, their rest reduced to short naps stolen beside campfires. Blacksmiths, when war or crisis demanded weapons, worked by torchlight long after sunset, their hammers ringing against anvils deep into the night. In each case, the economy pushed bodies to sacrifice rest, weaving exhaustion into the very fabric of survival. For women, especially in poorer households, nighttime labor was a constant burden. Spinning, mending, and food preparation often continued after the day's fieldwork ended. Mothers soothed children while also maintaining the household economy, stretching their sleeplessness across both care and production. Candlelight or firelight extended their working hours, but at the cost of rest. Sleep for them was never separate from labor. It was something delayed until every necessity was complete. Even crime played its part in the nocturnal economy. Thieves and bandits exploited darkness to steal goods, forcing communities to adapt with watchmen and curfews. The fear of theft shaped sleep patterns, making people restless and alert, ears attuned to any sound that might signal intrusion. Yet stolen goods also fueled underground economies, markets for cheap wares sold at dawn with no questions asked. Night was both danger and opportunity, reshaping rest through the relentless pressure of survival and profit. Religious institutions also participated in this economy of the night. Monasteries offered hospitality to travelers, charging for food and lodging, while also promoting the sanctity of pilgrimage. Pilgrims might rest in shared dormitories, their sleep interrupted by bells calling monks to midnight prayer. Here, rest was commodified as both spiritual and practical service, blending economy with piety. To pay for a bed in a monastery was to buy both protection and moral reassurance, even if the quality of sleep itself remained compromised. What is striking is how these patterns reveal a society where sleep was constantly negotiated. It was bought, sold, shared, stolen, or delayed. The economic needs of the night shaped how people experienced fatigue, making rest not only a biological act, but a financial decision. To sleep comfortably was to afford comfort. To sleep poorly was the lot of the majority. Even silence and darkness became commodities, reserved for those who could pay for thicker walls, larger chambers, or more distant homes away from noisy markets. And yet, these sacrifices reveal a resilience as well. Medieval people adapted to fragmented rest, finding ways to nap during the day, to sleep in shifts, to share beds, and to endure interruptions. Their bodies and minds bent to the pressures of an economy that refused to respect the sanctity of night. What might feel impossible to us, laboring until dawn, sharing beds with strangers, resting in noisy markets, they treat it as survival, another skill in the long art of endurance. And so, the medieval night was not merely a pause in the day's economy, it was an extension of it. Inns, markets, labor, crime, and religion all claimed their place in the fragile hours meant for sleep, reshaping how people rested and reminding us that even in darkness, commerce never truly ceased. And just when it seems the economy explains the fullness of the night, another dimension emerges. The way festivals, celebrations, and collective rituals transformed darkness into something joyful, where sleeplessness became not burden but celebration. Imagine a medieval village where the night has just fallen and, instead of retreating into silence, the streets fill with laughter, music, and the glow of torches. For all its associations with fear, danger, and fragility, the night was also a time of joy. Festivals, celebrations, and collective rituals frequently spilled into the dark hours, transforming sleeplessness from a burden into a communal expression of identity and resilience. If the economy of the night forced people to sacrifice rest for survival, festivals turned the sacrifice into pleasure. In these moments, darkness was not a threat, it was a stage. Religious feasts were the most prominent examples. Many of the church's most important celebrations demanded vigils, extended prayers and worship that lasted deep into the night. Easter, Christmas, and the feasts of saints often began with processions illuminated by candles, chants echoing across towns and villages. Entire communities gathered in churches or open squares, their sleep deliberately postponed in exchange for sacred joy. Imagine standing shoulder to shoulder with neighbors, holding a wax taper, singing hymns into the midnight air, the glow of hundreds of flames making night feel like day. These vigils blurred the line between worship and wakefulness, framing sleeplessness as holy rather than harmful. Carnivals and seasonal festivals carried a different energy altogether. The Feast of Carnival, just before Lent, transformed nights into riotous celebrations. People donned masks, feasted, drank heavily, and danced in the streets. Music and revelry lasted until dawn, often disrupting sleep for entire towns. These events were tolerated, even encouraged, because they gave communities a chance to release tensions before the austerity of fasting and penance. Imagine trying to rest in a home near the main square while drums pounded, fiddles screeched, and masked revelers laughed their way past your window. The night, normally burdened by silence and superstition, became alive with sound and spectacle. Seasonal rituals tied to agriculture also shaped the night. Harvest festivals stretched into late hours, with villagers drinking, singing, and dancing after the day's work was done. Bonfires blazed, creating pockets of warmth against the chill, and games kept people awake long after bedtime. These events were more than distractions. They reaffirmed the community's survival. To celebrate under the stars was to thank the earth for its bounty, to give meaning to labor, and to remind everyone that the hardships of night were temporary. Sleep could wait when survival itself had been secured. Saints' feast days brought their own blend of piety and festivity. Pilgrimages often ended in nighttime processions, where relics were carried through towns by torchlight, accompanied by chanting and song. These processions disrupted ordinary rest, but filled people with a sense of shared purpose. The spectacle of glowing torches winding through darkened streets turned the night into a canvas of devotion. For villagers, this was not lost time, but sacred time, an interruption of sleep that nourished the soul. And yet, behind the pious surface, such vigils were also social gatherings, chances for gossip, courtship, and laughter in the shadows of sanctity. Even weddings often extended into the night, accompanied by feasts that stretched until exhaustion. Guests ate roasted meats, drank ale, and danced until their bodies gave out. In these moments, sleeplessness became proof of joy, a celebration too important to cut short for the sake of rest. Children fell asleep in corners while adults pressed on, unwilling to surrender to fatigue. The fragility of sleep was acknowledged but brushed aside, sacrificed to the weight of human connection and ritual. Theatrical performances also punctuated medieval nights. Mystery plays, often staged in town squares, dramatized biblical stories with costumes, music, and firelight. Villagers gathered to watch the struggle of saints and sinners unfold beneath the stars. These plays blurred entertainment and instruction, keeping entire communities awake in rapt attention. Imagine a child fighting sleep, leaning against a parent, eyes wide as devils leapt across a torch-lit stage. For that child, the night was no longer frightening. It was enchanted, filled with story and spectacle. But these joyful interruptions carried consequences. After nights of revelry, mornings were sluggish. Farmers stumbled into fields with aching heads. Monks recited prayers with heavy eyes, and children struggled through lessons. Yet no one doubted the value of these sleepless celebrations. They reinforced bonds, marked the rhythms of the year, and gave meaning to time itself. Fatigue was tolerated because joy was considered just as essential as rest. In a world so dominated by hardship, moments of communal celebration justified the loss of sleep. What is most fascinating is how these festivals inverted the usual symbolism of night. Darkness, so often feared as a space of danger, became a backdrop for unity. The same streets that by day echoed with market noise and by night inspired caution now rang with laughter, music, and shared purpose. For a few hours, fear was suspended, and sleep itself was willingly postponed. In this way, night was reclaimed, transformed into a realm not of fragility, but of resilience, joy, and imagination. And so, medieval nights were never just about survival. They were also about transformation, about turning the shadows into stages for worship, celebration, and play. And just when it seems joy alone defined these moments, another truth emerges: how political power used the night, not for celebration, but for control, where kings, lords, and rulers manipulated the rhythms of darkness and sleep to strengthen their hold over society. Imagine a medieval castle at night, its torches flickering along stone corridors, guards pacing the walls, and the lord within settling into his heavy bed. Yet his rest was not entirely his own. Sleep in the Middle Ages was not only fragile because of fleas, hunger, or demons, it was also political. Kings, lords, bishops, and rulers used the rhythms of the night to extend their power. turning darkness into a tool of control. Authority did not stop at sunset. It followed people into their beds, shaping when they slept, how they slept, and even whether they slept at all. One of the clearest forms of political intrusion came through curfews, imposed by rulers to control both fire and crime. The ringing of the evening bell was not simply practical, it was a performance of power. It reminded every villager that their time, even their rest, was governed by higher authority. Those who disobeyed risked fines, public humiliation, or worse. Imagine lying in bed, listening to the silence after curfew, aware that watchmen patrolled the streets, ready to punish anyone still awake outdoors. Sleep was no longer a private choice. It was a political obligation. In castles and noble courts, the politics of sleep took subtler forms. Lords demonstrated their wealth and influence through their bedrooms. A feather bed, imported linens, or a curtained alcove were not only comforts, they were symbols of status. To host a guest overnight, offering them a private chamber or a bed of down, was to display generosity and power. Conversely, to force someone to share a crowded hall with servants and retainers was a reminder of hierarchy. Rest itself became a form of political theater, a language of privilege that communicated who ruled and who obeyed. Even the presence of guards shaped how rulers slept. Kings and lords rarely rested without a retinue nearby, bodyguards, chamberlains, or ladies-in-waiting. Their duty was not only to protect, but also to witness, ensuring that power remained visible even in the vulnerability of night. To be a monarch meant never truly sleeping alone. Your rest was another public stage, guarded, regulated, and observed. Imagine a king trying to close his eyes while a servant stood quietly at the door, holding a torch, watching for danger. Sleep itself became a political ritual, a constant reminder that safety and authority were inseparable. Religious leaders also wielded power over sleep. Bishops and abbots enforced strict schedules on monks, requiring them to wake in the middle of the night for vigils and prayers. This disruption of natural rest was not accidental. It was discipline, a reminder that obedience mattered more than comfort. To sleep through the call to prayer was not just laziness, it was disobedience against both God and the institution. The body's fatigue was harnessed as proof of spiritual submission, with authority inscribed directly into the rhythm of slumber. In this way, religion and politics converged, ensuring that even the most private hours were shaped by structures of control. In towns, rulers manipulated the night through surveillance and punishment. Public executions sometimes took place at dawn, after a condemned person had spent their last night in restless anticipation. The sleeplessness of criminals became part of their punishment, a ritual of fear that reinforced authority. Others were imprisoned in dark, damp cells where rest was deliberately impossible, their sleepless suffering serving as a lesson to all. Political power did not simply end lives. It shaped the quality of nights leading up to those ends. Interestingly, rulers also used night as an opportunity to display mercy. A pardon delivered at dawn after a prisoner had spent the night believing death was certain carried immense symbolic weight. The contrast between sleepless despair and the sudden relief of life granted reinforced the ruler's image as both terrifying and benevolent. Authority controlled not only laws and punishments, but also the psychological drama of rest itself. Power extended even into the regulation of festivals and celebrations. While communities might reclaim the night for joy, rulers ensured that such events were sanctioned and controlled. Unauthorized gatherings after dark were treated as subversive, potential breeding grounds for rebellion. A festival could continue into the night only with the blessing of authority, and even then, watchmen monitored the crowds. Sleep, or its suspension, was thus entangled with politics, reminding everyone that the night could be celebrated only when rulers allowed. What is most striking is how rulers themselves were vulnerable in sleep, and how they tried to turn that vulnerability into strength. Assassinations were most often attempted at night, when even kings were defenseless. To counter this, rulers surrounded themselves with layers of security, moats, barred gates, guards sleeping outside chambers. These precautions transformed castles into fortresses of sleepless vigilance, projecting an image of unbroken control. Yet the very need for such measures betrayed the truth that even the most powerful shared the same fragility of rest as peasants in their straw beds. And so, sleep in the medieval world was never free of politics. From curfews to prisons, from monasteries to palaces, authority dictated when people closed their eyes, how deeply they rested, and what meaning was attached to their slumber. To sleep was to participate in systems of control, willingly or not, to submit one's body to rhythms imposed from above. And just when it seems authority dictated the entire experience of the medieval night, another perspective emerges: how individuals themselves responded. Some resisted, bending rules to carve out moments of private rest. Others embraced sleeplessness as rebellion or survival. The night was not only shaped by power, it was also contested, reclaimed in quiet, subtle acts of defiance. Imagine a medieval town where the curfew bell has rung, fires have been doused, and the watchmen patrol the streets. The rules of authority dictate silence and rest, yet not everyone obeys. Behind shuttered windows, a candle still flickers. In a stable, two men whisper over stolen goods. A family pretends to sleep, then slips quietly into the fields to finish work by moonlight. Even in a world where law, religion, and fear sought to regulate the night, individuals carved out their own ways of resisting. The medieval night was not simply endured, it was contested, reclaimed, and reinvented by those who refused to surrender their rest entirely to authority. For many, resistance was practical. Farmers, bound by sunrise to sunset labor, sometimes bent curfew rules to steal extra hours under the moon. They harvested grain, tended animals, or repaired tools when officials weren't looking. These acts were not rebellion in the grand sense, but quiet defiance of imposed rhythms. Imagine a peasant couple whispering as they work in the dark, their children asleep nearby, knowing that if the watchmen discovered them, they could be fined or punished. For them, sleeplessness was survival, a calculated risk taken to keep hunger at bay. Rest was sacrificed to autonomy, however fragile. Inns and taverns became hubs of nocturnal resistance. While curfews ordered fires to be covered, many establishments quietly ignored the bell, keeping ale flowing and music playing behind closed doors. Patrons gathered, laughing and singing, even as guards patrolled outside. These gatherings blurred the line between defiance and community, turning sleepless nights into acts of solidarity. A drunkard stumbling home after midnight was more than a nuisance. He was proof that the law could be bent. The tavern's glow represented a small but persistent reminder that authority could not fully extinguish human desire for connection. Young people in particular stretched the night into their own domain. Courtship often took place after dark, away from the watchful eyes of parents. Lovers met in secret, using darkness as both shield and accomplice. Songs and poems celebrated these encounters, where sleeplessness was transformed into romance. Imagine a young man waiting in the shadows of a courtyard, whispering through a window to his beloved, their quiet defiance of curfew fueled by passion. For them, the night was not a prison but a possibility, where rules dissolved into stolen moments. Resistance also appeared in spiritual practices outside official control. Folk healers and cunning women often performed rituals at night, when secrecy offered protection from suspicion. They brewed potions, whispered charms, or interpreted dreams in the dark, their sleepless labor both feared and needed by neighbors. These acts stood at the edge of rebellion, defying church teachings while meeting communal needs. To visit such a healer after dark was itself an act of resistance, a statement that faith and tradition could coexist with faith in unofficial wisdom. The night became a cloak for defiance, turning fragility into strength. Even the act of refusing to wake when ordered was a form of resistance. Monks who failed to rise for midnight prayers, or villagers who ignored church bells at dawn, risked reprimand. Yet fatigue sometimes triumphed over obedience. Imagine a weary peasant rolling over in bed, deciding that sleep was more urgent than confession or labor. This choice, small and private, represented a quiet rebellion against the demands of both church and ruler. It was not dramatic, but it was deeply human. The assertion that rest, however fragile, belonged to the sleeper and not to authority. Criminals, of course, embraced sleeplessness as opportunity. Thieves operated under the cover of darkness, directly defying curfew and order. Smugglers used the night to move goods past officials, while rebels plotted uprisings in secret meetings long after others had gone to bed. These overt acts of resistance reveal how night could be weaponized, how sleeplessness became a strategy for undermining power. Every stolen coin or whispered conspiracy was a reminder that the night, despite all attempts to regulate it, remained unpredictable and uncontrollable. What is striking is how ordinary people framed these acts of defiance not as rebellion, but as necessity. To stay awake when the law demanded sleep was not just resistance, it was survival, love, community, or faith. Night was too important to surrender entirely, so individuals reshaped it according to their needs. The very fragility of sleep became a form of power. By choosing when and how to rest, people carved out slivers of autonomy in a world that sought to dictate every aspect of their lives. Yet these acts of defiance also carried consequences. A farmer caught working after curfew might lose crops to fines, a tavern keeper could be publicly punished, a young lover discovered in the dark might face scandal, and a healer accused of witchcraft could pay with her life. The risks were enormous, yet people continued to resist. This persistence reveals something essential, that even in the harshest conditions, humans will always fight to claim time for themselves, even if it means sacrificing sleep. And so, the medieval night was not only fragile because of fear, hunger, and law, it was fragile because people refused to let it be fully controlled. They reshaped it, resisted it, and reclaimed it in countless small ways, turning darkness into a space of survival, intimacy, and defiance. And just when it seems the story of resistance has exhausted itself, another dimension rises. How these struggles with night left their traces in memory, in chronicles, and in the very history of sleep itself, shaping how later generations came to understand the darkness they inherited. Imagine a monk hunched over parchment in a cold scriptorium, recording not only the deeds of kings or the words of saints, but also the oddities of daily life. In the margins of chronicles, letters, and medical treatises, we sometimes find glimpses of a world where even sleep, so fragile, so contested, was remembered, recorded, and given meaning. The medieval night did not vanish at dawn. It lingered in memory, in stories passed from mouth to ear, and in the writings of those who sought to make sense of why rest so often slipped away. Part of the history of sleep lies not in the act itself, but in how it was preserved. Medical texts, for instance, often included advice on sleep, and these prescriptions reveal how much rest preoccupied both physicians and patients. A doctor might recommend eating lettuce to cool the body before bed, or avoiding beans lest they provoke restless dreams. Healers wrote case notes about patients tormented by nightmares or unable to fall asleep, describing them in detail to illustrate the dangers of imbalance. Imagine leafing through such a manuscript and finding a story of a nobleman who suffered sleeplessness until a charm of iron was placed under his pillow. These records remind us that sleep was not treated as trivial. It was observed, analyzed, and written into the very corpus of medieval knowledge. Chronicles, too, sometimes paused to record sleepless nights. Monks described how armies lay awake before battle, restless with fear, their collective insomnia part of the moral lesson of the story. They noted kings who tossed and turned under the weight of conscience, their inability to rest framed as divine punishment for sin. Even entire communities were described as sleepless, kept awake by storms, plagues, or omens. Imagine a chronicler writing by candlelight, noting that none in the village slept, for the thunder did not cease, and all feared God's wrath. These passages reveal how memory of sleeplessness was woven into the larger fabric of history, turning private fragility into collective narrative. Folklore carried these memories further. Tales of the nightmare that crushed sleepers, of changeling infants who never rested, or of saints who slept peacefully despite persecution, all circulated orally, preserved across generations. These stories acted as cultural memory, explaining why sleep felt so precarious and teaching listeners how to interpret their own restless nights. A grandmother might tell her grandchildren about a neighbor who ignored nightly prayers and was tormented by spirits, her story both warning and remembrance. Folklore was not merely entertainment. It was a way of recording the lessons of sleeplessness without ink or parchment, embedding memory in community. Even personal letters sometimes contained confessions about sleep. A noblewoman might write to her husband that she had spent the night awake with worry over their child, her sleeplessness, a testament to both love and fragility. A monk might complain to a fellow brother that poor food or harsh discipline left him unable to rest. These glimpses humanized the medieval night, reminding us that restlessness was not only feared but shared, communicated as part of relationships. To tell someone you had not slept was to reveal vulnerability, to seek understanding or comfort. Dreams, too, were carefully recorded, their memory preserved as if they were more real than waking life. Monastic visionaries described their night visions in detail, convinced they carried divine messages. Peasants' dreams, though rarely written by their own hands, sometimes made their way into records when priests interpreted them during confession or when courts used them as evidence in trials of witchcraft. A dream could be remembered for years, shaping not only the life of the dreamer, but the lives of those who heard about it. In this way, the memory of sleep reached far beyond the moment of closing one's eyes. Perhaps most fascinating is how memory of sleeplessness became symbolic. A king who could not sleep was remembered as weak, a sinner haunted by guilt. A saint who endured sleepless vigils was remembered as holy, their lack of rest proof of devotion. Ordinary villagers who lost sleep to famine or fear may not have had their names recorded, but their sleepless nights lived on in proverbs, songs, and warnings passed down. In all these cases, the memory of rest or its absence was moralized, given meaning that stretched beyond the individual to the collective. And yet, memory was fragile too. The nights most often recorded were those that carried weight, visions, punishments, omens. Countless ordinary restless nights vanished unrecorded, lost to time like whispers in the dark. This silence itself is telling, reminding us how much of medieval sleep remains invisible, reconstructed only through fragments. To piece together these remnants is to realize that memory, like sleep, was uneven, selective, and vulnerable to loss. Still, what survives reveals the deep human impulse to remember and explain the night. Chronicles, folklore, letters, medical treatises, and dreams all became repositories for sleeplessness. They ensured that fragile nights were not forgotten, but instead transformed into lessons, stories, and warnings for those who came after. The act of memory gave meaning to fragility, ensuring that sleep in the Middle Ages was not only lived, but also preserved. And just when it seems the story of medieval sleep can only be reconstructed through memory, another question arises. How much of it survives into our own time, shaping the very myths and assumptions we hold about the night today? The legacy of their sleeplessness did not vanish with them. It lingers still, embedded in the way we talk about dreams, fears, and the fragile hope of rest. Imagine walking through a medieval graveyard at dusk, the air heavy with incense from the nearby church, the ground uneven with wooden crosses and rough stones. As the last bell rang, families hurried home, whispering prayers to guard against spirits that were believed to rise with the darkness. For medieval people, the cemetery was not just a place of burial, it was a place where the living and the dead coexisted, where the fragile line between rest and unrest was felt most acutely. And in this strange overlap, some sought more than remembrance. They sought protection. To sleep near graves in the shadow of tombs or even directly among the dead was not as morbid as it might seem today. It was a practice that carried symbolic, spiritual, and very practical meaning. At the heart of this behavior lay the belief that cemeteries were holy ground. Bodies buried within consecrated soil were thought to be protected, and that protection extended to the living who lingered there. Sleeping near graves was seen by some as a way to absorb that sanctity, to shield themselves from demons, witches, or evil spirits that prowled the night. Imagine a peasant woman curling beside the church wall, her children tucked against her, convinced that the saints buried nearby would guard their dreams. To them, the cemetery was not only a place of fear, but also of safety, a fortress of holiness in a world thick with dangers. Pilgrims, in particular, often slept in churchyards. On journeys across Europe, they carried little money and often had no choice but to rest where they could. Church porches, cloisters, and even the edges of graveyards offered shelter under the open sky. The presence of relics and the proximity to saints' tombs gave them confidence, as if divine guardianship extended to their weary bodies. For many, this practice was both necessity and devotion, a way of uniting their fragile sleep with their faith. To wake at dawn with the sun glinting off tombstones was to feel as though one had spent the night under God's direct watch. But there was also a deeper symbolism. Cemeteries reminded the living of their mortality. To sleep among the dead was to meditate on one's own end, to accept that death was as close as the next breath. Monks sometimes lay down in graveyards deliberately, using the discomfort as a spiritual exercise, a reminder that earthly life was temporary and that eternal rest awaited. Some penitents even sought permission to sleep on graves as acts of humility, pressing their bodies against the ground as though rehearsing for burial. In these cases, sleeplessness was not weakness, it was penance, a way to transform fragility into devotion. Yet not all associations were holy. Folklore teemed with tales of restless spirits haunting graveyards at night. To sleep, there was also to risk encounter with the supernatural. Stories told of men who awoke in cemeteries, only to see ghostly figures walking among the tombs, or who heard whispers of the dead carried on the wind. Some claimed that witches held their Sabbaths in graveyards, using bones or soil from graves in their rituals. To lie down in such a place was to step into a contested realm, where holiness and horror overlapped. Imagine drifting off to sleep, only to wake and swear you felt a cold hand brush against your cheek, not sure whether it was a dream or something far darker. Practical reasons also drew people to cemeteries. In times of war or plague, when homes were destroyed or villages emptied, graveyards often remained intact, their walls and church buildings offering some measure of shelter. For the homeless, the displaced, or the poorest of the poor, sleeping near graves might have been the only option. In this sense, the cemetery was less about sanctity or symbolism and more about survival. Yet even in these moments, the association with protection lingered, as though sleeping near the dead lent a kind of grim security that other places could not. What is fascinating is how these practices reveal the complexity of medieval attitudes toward death. Cemeteries were feared and revered, avoided and embraced. To the modern mind, they are places of silence and mourning. To medieval people, they were active spaces, intertwined with daily life, markets, processions, and even festivals. Sleeping there did not always feel alien. It was one more way to live alongside the ever-present reality of mortality. In a society where plague, famine, and war made death an everyday companion, lying down near graves was less terrifying than it might seem today. It was a way of acknowledging death, without letting it steal the chance for rest. And yet, these nights were never entirely peaceful. The fear of spirits, the chill of the earth, the whispers of wind through headstones, all conspired to remind sleepers that they were only temporary guests in the realm of the dead. Even when sleep came, it was shallow, easily broken, haunted by dreams that mirrored the surroundings. One could never forget where they were. The cemetery offered shelter and meaning, but it also pressed fragility into the soul, leaving the sleeper changed by the experience. And so, the medieval cemetery was not only a place of burial, it was a place of paradox. It could comfort and terrify, protect and endanger, humble and inspire. To sleep among the dead was to accept fragility in its purest form, to lie down in the shadow of mortality itself. And just when it seems this was the most unsettling way to spend a night, another truth emerges. That the medieval imagination also extended its sleeplessness to those living on the margins, beggars, the blind, and the wandering poor, whose relationship to the night revealed yet another layer of how rest was experienced in a world that never fully allowed it. Picture the narrow streets of a medieval town after sunset, emptied of merchants and townsfolk, the shutters drawn, the curfew bell still echoing in the distance. In the silence, shadows stir, figures too poor, too desperate, or too excluded to claim a place within the fragile safety of home. For beggars, the blind, and the wandering poor, night was not a time for rest, but a struggle for survival. If sleep was fragile for peasants in cottages and nobles in castles, it was nearly impossible for those who lived at the very margins of society. Their relationship with the night exposes a rawer truth, that for the dispossessed, darkness was both a threat and their only refuge. The poor, without homes, often sought rest wherever they could, under bridges, in the corners of marketplaces, or tucked into the shadows of city walls. Church porches were especially common shelters, offering not only cover from the rain, but also the sense of protection that came from holy ground. A beggar curling up on the stone steps of a cathedral may have felt safer under the gaze of saints carved above the door. Yet this safety was precarious. Priests or guards sometimes drove them away, fearing that their presence disrupted the sanctity of the site. Imagine drifting into a shallow sleep, only to be roused by a boot nudging your ribs, ordered to move along into the night once more. Rest became itinerant, a series of half-hours stolen from hostile streets. The blind, in particular, faced unique struggles. Deprived of sight, they relied on sound and touch to navigate even in daylight. At night, their vulnerability doubled. Unable to guard against thieves or sense threats approaching, many relied on companions or on sleeping near others for safety. Some clustered in groups near taverns or markets, where late-night activity offered protection through numbers. Others clung to churches, their faith doubling as physical anchor. Their nights were marked not only by fragility, but by dependence, their sleep contingent on the mercy of strangers and the rhythms of spaces they did not fully control. Wandering poor, including pilgrims who had run out of money or workers between towns, slept where opportunity allowed. Roadsides, barns, and abandoned buildings became their beds. In cities, they might be tolerated in alleys, so long as they moved on by dawn. Their sleep was constantly interrupted by hunger, cold, or fear of discovery. Imagine a man lying on cobblestones, cloak pulled tight, the smell of refuse around him, ears tuned for footsteps. Every noise was a threat, every silence heavy with dread. For such people, sleep was not a retreat but an act of courage taken against the odds. Charity offered brief relief. Almsgiving was a central Christian duty, and monasteries sometimes allowed the poor to sleep in their outer halls or barns. Pilgrims' hospitals, built along major routes, provided straw beds and thin blankets to travelers with nothing else. Yet these places were few and far between, and space was limited. Crowding meant noise, fleas, and the constant fear of theft from fellow sleepers. Still, for many, these communal refuges were the only chance at true rest. To find a monastery door open at night was to experience grace in its most tangible form, a fragile reprieve from endless wandering. Cultural perception of the poor shaped how their sleep was treated. Beggars were often seen as both pitiable and dangerous, their presence interpreted as a reminder of society's failures, but also as a potential source of unrest. City laws sometimes banned them from sleeping within walls, pushing them to the outskirts where wolves, thieves, and exposure added to their burdens. In this way, the fragility of their sleep was no accident. It was enforced, another tool of control over those without property or power. To be denied a place to rest was to be denied part of one's humanity. And yet, these same outcasts developed their own strategies for survival. Some formed small bands, sleeping in shifts, so one person kept watch while others rested. Others sought out hidden spaces, cemeteries, barns, ruins, where they could be overlooked by authorities. Their resourcefulness reveals how the human need for sleep persists, even under the harshest conditions. Rest was never guaranteed, but it was pursued with creativity and resilience, proof that even at the margins, people fought to preserve their fragile claim to the night. Stories about beggars and wanderers often reinforced these realities. Folktales portrayed the poor as figures of both wisdom and danger, sometimes holy men in disguise, sometimes thieves lurking in shadows. Their sleeplessness became symbolic, a sign of their constant movement, their inability to settle. In literature, the wandering poor were often depicted as perpetually restless, never fully at peace. These portrayals blurred reality and imagination, ensuring that the fragility of their sleep lived on not only in their bodies, but in cultural memory. What lingers is the sense that, for the poor, the night was doubly heavy. It carried the same fears of demons, spirits, and thieves that haunted everyone else, but without the comfort of a roof or family bed. Their fragility was not only physical, but social, the product of exclusion as much as circumstance. To close their eyes was to risk not only danger, but invisibility, their struggles often overlooked by those who slept in safety. And yet, their restless nights remind us of something universal. The need for sleep united rich and poor, though the experience divided them. The nobleman in his feather bed and the beggar in the street shared the same vulnerability when they closed their eyes. But society ensured that only one had comfort while the other endured hardship. In this contrast, the medieval world revealed its deepest truths about inequality and fragility. And just when it seems the story of the poor defines the harshest reality of medieval sleep, another dimension rises. How entire towns and villages, in times of crisis, whether plague, famine, or war, were thrown into collective sleeplessness, their nights transformed from fragile routines into scenes of communal terror and survival. Imagine the silence of a medieval village, suddenly broken by the toll of a warning bell. In an instant, the fragile rhythm of sleep shattered as families rushed from their beds, clutching children, praying under their breath, their rest consumed by fear. While individuals struggled nightly with hunger, cold, or nightmares, entire communities could be plunged into collective sleeplessness when crisis struck. Plague, famine, and war turned the night into something heavier, darker, and more dangerous, making rest almost impossible. Sleep, already precarious, became a casualty of survival itself. The arrival of plague was perhaps the most terrifying cause of communal unrest. And when the Black Death swept through Europe, it upended not just lives, but nights. Villages whispered of neighbors coughing blood, of sudden deaths, of corpses carried to mass graves before the next sunrise. Sleep, under such conditions, was no escape. People feared that if they closed their eyes, the sickness might strike them before dawn. Entire households stayed awake, tending to the sick or simply waiting, trembling for symptoms to appear. Imagine the flicker of candles burning all night in every window of a town, not in celebration, but in desperation, each flame a vigil against invisible death. Famine produced a different kind of sleeplessness, one born of gnawing hunger. Families lay awake in straw beds, stomachs growling, children crying, their bodies too empty to rest. Parents whispered false promises that food would come in the morning, but morning only brought more despair. In such times, communities often gathered at night to pray. Their collective exhaustion turned into ritual pleas for divine mercy. These vigils blurred the line between spiritual devotion and survival, with sleeplessness imposed not by choice but by starvation. Hunger carved itself into the night, a relentless thief of dreams. War magnified these fears further. When rumors spread that enemy armies or raiding bands approached, entire villages stayed alert through the night, listening for the sound of hoofbeats or the clash of steel. Fires were left burning, guards stationed at entrances, and families huddled together in barns or churches. Sleep, if it came at all, was shallow and broken, each creak of the door or howl of the wind mistaken for attack. Imagine lying in the dark, clutching your child, certain that the next sound might be your last. In such moments, the night itself became a battlefield of nerves long before swords ever crossed. Even natural disasters created communal sleeplessness. Storms howled through wooden houses, lightning struck thatched roofs, and floods rose in the dark. Entire villages sometimes abandoned their homes at night, seeking higher ground, dragging livestock and possessions through the mud while rain drenched their bodies. Sleep was not merely postponed, it was sacrificed to survival. In the morning, exhaustion painted every face, proof that fragility was not only individual but collective. The night had stolen rest from everyone, binding the community in shared suffering. Yet these crises did more than rob people of sleep. They reshaped its meaning. Sleeplessness became a kind of testimony, proof of vigilance, devotion, or solidarity. A mother who stayed awake tending the sick, a priest who prayed all night for his flock, a villager who kept watch against raiders. Each was remembered not for their rest, but for their sacrifice. In a world where fragility was unavoidable, sleeplessness could even be seen as strength, a refusal to surrender in the face of overwhelming fear. Communal sleeplessness also reinforced bonds. Families gathered together, neighbors shared fires, and entire villages prayed side by side. Exhaustion became collective, a shared burden that reminded people they were not alone. In these moments, the night turned from isolation into solidarity. Even children learned early that sleep was fragile, not only because of personal fears, but because entire communities could be shaken awake by forces beyond their control. But the cost was high. Prolonged crises wore down bodies and minds, leaving people vulnerable to illness, despair, and collapse. The very fragility of sleep, when stretched across entire communities, became a reflection of social fragility itself. Villages weakened by famine or sleepless nights of watchfulness were easier prey for raiders or disease. The inability to rest became both symptom and cause of decline, a vicious cycle from which only the strongest or luckiest escaped. What lingers most from these accounts is the realization that sleep was never simply personal in the medieval world. It was communal, tied to the rhythms of crisis as much as to the individual body. When plague, famine, or war struck, rest ceased to be a private act and became a shared impossibility, turning the night into a mirror of society's collective fragility. And yet, even in the darkest hours of sleepless crisis, people searched for meaning. They interpreted their wakefulness as divine punishment, as necessary vigilance, or as a chance to prove devotion. Night was terrifying, but it was also transformative, reshaping how communities understood themselves. And just when it seems crisis defined the medieval night entirely, another truth emerges, that the very fragility of rest inspired people to dream of better nights to come. laying the groundwork for changing attitudes towards sleep in the centuries that followed. Imagine the last candle burning low in a medieval chamber, its wax pooling onto the wooden table, its light flickering against walls stained with smoke. The family has fallen into restless silence, some already asleep, others still whispering prayers into the dark. Beyond the shuttered window lies a world where wolves prowl the edges of fields, spirits stir in the imagination, and the cold gnaws through every crack. For centuries, this was the texture of the night, fragile, fragmented, and uncertain. To bring our journey to its final chapter is to understand that medieval sleep was never simply about closing the eyes. It was about survival, identity, and meaning, woven into every corner of life. Looking back, what emerges most clearly is how profoundly sleep reflected vulnerability. The bed was not merely a place of rest, it was a battlefield against hunger, pests, cold, and the unseen. A straw mattress infested with lice, a blanket damp with winter air, a body too weak from famine to surrender fully to rest, these were nightly realities for most people. And yet, through the very act of lying down, they expressed resilience. To choose rest in such conditions was an act of endurance, proof that even the smallest fragments of comfort could be claimed from a hostile world. This fragility also revealed the power of belief. Nightmares were not shrugged off as the byproduct of digestion or stress. They were treated as demonic visitations, messages from God, or warnings from the dead. Dreams carried weight far beyond imagination, guiding decisions, sparking fears, and shaping daily life. People awoke from visions with trembling hands, convinced their destiny had shifted in the span of an hour. Sleep was fragile because it was more than physical. It was spiritual, a portal where heaven and hell seemed close enough to touch. Social structures deepened this fragility. Sleep was communal, not private. Families crowded together in one room, beds shared with siblings, parents, guests, and sometimes even animals. Nobles displayed their wealth in feather mattresses and embroidered curtains, while peasants curled on straw beside the fire. Rest revealed hierarchy as clearly as clothing or land ownership. The ability to sleep well was itself a privilege, a sign of power and protection. The poor endured interruptions not only from hunger or pests, but also from laws, curfews, and punishments that dictated when they could even close their eyes. At the same time, the medieval night was alive with paradox. It was feared as the realm of demons, witches, and thieves, yet reclaimed as a space for festivals, vigils, and rituals. The same hours that terrified with silence and shadows also glowed with candlelight and song during holy feasts or carnivals. Communities sometimes chose sleeplessness as devotion, turning wakefulness into worship. Others chose it as joy, extending weddings, fairs, and plays deep into the night. The night could be threat or celebration, curse or blessing, depending on how it was claimed. Crisis magnified this tension. In times of plague, famine, or war, sleep disappeared almost entirely, replaced by collective vigils of fear. Villages stayed awake together, waiting for disease to strike or raiders to descend. The absence of rest became a reflection of social collapse, exhaustion etched into every face by dawn. Yet even then, people sought to interpret sleeplessness as meaningful, punishment for sin, a test of endurance, or a chance to prove faith. In these moments, fragility transformed into narrative, binding communities together through shared unrest. What is most striking, however, is how these medieval nights echo into our own time. We still speak of nightmares as if they are more than dreams, still burn candles against the dark, still wrestle with sleeplessness as though it carries deeper meaning than biology. The medieval sense that sleep is both fragile and precious survives in our anxieties about insomnia, in our fascination with dreams, in our rituals before bed. Though we live with electric light and locked doors, echoes of their nights remain in the way we fear, cherish, and narrate our own rest. And so the story of medieval sleep ends where it began, in fragility. The night was a space of danger and imagination, of control and resistance, of survival and transcendence. To understand it is to see how the simplest act, closing the eyes, was never simple at all. It was contested, interrupted, interpreted, and remembered, leaving traces that shaped culture, faith, and history. Perhaps that is the final lesson, that fragility is not weakness, but truth. To be human is to be vulnerable when we sleep, and medieval people embraced that vulnerability with rituals, remedies, prayers, and stories that made the night bearable. They lived in a world where to rest was to risk, and yet they rested anyway. In that fragile courage lies the continuity between their nights and ours. And just as their candles burned low, sputtering against the darkness, so too did their lives. But each morning they awoke. When they awoke was victory, proof that the fragile could endure. And perhaps that is why their story of sleep still grips us today, because it reminds us that fragility is not the end of the tale, but the very reason the tale is worth telling.